you. Welcome to the March 18th meeting of the Glendale City Council. May we have a roll call?
Yes, council members Brotman.
Here.
Garpetian.
Here.
Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian.
Here.
Mayor Asadarian.
Here. As I was walking in, for those that can't see and are at home, we have a full chamber. And as I was walking up, I saw some local students in the audience. And so I invited them to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Leah, Lana, and Andrew. If you could please come up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please remain standing for the invocation.
I would like to call Reverend Dr. Angela Galanis Price, the senior pastor of Glendale First Methodist Church, to give the invocation.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be here, especially on Women's History Month. It is a joy to be here. Let us pray. Holy One, we gather today as members of the city, Glendale, seeking your divine guidance. We humbly ask for your presence as we address the complex challenges facing our community. Grant us wisdom beyond our own understanding and imbue us with a spirit of compassion and justice. We acknowledge the deep-seated issues of racism that continue to divide us. Help us to see each other as your children, created in your image, deserving of dignity and respect. Open our hearts to understand the pain of those who suffer from prejudice and empower us to dismantle systems of oppression. We pray for healing and reconciliation, that we may build a truly equitable city. We lift up the issue of gender inequality, asking for your strength to create a society where all individuals, regardless of gender, have equal opportunities and are treated with fairness. Help us, O God, to challenge ingrained biases and create a culture of respect and empowerment for all. We pray for an end to discrimination and for the flourishing of every person's potential. We also acknowledge the prejudice faced by the LGBTQ+ community. We ask for your love to prevail, breaking down barriers of misunderstanding and fear. Help us to foster a city where everyone feels safe, included, and valued for who they are. Grant us the courage to stand against discrimination and to promote acceptance. We also cry out for the plight of the homeless, those who lack shelter and basic necessities, those who have lost their homes because of the fires. Grant us the compassion to see their humanity and the wisdom to implement effective solutions. Guide us to protect resources and support that address the root causes of homelessness, and help us to create pathways to stability and hope. Oh God, we recognize the growing mental health crisis in our city. We pray for those who struggle with anxiety and depression and other mental health challenges. Grant them peace and healing, and guide us to provide accessible and effective mental health services. Help us break down the stigma surrounding mental illness and foster a culture of understanding and support. We also acknowledge the devastating impact of addiction on individuals and families. Grant those struggling with addiction the strength to seek help and find recovery. Guide us to develop comprehensive strategies that address the root causes of addiction and provide pathways to healing and restoration. We pray for the families affected by addiction and for the wisdom to provide the necessary support. Overall, we pray for the council. Grant them the courage to make difficult decisions with integrity and fairness. May all our actions reflect your love and justice, and may we work together to build a city where all can thrive. We ask for your continued guidance and blessing upon our city, Glendale, and its residents. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. May we have your report?
Yes, the agenda for the March 18th, 2025 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on March 14, 2025 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
All right, and what's next?
Next are presentations and appointments. The first item is an announcement that there will not be a regular meeting on March 25th. The next regular meeting of the City Council will be on April 1st, 2025.
Next.
Next is a proclamation designating March 8th, 2025 as International Women's Day and March as Women's History Month.
We have with us Diane Lamelot, who is the chair of the Women's Commission for the City of Glendale, Deborah Saw, who's the CEO of the YWCA Glendale Pasadena, Juliana Serrano and Jennifer Tubalt, who are with Planned Parenthood. And we also have our newest member of the Women's Commission, Carmen, as well as our student representatives. Welcome. If you want to say a few words, and then we can read off the proclamation.
I just have some brief remarks.
Sure.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I am Diane Lambalot, Chair of the Commission on the Status of Women. It's an honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of our commission and the remarkable women in our community as we recognize Women's History Month and International Women's Day. Women's History Month is more than a celebration. It's a call to action. It's a time to recognize not only the achievements of women throughout history, but also the persistent inequities that continue to shape the experiences of women today, which disproportionately affect women of color, immigrant women, and marginalized communities. Also, International Women's Day serves as a global reminder that gender equity is not yet a reality. The fight for equal pay, reproductive rights, and freedom from violence is ongoing, and the struggle for representation in government, corporate leadership, and decision-making spaces is far from over. As we celebrate the achievements of the past, let's acknowledge the work that still needs to be done. Let's uplift the voices of women who are breaking barriers today and commit to policies and actions that create real change. True progress requires more than reflection. It demands advocacy, allyship, and action. Together, let's reaffirm our commitment to building a future where every woman and girl has the freedom, opportunity, and support which allows them to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to say a few words?
Hello. My name is Jennifer Tebow, and it is a privilege to be here today as a board member of Planned Parenthood Advocates of Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley. And I want to thank Mayor Asatrian and the council for this important recognition of Women's History Month and International Women's Day. While we celebrate the progress women have made, we cannot ignore the challenges we still face. Reproductive health care is under attack, and these attacks have real consequences for real women. Women who are trying to build careers, support their families, and make the best decisions for their own bodies and their own futures. And when we talk about women's rights, we must be clear that that includes all women, cisgender women, trans women, and non-binary people who are also impacted by attacks on reproductive freedom and healthcare access. In Planned Parenthood clinics, they see firsthand the impacts of these barriers. And at Planned Parenthood Advocates, we fight for women who must travel hundreds of miles for care, for trans and non-binary people who struggle to find gender-affirming healthcare, and for young people who are scared and confused because they lack access to accurate health education, and from families struggling with the cost of basic reproductive healthcare. These are not abstract political issues. These are the lived realities of the people in our community. So the council's proclamation is meaningful, but now is the time for action. Whether it's expanding access to healthcare, fighting for reproductive freedom, or ensuring that gender equity is at the center of all of your policy decisions, We must all do our part to move beyond words and into real, tangible change. Strengthening the Commission on the Status of Women is one way to make sure that advocacy for women, all women, doesn't begin and end with today's recognition. It's about creating lasting infrastructure and funding to protect and advance the rights of all people impacted by gender-based discrimination and barriers. So we must continue to push forward. We must continue to fight for a future where every woman has full autonomy over their body and the opportunities that they deserve. Let's not just celebrate women's history, let's keep making it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Saul. I'm the new CEO of YWCA of Glendale and Pasadena. We at the YWCA of Glendale and Pasadena provide comprehensive services to survivors of domestic violence. And unfortunately, the vast majority, actually most of the people who seek our help are women. They are displaced from their homes. They need help in every sense of the word. They come in with nothing but the clothes on their back to our shelters, and we provide with a lot of different support. All of that can be avoided if we can get to them earlier. We can prevent violence from happening by investing in women and girls early on. We ask that we celebrate History Month, Women's History Month, and we must also remember the history that we have gone through where domestic violence wasn't recognized initially as a public health issue. I'm glad that we are recognizing it today as a public health issue, but the statistics have not gone down. We are seeing that there's still much more work to be done, much more gender violence to be addressed. However, we are now living in uncertain times with government funding being really erratic and also diminishing. And now more than ever, we need more coordination and more collaboration. So we just ask you that as we look at how can we navigate these treacherous waters, this environment, that we all work together and collaborate and look at investing in women and girls, because in investing in women and girls, we're gonna see safer community, a stronger family, and more vibrant economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. I'm just going to read parts of the proclamation. It's pretty long. But it states, whereas the month of March is nationally recognized as Women's History Month in the United States, serving as a dedicated time to honor and celebrate the invaluable contributions, achievements, and resilience of women throughout history, while also acknowledging the ongoing pursuit of gender equality. Whereas International Women's Day, observed annually on March 8, is more than a celebration of the cultural, political, and socio-economical achievements of women. It is a global call to action, reminding us that when women rise, communities, nations, and economies rise with them, while underscoring the continued need to advance gender equality and violence and eliminate discrimination against women. Whereas women's labor, both paid and unpaid, sustains families, economies, and societies, yet it continues to be undervalued, underrecognized, and unequally compensated, a reality we must work together to change. Whereas the gender wage gap remains a stark injustice, with women earning just 82 cents for every dollar earned by men, and the gap is even wider for women of color, with mothers earning only 74 cents for every dollar paid to fathers. Whereas mothers continue to face discrimination in the workforce, often penalized in career advancement, while the lack of affordable childcare, proper work accommodations, and paid parental leave hinders not only their potential, but the prosperity of entire families and communities. Whereas microaggressions, unconscious and conscious biases, and deeply ingrained stereotypes still limit women's opportunities in workplaces, politics, media, and everyday life, reminding us that the true equality is not just about breaking barriers, but reshaping the systems that create them. Now therefore I, Ellen Asatrian, Mayor of the City of Glendale, do proclaim the month of March 2024 as Women's History Month and March 8, 2025 as International Women's Day in the City of Glendale. I call upon all residents, businesses, institutions, and leaders to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities that honor the remarkable contributions of women to our community, our nation, and the world, while being active allies and reaffirming our collective commitment to achieving full gender equality. Let this month serve as a reminder that when women thrive, our entire society thrives. Let us honor the pioneers who paved the way, uplift the change makers shaping our present, and empower the next generation to lead. Let us commit to policies that end violence, close wage gaps, protect reproductive rights, and ensure every woman and girl has the opportunity to thrive, lead, and shape her own future with true equality. Thank you. I'm going to come down for a photo, but if my colleagues want to say anything before that.
I think everything was said. Congratulations. It's always good to remind ourselves of the important role of the women in our lives and in our community. And truth be told, none of us would physically be here were it not for a woman. So thank you.
Well, I see that our student commissioners had a few words they wanted to say. So, Natalie, me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Hovhannisyan, and I've had the privilege of serving on the Commission on the Status of Women for about 2 years. I'm a high school student now, so, recently I've experienced truly just amazing things that the Commission has done. It has uplifted me, given me the opportunity to grow, connect, and contribute to my community in such amazing ways. And I'm definitely not alone on this. I've seen so many women benefit from the Commission's work, and in the time, I've seen how vital it is to invest in women and the girls of our community. Right now, the Commission doesn't have the support that it needs to continue to be effective as it could be. Its meetings have been cut back, and there has been little dedicated programs which will directly uplift women. This means fewer resources for women-owned businesses and fewer opportunities to empower the next generations. So with that, restoring and expanding the Commission is not just the right thing to do. It's a smart investment for our city's future. So I urge you all to take action to continue to uplift, protect, and support the women who make Glendale such an amazing place. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Did anybody else want to before I come down? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Clap. All right.
Okay, so does everybody know? Okay. I'll stand in the middle. Yeah. Are you, okay. Okay. Thank you, and thank you for your amazing work.
Next are nominations for appointments. The first item is Eric Minasian's nomination for the Planning Commission. Seat 1, which is vacant, by Asatrian and Garpetian, 3/11/2025. And the second one is the nomination of Lilith Rostomian For the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission, seat number 5, which is currently vacant, and the nomination is by Najarian Asatrian, 3/11/2025.
All right. Do I have a,
I will make, I will move, but it's not Edik Minasyan, it's Edi Minasyan. We need to make that correction. It's Edik?
His documents, it's Edik.
I stand corrected. I'll move that nomination. Should I move both, or you guys? I'll move Edik Minasyan's nomination,
can we just do it together? Do you mind?
if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll do both of them,
Yes.
Edik and Lilit Rostamian.
Second.
Rostamian.
We have Councilmember Najarian seconded. Roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. And what's next?
Next are consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next?
Next are city council and staff comments.
All right. Do we have council comments or staff comments?
In the interest of time, and our chambers are full, both here and downstairs, I have no comments this week.
I,
All right, so that forces me to just specify a couple of things. It's going to be a long meeting. We ask that if you agree with something, you put your thumbs up. If you disagree, you can put your thumbs down if you want to say something, but please, no speaking, no clapping, nothing that distracts the meeting so we can move forward, okay? Thank you for being here.
thank you. I believe we have a graphic to put up. Tom Lorenz forwarded it.
Councilmember Najarian, do you know the title of it?
North Hollywood to Pasadena, BRT.
Oh, yeah, okay. Got it.
Oh, there we go. So I'd like to invite everyone to join in a community meeting on March 27th at 6 p.m. This is Metro's plan for better transit in the entire San Fernando and San Gabriel valleys, and it is progressing with the design stages. As one of the most heavily traveled corridors in LA County without a premium transit service, the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit Project is set to add 19 miles of faster and reliable transit, along with 22 bus stations between North Hollywood and Pasadena, connecting Burbank, Glendale, and Eagle Rock in between. The new stations will also provide safe and convenient connections to the Metro A, B, and G lines, meeting the growing demands in the area, and essentially that will tie Glendale into the entire Metro system. So, the virtual community meeting is on Thursday, March 27th. And do we have the login? There it is. So please visit metro.net/NoHoPass BRT. This is going to be an exciting addition to our city that has been in the works since the days of Larry Zarian. I don't know if anyone remembers Larry Zarian, back in the 80s. We've got a transit center named after him. So we're looking for your thoughts, your input, your suggestions, and please come on in. You can get the Zoom link from that internet address that I gave you, and you can participate, and we very much want to hear what the residents of Glendale have to say. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, I will also pass, let people get to the main event
No,
more quickly.
I'd like to bring up a few items. One is, I know that I've brought this up a few times about the condition of the debris on the freeway between Pacific and Glendale Avenue. There's items that have been there now for months. I've brought it up the last few weeks. I want to ask staff what updates we have about removal of those. And, you know, if it's taking Caltrans a long time to do it, then let's do it ourselves. I'll be happy to join our crews. I'll roll up my sleeves, put on whatever work boots I need to, and let's clean up our backyard. So I will ask staff to respond to that. Also, we have an urgent matter that has been brought to my attention, that none of our Glendale electric charging stations are functioning. I don't know how accurate that is, but I have received now comments from at least 3 separate individuals who are reasonably and understandably upset over this. So we need to, I'd like to find out more about what is going on with the charging stations, what is the issue and what's taking as long as it is to fix them and get them up and running. And the last item is the Crescenta Valley Fireworks Show will be upon us soon. Before we know it, it'll be July and July 4th. And I think that there needs to be something possibly agendized for funding or helping funding as we have done in the past. If not, I'd like to make that request that it come before council. Otherwise, if the city manager can do it directly, so be it, whatever the amount is that we've done in the past. But I think it would probably be a good idea for all of us to vote on it. Thank you. That is all. And welcome to everyone who's visiting for the first time, the council chambers. It's good to see some smiling faces.
Thank you.
Just one item, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Just a reminder to the council members that the next regular meeting, April 1st, is the last meeting for council members to make any remaining, or the panels to make any more nominations before that period closes, and we bring back all the outstanding nominations at the April 15th meeting.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding that. I do have a direct appointment for Planning Commission, not Planning Commission, Civil Service Commission. So if the commission, the nomination is made and for some reason it is not approved, the ability to nominate comes back to me, right?
With respect to the Civil Service Commission, I believe that's correct. So as long as you make that nomination on or before the April 1st meeting, if the council doesn't act on it, and that one's unique because those will fall back to a council member who hasn't had an opportunity to nominate. And since you're the only council member currently who hasn't nominated anyone to civil service, that particular spot would come back to you.
I just want to make sure that publicly it's on the record, so thank you. And also for my colleagues, let's get these nominations done. We have only one more meeting to go, so.
All right. I'm going to take up 8B before 8A.
We have community event announcements.
Oh, please, yes, okay.
Next item is community event announcements, 3 minutes, 5 speaker limit per mayor policy. This item also permits speakers wishing to speak under general oral communication, subject to the 3-minute time limit. Discussion is limited to matters not on the agenda. Mayor Asatrian, we have 5 speaker cards on this item. The first speaker is Emily Woods. Following Emily is Paul Rabinov and Michael Estrella. Yes, you have 3 minutes, and here is your graphic.
So, hello, my name is Emily Woods, and I'm from the Glendale Environmental Coalition, and I'm here to let people know that there are a couple of upcoming events this week hosted by the Duke Mason Wilderness Center that give the residents of Glendale the opportunity to learn about and engage with the nature or surrounding their community. So the first event is by the Trails and Open Space program. It's one of their Friday night lectures, and it's called Dig Deep, Uncovering the Secrets of Soil. It's going to be held on Friday, March 21st, from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the Stone Barn Nature Center at Duke Mason. There's limited space, so please RSVP at glendaleca.gov/trails. The lecture is going to talk about how soils are formed, the types of soils and their uses, and why they are one of the most valuable natural resources we have. And then the second event is going to be on Saturday, March 22nd, and it's the Wander the Wilderness Bus. I think I had a graphic for that one too. I'm not sure. have that one. But the Wilderness Bus Program is a free shuttle service for people who would like to visit Duke-Mason Wilderness Park. It's going to leave from Pacific Park at 9 o'clock and at 11:30, and then go back from Duke-Mason back to Pacific Park at 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. So it's a great way to visit the park without needing to take a car. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Paul Rabinoff.
Good evening, Mayor Asatrian and council members and the public, everybody that's here. My name is Paul Rabinov. I'm here on behalf of the Glendale Parks and Open Space Foundation, and I'm excited to announce that the City of Glendale and the Parks Foundation will be having its 11th annual Verdugo Mountains 10K run and trail run and hike. It's a mouthful. This is an event happening on May 4th, Sunday. I'm promoting this specifically because there may be people, we're hoping there are people that would like to either run or hike up one of the most glorious parts of the city of Glendale. You can register for this event at runtheverdugos.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Estrella.
Good evening. A lot of people out there, and I love it. So I'm here quickly just to basically, it's about compassion and doing. And I think this room has just surprised me. I've never been here before, but this is a room of compassion and doers. And sir, already you said about getting your hands dirty, getting in there and get things done. I like that. So what I took was the LA fires that affected so
Sir,
many
you
people.
need to speak into the mic.
Sorry.
Thank
the
you.
LA fires that affected so many people affected me, and I wanted to do something because I had compassion. So like so many others, I put together a soccer tournament that already took place at the Glendale Sports Complex. We had over 200 people show up. Many teams were there. Much money was raised. But one of the key questions, and the whole reason I'm here, is to present to you guys, if you guys could point me in the right direction to reconsider the $1,000 field fee that I personally paid to support this cause. I'm hoping that maybe there's a way that something could be waived or reconsidered given the amount of community output. And I will kind of leave it at that. And I hope behind me, if you guys agree with that, just give me a thumbs up. If you guys agree with that, maybe perhaps you can point me in the correct direction. But again, it's about compassion and action. And this is a room full of people like that. And lastly, with my 1 minute and 40 seconds left, I'd like to say, you better respect the woman every day of the year, as we all know. So thank you very much on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Jackie Yeesh.
So in November of 2023, council approved 6 solar projects on city facilities. And we just found out today that the GWP Perkins Building 1 is essentially done. And we're hoping there'll be a celebration of some sort and invite the public. And I'd also like it if the websites were kept up so you could tell what the status of all the rest of them are. It's really hard to tell. A lot of them have slid out a bunch. I'd like to see these all come online as soon as possible to have Glendale finally have city-owned solar. Thank you.
I see Mr. Mellon's nodding his head for the celebration and for having the updated information. So, sure.
Good evening, Mayor Sachin, members of the council. Yes, we are planning a ribbon cutting ceremony of sorts, so we are looking at a good day to plan that and coordination around actually people doing work in that building. So we will let the public know when that's going to happen.
Thank you.
No problem.
Next is Tony P. Mayor Sachian, I think that is all
right
for community event announcements.
Thank you.
Next
You're
are
reading 8B.
Next are action items, and the mayor has requested to begin with action item B, which is the city clerk regarding expanding the powers and responsibilities of the commission on the status of women by amending the Glendale Municipal Code. One motion to provide direction regarding expanding the powers and responsibilities of the commission on the status of women by amending the Glendale Municipal Code to include regular programming, fundraising, and the frequency of regular meetings from 4 to 12 times per year, beginning July 2025, to accommodate the commission's expanded scope of work.
Right? Do we have a presentation?
Mayor Sachin, yes, we do have a presentation, and I am going to pull it up right now.
And for those, if this is your first meeting and you're looking to speak on any item, please make sure you pick up a card, submit it to our city clerk. The last card on any item will be taken at the completion of the first speaker's time. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sachin and council members. The proposal before you is to expand the original powers of the Glendale Commission on the Status of Women to include programming, fundraising, and advocacy, also changing the frequency of meetings from quarterly to monthly. This change aims to address persistent inequalities and equity gaps among subpopulations of women in Glendale. I'd like to begin by giving a brief history and background on the Commission. The Commission on the Status of Women was originally established in 2003 to serve as an advisory body to the City Council, providing recommendations on policies, programs, and services that address the needs of women in Glendale. Some of the initial accomplishments of the CSW included securing a $150,000 HUD grant through CDBG, which funded Rosie Goes to Wall Street, a 3-week intensive day camp where girls learned about the operations of different city departments. They also participated in workshops on self-care, healthy relationships, financial literacy, and non-traditional careers. Additionally, they took part in the All About You boot camp where they learned about physical fitness and exercise. CSW also partnered with Shield Women's Self-Defense to provide self-defense training for women against sexual assault during April, which is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And on November 25th, 2008, with the recommendation of CSW, Council adopted a resolution in support of the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And so the work of the Commission continued expanding. Following this, the Commission worked with a consultant to develop its first strategic plan for the years 2009 through 2014. This plan was revised for the years 2019 through 2020. Additionally, the Commission published its first report on the status of women for the years 2004 through 2006, and a second report was published for 2015 and 2016. In 2015, changes were made in the operational scope of the Commission due to staffing issues. These changes included eliminating the programming and fundraising activities of the Commission and a reduction in meeting frequency from 12 to 4 meetings per year as a result of reduction in funding, staffing, and capacity. And prior to this reduction, the Commission was heavily involved in fundraising and the creation of unique programming, in addition to sponsorships, policy advocacy, education outreach, and raising awareness for women's issues. As a result, programs such as the Jewel City Luncheon, Camp Rosie, and Panel on Human Trafficking were transitioned to other groups like the YWCA, and the scope of the Commission was reduced. Also, as a result of the reduction in the number of meetings, the Commission was not provided adequate time to accomplish its set goals. In December 2022, the Commission's work was moved to the City Clerk's office with a 50% admin analyst position, which was previously housed in the City Manager's office. Since then, a revised strategic plan was put in place for 2023-2026, streamlining the functions of the Commission. Also, a more recent report was released on the status of women and girls in Glendale. This was the 2022-2023 report. With a commitment to data-driven policy and community engagement, the clerk's office played a pivotal role in ensuring the latest report on the status of women not only reflected diverse experiences of women in Glendale, but also for the first time disaggregated the data on Armenian women from the white category. This effort led to the publication of an addendum specifically highlighting the experiences of Armenian women in Glendale, further strengthening the city's commitment to inclusivity and representation. And the members of the public can access the electronic copy of the report on the commission website. According to this report, there were a number of findings, and here are some of the highlights. Poverty rates for women have remained constant at 15%. Domestic intimate partner violence, a crime with intergenerational consequences, has also remained constant at about 10%. Additionally, there is a gap in representation within city government, including on elected positions, commissions, and also city leadership, with currently only 2 women appointed as department heads, 3 including myself. And the report also highlighted equity gaps with some of the subpopulations. For example, Latina and Armenian women experience significantly higher rates of poverty than other subgroups in Glendale. Also, Armenian women face higher unemployment rates and lower earnings than the overall population of women in the city. Oh, I don't know what just happened. I'm doing too many things at the same time. Okay. On June 2024, the council directed staff to explore various models for commissions and present a model that not only is the best option for Glendale, but one that could serve as a model for other cities. And as a result, our office consulted with the California Commission on the Status of Women, and we were recommended 2 model programs. The first was San Francisco's Commission on the Status of Women, which has a $6 million budget and 6 permanent staff members. It is recognized as one of the strongest agencies nationwide. The majority of the budget funds organizations that support survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. The work of the commission also includes providing programming for health and safety, economic security, civic engagement, and political empowerment of women. The second example is the Los Angeles County Commission for Women. Some of the key programming for the commission includes workforce development, promoting equal opportunities for women across industries, also safety initiatives focused on enhancing women's and girls' safety in public spaces, working to reduce incidents of harassment and violence through community engagement, policy advocacy, and partnerships with local orgs. The commission also facilitates networks and opportunities for women working in city government, aiming to support their career advancement, leadership development, and representation in decision-making roles. And the commission also addresses critical issues such as domestic violence, trafficking, and homelessness. By looking at these 2 models, we identified key focus areas that align with our city's needs, and these include health and safety, economic security, violence prevention, civic engagement, and family support. The last updated strategic plan of the commission included the following aims: evaluating and assessing, which includes assessing the status of women and girls based on publicly available data, evaluate and identify gaps in existing services. And the second aim was policy development, advocacy, and advising. And this included recommending to council legislation and policies relevant to the status of women and girls. And the third aim was education, awareness, and outreach, which the purpose was to increase knowledge and awareness of issues impacting the well-being of women and girls, foster partnerships with community organizations, and also participate in yearly observances, such as the Purple Tie Awards with the YWCA. This is what the proposed expansion could look like. So the scope, if the scope of the commission is expanded, it could include assessing and advising, which is conducting ongoing studies on issues affecting women to provide policy recommendations to City Council, and not just reports every 10 years on the status of women. So these could be more frequent studies. Also, advocating advocate and program, recommend legislative measures, and develop ongoing programming that promote equal opportunities for women in business and the workplace. Engage and collaborate, strengthen outreach through ongoing community workshops, and foster collaborations with nonprofits and advocacy groups to address equity gaps, and also increase community engagement through increasing the number of meetings per year, and also through this expanding the capacity of the commission. Here are some of the examples of potential programming that could take place with the expanded commission responsibilities and scope. So the first is community workshops, which includes ongoing educational campaigns such as financial literacy workshops, small business support, women-owned business support, employment support, civic engagement, and human trafficking awareness. Also, examples of programming could include annual events such as Women's Equity Day programming and International Women's Day programming on a yearly basis, and also continuing strategic partnerships such as the Purple Tie Awards with YWCA, but also providing continual domestic violence awareness programming and help initiatives by other community organizations, for example, the Armenian Relief Society and other orgs that support employment of women. And finally, giving community grants, small grants for initiatives like Camp Rosie and Tinker Club, which is geared towards empowering girls to pursue coding, robotics, and STEM fields. The fiscal impact could look like this. Could be an additional $36,900 in additional annual staffing costs for the city, which will mean that we would reallocate an admin analyst position currently supporting CSW at 50% and city clerk operations at 50% to an executive analyst position that will be dedicated fully to CSW. Also, $75,000 for initial programming allocation to support expanded community initiatives for fiscal year 2025-2026. And starting with fiscal year 2026 and 2027, an ongoing $150,000 for annual programming budget to sustain expanded services and outreach.
Dr. Abajan, if I may ask a question. The $36,900, so I know that currently you have one individual that splits their time. So
Correct.
you have one full-time employee that splits their time between CSW and then other city clerk operations. What is the difference between an admin analyst position and an executive analyst position?
So the difference between an admin analyst, full-time admin analyst position and an executive admin analyst position is $36,900.
No, what are their duty
Oh, the
difference? Like
duties,
why
yes.
an executive versus an admin?
Yes. Mayor Asatrian, the duties of an executive admin analyst include coordinates administrative and business management function of a division, including the processing and preparation of budget and personnel transactions. It also includes the description for the position includes directs the implementation, coordination, development, and operation of federal, state, or local grant programs or projects. And so those are some of the differences between an admin analyst position and an executive analyst position.
So an admin analyst, technically by description, can't apply for or oversee grants that the commission gets?
That's my understanding.
And can't coordinate, like there has to be a supervisor that oversees the
Correct.
coordination?
Correct.
Approval? Is that?
Madam Mayor, we need to get clarification on that. I don't believe that's quite accurate, but
Okay, can we get clarification?
yes, we'll look it up and get that clarification.
Thank you. Okay. I'll wait. Okay.
This actually also, I wanted to mention that the commission will also pursue external funding opportunities, including grants and private partnerships. So that's also, that would be part of the expanded scope of the commission. And that's really the end of my presentation. This recommendation is made per the council's commitment to addressing gender equity through taking the California Equal Pay Pledge that the council did on February 7, 2024, and in response to the persisting gender equity gaps within certain subpopulations of the city outlined in the 2022-2023 report on the status of women and girls. Thank you, and that ends my presentation.
Okay. Do we have any cards or callers on this item?
Mayor Satrian, we do have cards, and we currently have 2 cards on this item, and we have 3 calls.
Okay. Let's take the speakers first, and then.
Okay. The first speaker is Mike Mulhall. Following Mike Mulhall is Deborah Saw.
Evening, Glendale citizens. My name is Mike Mohill. I'm a U.S. Army veteran retired. Council members, we do not need a women's commission. We need a commission for veterans like myself who are homeless, need jobs. That's where your priorities are. We should have a commission for short, bald, and men over the age of 50, like myself. We need a commission too. We need representation on council and all over the city. We need jobs. We're undervalued. The city clerk wants to spend $160,000 and hire another person for a department. We can spend that money on a new cop. We need cops on the street. We don't need to expand a feel-good thing of women. Women have made it in this country. We had one woman run for the presidency. We have, in President Trump's administration, we have the chief of staff, all over, many positions. We have women who are doctors and nurses and dentists all over. They're not hurting. Why do you keep saying, poor me for women? I would be embarrassed if I was a woman to say, poor me, I can't make it. Really? Women right now are dominating our colleges today, and men are not. And women today who are graduating from college can't find a date on a Saturday night because they want a man who is equal to them or more. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Ask the college graduate women. We have over $1.8 billion of unfunded pension obligations, and you want to expand this department? This department should be eliminated and send it back where it belongs, in the city manager's office. That's where it always was, Mr. Galanian. It was never a position for our city clerk. City clerk is a city clerk. Don't get me started. Women are captains of industry right now. Men like myself need a job. We're 80 years of age. Hard to find a job when you're 80. I tried Walmart, but they won't hire me. Home Depot, they won't hire me because I'm too old. I'm fat. What should I do? I know what I'll do. I'll apply for a job with the city of Glendale, and I'll be the first person over the age of 80 asking for a job in the city clerk's office because they have plenty of positions. Just ask our city clerk. Thank you.
The next public comment is by Deborah Saw.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Saw from YWCA of Glendale and Pasadena. One of the things I wanted to just say is this month marks the 5th year anniversary since the world shut down because of the pandemic. And during that time, one of the things that happened is domestic violence went up, and women who were staying at home, who were working but also taking care of the children and doing all the household chores, antidepressant prescription to women went way up where it didn't really impact men. So there definitely have been some grounds that we lost. A lot of women left the workforce during that time as well because they couldn't take care of their little ones and work. So women lost a lot of ground in the last 5 years. And we also saw a lot of mental health needs that came about. We also saw a lot of domestic violence that came about because of the pandemic. And we are trying to make ground. We are trying to improve things. But at the same time, we are now looking at federal grants going down. We are looking at uncertainty. We are looking at really all of the programs that were there to try to provide safety net, to try to provide services, really struggling and really trying to figure out how we're going to make ends meet during this very uncertain time. And what I want to say to you is, please invest in expanding the role of Commission of Women. Please invest considering the Glendale budget, it's a very minuscule budget. $150,000 for your budget, it's really small investment in trying to make really big impact. Because one of the things that we're gonna see happen when you invest in a commission and status of women is they will work to coordinate, collaborate existing programs. So it will really leverage things that are happening already to try to coordinate us, to make sure that our dollars stretch further as we collaborate with each other and as we coordinate with each other. And I see their role expanding in doing that. And as you invest in women and girls, what we're gonna see is families are gonna be strengthened. We're gonna see that our communities are gonna be safer because violence against women is gonna go down. And we're also gonna see that our communities are gonna be more economically vibrant as more women participate more fully and more equitably in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a number of callers. Our first caller is Kathleen Cross. Kathleen, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Kathleen Cross, and I wanted to speak on this. Good evening, council members and everybody in the audience. I'm here today as a concerned resident, a parent, a passionate advocate for my daughter's future, and I deeply believe in her potential to grow, thrive, and succeed. And that belief is why I stand here advocating for the restoration and the expansion of the Commission on the Status of Women. Our city has the opportunity to support not only the women and girls of Glendale, but also the entire community by reinvesting in this wonderful program. This is about more than just policy changes. It's about real people who will benefit from these initiatives. We need to restore and expand the CSW's powers, including adding a full-time executive administrative analyst to oversee the work of the commission and allocating $150,000 for programming and increasing the number of meetings to ensure that there's greater transparency and public engagement. I support the commission partnering with local community organizations. We can empower the CSW to provide critical support for women and girls, including financial literacy workshops, self-defense training, and even business development programs. I ask you to invest in our city's future by investing in its women. When women and girls thrive, our entire community thrives. Lower poverty rates, safer communities, and stronger families are all within our reach, and we need to restore this vital work. Thank you for listening, and I hope you support this cause.
Thank you. Our next caller is Elise Kalfayan. Elise, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Asatrian and council members. Women are, I don't know if the majority, but likely the majority of initiators and the strongest leaders of movements that improve the quality of life for everyone, men and women, students, children, people who need jobs, and people with special needs. However, as noted in the staff report, the fact is that women are greatly underrepresented in government, business, and societal decision-making posts. More women should be encouraged to aspire to these top roles, and this commission would have that mission in our community. please support reinstituting monthly meetings and a strong budget so that Glendale can effectively pursue gender equity for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Marina Manukian. Marina, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Austrian and council members. My name is Marina Manukian. I'm a resident of the city of Glendale. I am a member of the Armenian Bar Association's Domestic Violence Committee and the American Bar Association's Commission on Sexual and Domestic Violence. And recently I had the good fortune of being able to work with the Commission on Status of Women to put together a program to screen a documentary on domestic violence and have a panel discussion about prevention of domestic violence and support of domestic violence victims. And I feel that this agenda item supports the CSW in a way that they can expand and do more work, more meaningful work in our community to empower, to uplift, and support the women and girls. Because when half of our population does better, we all do better. And so I asked the City Council to vote yes to expand the powers and responsibilities and provide a budget for the CSW to do more meaningful work in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final call is by Lena S. Lena, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lerna, and I want to express strong support for the restoration and expansion of the Commission on the Status of Women. Historically, this commission has played a vital role in providing much-needed programs that promote the health and safety of women, but over time, its powers have been diminished and these critical programs have been lost. Among other things, I think it's important that the Commission collaborates with local nonprofits, advocacy groups to provide tangible support for women and girls in Glendale, including resources for affordable childcare, leadership training, job training. I'm confident that our city will lead the way in supporting all of its residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that is all.
Dr. Bajan, I was trying to, there is an email that came through from Assembly members Caloza and Schultz. They had asked that, their staff had reached out asking for that to be read into the record.
Okay. Let me
If you
pull
want
it
to
up.
pull that up, but in the meantime, if you hadn't, do you guys have an answer for the?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, regarding the essential functions of administrative analyst, we just had it pulled up, and in relation to grant writing, states this position researches public and private grant programs and assist in preparation of grant application, assist in negotiating and preparing contracts between the city and community service providers. So that's part of their function.
But it assists, it doesn't, so does that mean legally that they would have to have somebody else that's overseeing it?
Any supervisor within that department can sign off on it.
Okay.
Really, the hierarchy is not divided into a higher position writes it and the lower position assists in writing the grants.
And then are they allowed to, on their own, without supervisors, coordinate programs, oversee programs?
There's a whole slew of essential functions, and this is pretty general. This type of positions are generalist in the city, so I don't see why they cannot do that. It's pretty generic in nature, and we've had these positions other departments who have conducted similar functions.
Okay. Do my colleagues have questions?
I think that, was there a mention of how many department heads we have who are women in the report? Or during the presentation?
Yes.
Again, how many was that number?
There are currently 2 appointed department heads, 3 including myself.
Okay. That would be you?
That'd be me. That would be
the director of HR?
HR and the director of library.
Okay, who was just appointed. And what about Ms. Bolbolian?
Yes, we have our chief innovation officer who's part of the executive team.
But is she a
I'll make
that's a
sure.
division head, right?
really not per se division head, but for all intents and purposes, part of the executive team. We don't have a separate innovation department.
Just want to make sure that we're putting out accurate information. Okay.
Not questions, really.
Ms. Abajan, do you have the letter?
I am trying to find it. I don't see it in my emails.
Why don't we go ahead with comments, and then I can forward that to you. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to go first?
Sure.
Okay. Yes, there has been a lot of progress for women, and I can, and I've probably mentioned this before, but in my own story, I was raised by a woman, a single mother, who wanted to be a physician, and she's 92 going on 93 now, still doing well. So this was quite a while ago. But she really wanted to be a physician, and she, I guess, went around to the medical schools. And the story she tells me is that she kept being told that, you know, if we let you in, you're going to be taking a job away from a man. She persisted, and she eventually did find a school to take her. It happened to be Women's College of Pennsylvania, which was an all-women's medical school, which is now not an all-women's school. And actually, my sister went there as well. So my mother did go. She did become a physician. As she was doing this, she was raising 3 kids by herself. So I've got a tough mother. If it weren't for her persistence, I don't know what our lives would have been like. But, you know, that wouldn't happen today. So we've come a long way. I was just Googling, you know, representation in Congress, and I see 28% of the members of Congress, of this Congress, at least the House, are women. And that's up about 44% from 10 years ago. So yes, definite progress has been made, but I think we all know that there still remain huge inequities, big gaps. Regardless of what the previous speaker says, the work is not done. And in fact, I think a lot of the progress is potentially at risk. We all know, if we read the news, that misogyny is now kind of coming out of the shadows, and it's okay to say things that were not okay to say just a few years ago. And we see the attacks on diversity, equity, inclusion. So the work is not done, and there is some risk of moving backwards. So I think it behooves all of us to kind of double down here at the local level and do what we can. Now, we have the Commission on the Status of Women, and they do a report. If you haven't read the report, you should. They do a report on the status of women and girls is it every 5 years? Or is it every 3 years? Ms. Lambalot, I see you there.
It has depended.
It's dependent, okay. Well, there was a report that was done recently, a very good report, a very thorough report, and it had, as you heard before, an addendum for Armenian, looking at the status of Armenian women and girls. And not surprisingly, it found deficiencies. And the question is, what are we going to do about them? Are we going to put this report on the shelf like we often do with these kinds of things, or are we going to do something to address these deficiencies? Of course, I think all of us here are going to tell you we should be doing things, but who's going to do it? I don't think this council, with all the things that are on our plate, are really in a position to lead on this work. And I think staff is also spread really thin. I think the Commission on the Status of Women is the obvious candidate, is a treasure that we have that we can look to develop strategies to close the gaps that exist. That will not happen with a commission that only meets 4 times a year. That just doesn't work. So at the very least, I think this commission needs to meet monthly, whether that means they actually meet 12 times a year. Usually they're holidays and things, so let's say they meet 10 times a year. Whatever it is, I think that is table stakes. We need to do that in order for the work of the commission to really be meaningful. I also support restoring the authorities of the commission to do things like grants, although, I mean, there was a recent grant, but anyway, to do grant writing, to do fundraising, to run programs, and we've heard about many different types of programs that have taken place in the past: financial literacy, domestic violence awareness, ongoing things like mentorships, appearing at functions, and just having the capacity to work with other organizations around the city to do some good work. So if we do that, if they're going to meet every month and if they're going to do all these things, how is that going to happen? We need to relook at the staffing model. It doesn't work right now. Now, I am a little bit hesitant to be overly prescriptive on what that model looks like, but there's a bit of a chicken and an egg situation. We need the commission to work on a strategic plan, but we can't really do that with the resources that we have now. So we got to kind of take one step now, and so my position would be, let's put a full-time person on the commission. I don't know what level that should be. I'm going to leave that to staff. I don't want to micromanage, but there should be a full-time person, and that full-time person should work with the commission to develop a strategic plan and then come back and tell us, do they need more? Because we just have to see what the work requires. There may be more needed. I don't know what kind of funding is needed. Let's take that first step, and then let's see where we go from there. So that's where I am. I support the expanded powers. I support the monthly meeting. I support a dedicated position to make this all happen.
Thank you. Did you have that? I just don't want to forget. Okay, go ahead.
I have the letter co-signed by Assemblymember Nick Schultz and Assemblymember Jessica Colosa addressed to the mayor. Dear Mayor Asatrian and members of the City Council, we are writing to strongly urge you immediate action to restore and expand the Glendale Commission on the Status of Women. Once the leader in gender equity, the CSW's capacity has significantly diminished, with reduced programming and a cut in meetings from 12 to just 4 annually. Alarmingly, $0 from Glendale's $1.27 billion budget are allocated to programs directly supporting women and girls, a lower investment than 22 years ago. This lack of dedicated resources disproportionately impacts vulnerable populations, including Latina and Armenian women, who face high rates of poverty and unemployment. The weakening of the CSW has led to the loss of vital programs supporting women-owned businesses, financial literacy, and safety, addressing gender-based violence, economic disparities, and barriers to leadership requires dedicated resources. Restoring and expanding the CSW is not just sound policy, it's also about providing tangible support for women and girls to escape violence, achieve equal pay, and gain financial independence. When women and girls thrive, our entire community benefits through lower poverty rates, stronger families, safer communities, and increased female leadership. Therefore, we implore the City Council to restore and expand the CSW by adding 1 full-time executive administrative analyst dedicated to CSW, allocating $150,000 for immediate programming while a strategic plan is developed, increasing meetings from 4 to 12 per year for transparency and engagement, and empowering the CSW to partner with community organizations for effective support. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important request. Investing in the CSW is an investment in a more equitable and prosperous Glendale. We urge you to approve these vital measures. Sincerely, Nick Schultz, Assemblymember 44th District, and Jessica Colosa, Assemblymember 52nd District.
Madam Mayor, sorry to interrupt. I need to make one more clarification because I believe it was stated when we moved the functions of the commission from city manager's office to city clerk's office, it was a 50% position. It was a full-time position that was transferred to the city clerk's office for that purpose.
So, I mean, 50% was allocated to the CSW though, right?
That was a decision that was made in city clerk's office. City manager's office gave up a full-time position.
What were the other functions of that employee at the city manager's office?
Oh, it was legislation, it was special projects, it was film permits, whole bunch of other stuff that other staff members took on.
Okay.
Mayor Asatrian, may I address this question? When I was asked to take on the commission on the status of women, the understanding was I needed staffing at the time for my office, and the understanding was that with the city manager was that I would have a 50% admin analyst directed to the operations of the commission, and 50% of that position would be dedicated to my office's operations at the time when the need was there.
Okay, do my colleagues have questions or comments? I have plenty, but.
I have comments. I don't necessarily have a lot of questions. Other than, so in 2015, the commission was meeting on a monthly basis, and then it was reduced. What was the reasoning given by the council at that time to reduce it?
My understanding was reduced staffing and funding for the commission.
Because I recall it differently. I recall part of the concern was that there was a challenge of the amount of meetings that were happening, that there wasn't enough to fill all those meetings. And that's why it was reduced. And by the way, not that I necessarily agreed with the reduction, but it's also important to note that at the time it was reduced, there was more female representation on this dais in the form of council members than there is now. I just want to put these things in context.
Council Member Kasakian, if you like, John Tuktalian, who at the time was overseeing those functions, can speak to that question.
I'm going to hold for that. Do my colleagues have?
That's what I do remember. I thought that there was, that having the full amount of 12 meetings was superfluous, that there just wasn't that much getting done. That being said, I support expanding the role. One of the issues we had, if I remember, is they had collected a significantly large amount of money in their fundraising. They had about 160,000, if I remember, without any oversight of council. They were just spending it the way they wanted to. So that was another observation that I had. We should probably get it back up to full speed. I want to make sure, though, that we're not earmarking today, that we've got a budget process, and that we go through the budget process when we set our priorities and assign our resources. We know that our resources are slim. This afternoon, we heard from Community Development. He's got many, many positions he wants to fill. We heard from Chief Sid about 2 months ago where he wants to get the police force up to 300. And I just want to make sure we look at this as a holistic effort. I could say it's an intent. I could express an intent to have a position funded, but I need to see that all in the context of our budget. And I'm all for equity, believe me, and I want all of Glendale residents to thrive. And I said this before, don't get me on a tangent. I think men and boys have their own problems. Men are dying in their 70s, women are living to the 80s. Men are not graduating from college. Men have higher cancer, higher drug abuse, higher alcoholism. There's a lot of things that men and boys could need help with too. That's not our issue today, however. I do support the general sense of expanding the role, but I do want to see it's the funding piece I want to see fit in a discussion of our entire budget before I can commit to that additional body. Maybe there's a spot from another department that can be brought over that isn't going to cause a fiscal impact. These are things I'd like to look at. I'm just not ready to say, okay, let's do the 150,000 allocation today, plus the 75,000, plus the 35,000.
Mr. Najarian, so I think I have a place of compromise for that, if you can hear me out. How much does the commission have in its budget right now?
It's approximately $80,000.
Okay. If I remember correctly, out of the 80, the 15 is earmarked specifically for the Women's Equality Day event that was donated recently. Okay. So I'm of the mindset that, I was the person that brought this forward, recognizing how much of a need there is. I think whether it's with my colleagues or with staff, these conversations have been about all the different ways that women are impacted. And it is not a victim mentality. It is about what resources and tools we provide women to uplift them. And this implies and has ripple effects across the board. Your World Cup and your LA 2028 is coming up. I want to see and ensure that there's programming that our women-owned businesses are getting certified so they can then learn about procurement opportunities and be able to contract out for these very big events that are happening, because it's not only going to empower their business, but it's also going to generate revenue for our city, for our small businesses. We want to talk about domestic violence. Domestic violence victims, or domestic violence doesn't wait. If we're talking about safety and the number of officers we just added, let's talk about how many calls a day our officers answer to for domestic violence, right? And so looking at how we're putting these resources together. But what I don't think is needed today, I do think that there's a couple of things. One is the expansion, and my understanding was that this recommendation was made based off of the structure that was created back in 2003, which actually funded much more. What I'm looking for today, I think that the staff and the commission itself needs to go through a strategic plan that is beyond what their scope was for this last strategic plan. To look at our status of women report, but also look at our HR report. I brought this up when I was bringing this item up, which all of you supported at the time. When we're talking about even internal processes or things that we can do to move forward the needle, I think one of the examples I brought forth was, the woman that just came back from pregnancy leave that doesn't have a space at City Hall to store her milk, that prevents her from having a space that she's able to pump at. There's different ways that you can support women in different spaces to ensure that they're successful. It's not a victim mentality. It's not that, oh, poor me. It's about how we really uplift women in different spaces to make sure that at the end of the day, they're being able to thrive in their environments. And so the part-time staffer, one of my issues with the part-time staffer has been that as other things come up and needs come up, that person is pulled away. And I see it at the city manager's office time and again with other staff. When they have so many different duties that they're taking care of, their time gets split and things just get pushed out, and you keep waiting for that item to come. So my hope is that you're talking about a $36,900 adjustment, $36,900 adjustment out of a $1.27 billion budget. We are talking about $36,000 here today. For us to be able to have a full-time employee that can restructure, allow for them to have their monthly meetings, be actually able to put together a strategic plan that is not only with a discussion within the commission, but going out and coordinating and having conversations with the different nonprofits. I remember back in 2007-8, I used to be the executive director for the ANC Glendale at the time, and we worked closely with YWCA because I would get a lot of phone calls at the office, but I couldn't send anybody at the time to the YWCA because they didn't have Armenian employees. I had to walk those women through the process and hold their hand through the process. And so one of the ways that we actually moved the needle on that was bringing together the Armenian Relief Society, the ANC, Neighborhood Legal Services, YWCA, to form the Domestic Violence Task Force, which also became part of the work of the Commission on the Status of Women, to talk about what are the different barriers we have. And so I feel like all of these things need to be incorporated into a strategic plan, a plan that actually includes programming and like actual programming and how we're supporting our nonprofits and our community organizations that are doing the actual work day in and day out. While I'm not taking anything away from our Purple Tie events or our lunches celebrating, the important part is the actual meat of the work and the programming. We can celebrate and get together all we want, but if we're not putting resources to uplift our women-owned businesses, to uplift our families, and to uplift our girls. We talk about changes in Congress. Look, I take immense pride in being we all keep talking about the first Armenian woman, the first immigrant woman, all of these firsts. It's a dagger through my heart every time I say that, because in 2025, that should not be the case. It should not be the case. It's a point of pride, but it should not be the case. And what I want is a future that the young children that are sitting in that audience today, the things that you, Mr. Brotman, and I have talked about, Councilman Najarian and I have talked about, we know that we get judged through a different lens. And what I hope for is a future where the students that are sitting out there who will be our future leaders don't have to go through the same thing. And that requires a commitment and an investment. So I'm coming in here looking at a $36,900 figure, and I have a lot of questions about why this is even being questioned and being pushed out. What's more so is I brought this item up 2 years ago, and then I was told that I had to wait for the budget session. The budget session came, I brought it up during the budget session. They said, no, it has to come back with the report. The report's here, now we're talking about the budget session. When is a good time? When is a good time for $36,900?
Madam Mayor, if I may, I need to make a clarification. I understand your point, but the $36,900 differential in salary will not create a full-time position to work with the commission. I think there is a slight confusion there, because currently that request is for reallocation of an existing position. It doesn't add
Okay, so let
half-time.
me, if I may, Mr. Glanian, what I'm
just
looking
making a
for,
clarification.
what I'm looking for here is, I don't care what the position's called. Even if it, even if it was $100,000, I would be saying the same thing. Even if it was $100,000, because the number of $100,000, $200,000, $500,000 contracts we give out to communications consultants that bring back nothing. I mean, where is our investment? And so what I'm looking for here is a one full-time position of somebody that doesn't need a supervisor to sign off on everything that they're doing, that can direct programming, write grants, and get money. One of the things I heard during the staff briefing, that fundraising we keep talking about, was because the event happened and it brought in money, so the commission was actually just doing these events to fundraise for itself. Tell me what other department hosts luncheons to cover their costs? I mean,
Madam Mayor, I have to jump in. I appreciate your views on this, but to say what other departments host luncheons, I mean, we have
to fund their whole project?
We have canine units in the police department that are funded by community donations. The Police Foundation funds the canine units in our police department. A lot of departments do different things, including within libraries. Again, it doesn't necessarily make it right, but it's the realities we live in. where different departments have to do creative things. And I'm glad we have a full room today so people can hear about what are the challenges that we face when we're trying to provide the services that our community expects from us.
With all due
Now,
respect, Councilmember
Madam
Kasakian,
Mayor.
K-9 unit event is not just, we allocate the biggest budget to our public safety.
That wasn't the point I was making. You said that there's only one, what other departments have to go out and hold fundraisers for programs.
It was in,
That
it,
is-
it
that
was
is-
in its
Madam-
entirety. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilmember Kasakian.
if I may, you have been a very strong advocate of whenever there's been issues of shortfalls of funding for things that this city has to do. You've told staff, we should apply to the state for grants. Why are we not applying to the state for grants? The money's in Sacramento. All roads lead to Sacramento or Washington, D.C. I'm fine with allocating funding for a grant writer to seek funds to be able to find the money that the commission and the staff needs to do the work, important work that they need to do. But you, along with the rest of the council, sat in these chambers today to hear a community development program report of their needs that Mr. Najarian referred to. We have also committed to hiring 23 police officers that we don't know where we're going to find the funding to. If we can find out what this $36,000 will actually do, fine. I'm supportive of $36,000 and some change, by the way, to be specific. But I don't want to simply make a performative gesture to say we did something that's going to support the Women's Commission and didn't. And again, I'm fine with restoring the authority of the Commission on the Status of Women. Let's do it methodically. Let's do it carefully. And if it's worth doing right. So they meet 4 times a year. I think that's far, too less than when they should be meeting. But apparently we don't know if 12 meetings was too much. So let's ramp it up. Let's go to 6 meetings. Then we can go to 8 meetings. But there's also a cost associated with every single meeting that is added. We had right here in these chambers a landlord-tenant commission that I tried to make permanent, I tried to advocate for, and we decided that that was not important enough. Which is more important in this city? You're telling me that tenants and landlord relationships are not important when we're facing a housing crisis? We all have needs. Look, let's, again, move slowly, methodically, and I think it's important for us to be prudent with how we spend the money.
So what's your recommendation, Councilmember Kasakian?
What is the ask?
I put my ask on the table. So
what is it?
I'm asking for us to make an investment in one full-time staffer. I'm not asking for us to allocate funding. I think that's actually premature because you actually need to look at the programming and what that's going to look like. You're also going to have to look at what grant opportunities are available. All of those things also take time. So again, if this was my first time asking for this or trying to bring this up, I would say, okay, then let's wait for the budget session. But I've been at this for 2 years, and I think what frustrates me the most that every time it kind of gets kicked down to the next time is the right time. So,
Madam Mayor,
okay.
I appreciate your frustration. There are things that I've been asking for on this dais for 5 years.
And you have received my support for that, Councilmember Kasakian.
I am not making a specific reference to items you have supported or items you may not have supported.
Right.
This is a matter of us figuring out how far we can stretch our legs and how far our financial blanket will cover us. And if it's $36,000 to try and find a grant writer, which I don't know how we find that, or if we can bring on someone hourly or talk to our lobbyists or whoever else for funds that are available at the state, I'm happy to have that conversation. If there's a specific amount associated with what that will cost, I'm happy to support that as well. I'm also happy to support increasing the meetings of the Commission on the Status of Women, but I'd like to have it increased to 6 meetings or 8 meetings. I think we need to see where that takes us, whether there's enough to be done. If it's a consensus on the council to immediately go to 12, I'd support that as well, but I think we need to be very careful.
Councilmember Kasakian, how do you apply for grants when you don't have programs developed yet? Like
Madam Mayor, again, I do not want to get into a game of political ping pong, but there were programs that were in place that are no longer, correct?
There were.
Okay. So we
Okay.
can start from that.
Other entities have taken on those programs. And my recommendation was actually to look at the status of women's report to be able to identify needs that are very specific to Glendale. Go ahead.
Welcome to Glendale. Well, let me go back a few years. When I got elected in 2015, this commission was at the verge of being dismantled and canceled. This commission was going to be dealt with and put on a shelf. Also, there was a motion to transfer the $80,000 that CSW raised from the general fund to Community Foundation of Verdugo's. I was the only council member who voted against it because the commission raised those funds. Unfortunately, those funds are not spent and it's coming back, or it already has come back. This commission was being managed by city manager's office, and when all these programs were in place, we had a staff member, Christine Powers. She did a marvelous job. She did a great job. This commission was a commission to wreck with. They've done events, they've done camps, they've done summer camps, Camp Rosie. My girls, all three of them went through these programs. I have 3 girls. I always say between my mother, 2 sisters, my wife, and 3 girls, no one is more concerned about women's rights than me. No one wants to support women in the city than me. I think we need to be a little bit careful so there won't be any friction between different departments or different entities or different commissions. I think these are all great ideas. It's not a matter of $36,000. The mayor is correct. $36,000 is a drop in the bucket for our budget. But I like this program, this report, to go back to the city manager and the city clerk sit down together and see what they can do, how much money they can allocate today, how much they're going to bring in 2 months or 3 months when our budget time is, and work on the programs. I also like to have all of our commissioners to be appointed. We only have I think we have 3 more positions that need to be filled, if I'm not mistaken. I like the new commissioners to come in and bring that's why we're appointing new people, to bring their voice to the table, to come up, maybe they come out with new programs, with different programs. I want to hear from them what kind of programs they want to have. And also, there was a report done last year on status of by the commission when they were reading some of these stats in countywide, and I could see the look in the men's face in this dais. How could we have, because Armenian women were separated, they had a report separately for them. How could we have 23% to live at or below poverty line? Domestic violence, inequality in job sectors, on and on and on. And I could see the face because I was shocked by those numbers too. But most of these are, the county numbers are a lot worse than what we have in Glendale. And I want to just mention a couple of them that is part of the status of women's report. It says, and I want to say that men in Glendale are taking care of their women, let me put it that way, in a way. Glendale women are attending a higher level of education today than earlier in decade, from 39% to 50%. Glendale women also have attained higher level of education than women in the county, from 36% to 50%. The unemployment rate went down from 8.9 to 5.4% in women. Women's earnings have continued to rise from $45,000 to $61,000. County's average is $52,000. There is a gap, the pay gap, and that is 94%. Women make 94% of what men make in Glendale. And that is not right. I'm not advocating. I'm just telling you what the report said. The poverty rate of Glendale women has decreased from 17% to 14%. And these are the few of them. It's online. You can take a look at it, because I wanted to see, compare us to the county and say, why is it that there's a big difference between what Glendale does versus county. Majority of violent crimes are classified as aggravated assault. Glendale women report less physical domestic violence inflicted by an intimate partner than women in LA County. The county is like 16 to 18%, Glendale is about 10%. I am for bringing everything to equal levels. I think the city manager and city clerk need to get together and talk about issues and come up with a plan that everyone will support. And also like to say that even on political arena, our last former city manager was a woman that was appointed by or hired by 4 men on this dais. 5 supervisors in LA County, all are women. Our mayor is a woman. Our former Glendale Association of Realtors president, Carmen Arom, is here. There's so many of them. Laura Friedman.
Tokenism, Councilmember Garpetian.
What is it called?
It's called tokenism. When you can start naming every person that has held that position, that's called tokenism.
That's not my intention, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to create, I'm just pointing out some of the facts. 4 of our college board members are women. The leadership of Chameleon School is here and is a woman. Also, 4 of the GUSD members of are women. My wife was one of them. And on and on and on. I don't want to create tokenism. I support the commission and their goals and values. I think let's appoint all of them. Let's our city manager and our management team and the city clerk's office come together, build a program so the commissioners can follow that program. That's what it was always done. And let them the new commissioners bring their ideas to the table and take it from there. And then if the $36,000 is a must tonight, let's vote for it and move forward. But I think the budget is about a month or 2. We can put all of it in our budget and vote for it at that time. But I'm not ready to make a specific line item by line item decisions today. I think this is a great program. If the clerk's office is too much work for them, they are really occupied by their own work, this was transferred to them. It's not part of their purview. But if it's too much, it can come back to management's office, and they have to handle it the way that the commissioners want it. So that's where I stand.
I have a question for the chair of the commission, if that's okay. So I can see where this is landing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The budget session is coming in a couple weeks. When are we starting?
We'll start end of April.
End of April. Is that enough time for the commission to be able to make recommendations? I want this conversation to be public. I don't want, if I may, I don't want trade-offs in back rooms. I want public conversations on this topic.
Well, I think it's what Councilmember Brotman said. It's the chicken before the egg. I mean, we could continue to plan and say, well, let's name the programs. And I'm thrilled that we have new members on the commission, and I think they'll bring new blood, they'll bring new ideas, et cetera. But the fact of the matter is that with 4 meetings a year, we just can't get enough done. I mean, if we get an item on the agenda that has to be approved, it can't happen for months. Or if something comes up, we have an opportunity to come up, and it requires commission approval, we can't do it because the commission meeting has not come up yet. And I think there's a corresponding need for staff assistance if we're going to have more frequent meetings. And I think, I'm not saying we need 12 a year, but we certainly need more than 6. So I think maybe 9 a year if somebody's looking for a compromise. And my understanding, I was appointed first by Laura Friedman in 2015. I was specifically told that there were staff cutbacks There were staff layoffs, and that's why the commission could not, staff could no longer support the activities of the commission at that time, rather than it was some sort of superfluous or, and just remember too, the staffing, the members of the commission are different now than they were back then. And maybe, there were things, I think the Jewel Luncheon sounds like a quaint idea to me now. We wouldn't do that again. That's not the kind of thing we need to do now. And we have gotten grants. This last report on the status of women, we got a $25,000 grant from the state of California. So there's a lot of action and a lot more we can do and a lot more hands on the ground. But with quarterly meetings, there is just 4 times a year is not enough to address that and get out there in the community with programs that we could do more frequently. So whatever, and I certainly can't speak to the numbers, but we can't have more frequent meetings without staff support. So if the proposal is that we come up, there were a number of programs already suggested in that report. And I'm sure we'll have more ideas, but if we wait and say, let's council new commission members, let's come up with some ideas, how many months is that gonna take? Where is that gonna take us? And then do we have to figure out how much that's gonna cost? No, we need action. We need to be able to be a vital body and meet frequently, maybe not every month, but meet more frequently than we do now. And at least, even if we can't do our own fundraising, see, that's the other thing. They were able to do fundraising, and that's how we got a bank account we did. But our hands are tied right now with programming. We would love to put on workshops based on the report. That was the whole point of the report, was let's see where the deficiencies are, let's see where the needs are, and let's work from there. And by the way, the Armenian supplement to the report, first of its kind in the nation. So I think it's not always apparent what the commission is doing. We're not putting on teas, that's for sure, and we want to do a whole lot more. But we need the support of the council, we need the support of staff, and I must say Dr. Vajian's office and Dr. Arman have been fantastic, but I do know that they do get pulled off on other projects. So bottom line is, I think the place to start is to restore programming and to restore to increase again the number of meetings so that we can be a more viable body.
So does your recommendation from the last strategic plan on programming also have budget requests and budget allocation requests coming through?
I don't think there's anything specific, is there? In the strategic plan, no, the strategic plan is more general. Actually, we made it more specific than past strategic plans, which were more general. So we actually deleted an aim and we tried to make them more relevant to the community. So there was not a specific budget recommendation.
When is your next commission meeting?
Well, it was in February, but we did not have a quorum. We were 2 commissioners short. We've had 2 appointed. I think there are still 2 openings. And so our next meeting, our next regular meeting is not until May. And we're hoping to have a special meeting. We haven't even approved the minutes from last time. So we need to schedule, hopefully schedule a special meeting with the new commissioners as well. But we have not actually had a regular meeting since November.
So what I'm trying to get is some sort of programming that is recommended from the commission, as well as what your actual request is as a commission for the next budget session. Like not the first one that's coming, but as part of our budget discussions. So is that something that's doable?
Yeah, I think it's doable. I mean, we have suggestions. I think they've already been laid out in part. Okay. I mean, we would also be seeking additional partnerships with other groups. We already partner with the Y. We've partnered with other groups. But, that would be, we also need assistance to do that. We need staff assistance to do that. This time around, we now have a whole list of contacts that we didn't have before, and the attendance at our events has been really great. And so we're really excited about that. But we're on a roll. We want to do more. As far as specific programming, I mean, are you saying, are we going to do a financial workshop? Or, I mean, it depends on what we have available out there. But I think, again, to Council Member Garpetian's point, we have new people on the commission. I just don't think that, and I think I'm excited. I was talking to Ms. Arman just a few minutes ago, and we're jotting down ideas. We were discussing them. I think that's great. But if we delay restoring some powers and frequency of meetings until we get their ideas, it's just going to be a circular thing. It's going to go on and on and on. I think we need to you need to give us, please, the opportunity to explore that and see what we can do within the parameters of the commission.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, the current code as it is written, so because there's two parts to this. One is the commission duties itself, right, and what's in code. And then there's the budget allocation, which is a separate issue. So I know that there's, staff was looking for direction on, two of these items that's in front of us today. So I think one of the things that I heard during the staff briefing was that it wasn't necessarily just reducing down to 4, but the individuals that ended up being appointed to the Commission on the Status of Women also shifted gears in what was being planned on the commission level. So whereas we had some really strong women and commissioners that were leading these programs at some point with subcommittees, others that got appointed, kind of took it to, more like events and so forth, which then reduced the programming and basically the work that was initially being done, which then you would actually need 12 meetings if you're hosting luncheons and so forth.
Right, and that's especially true if there are 3 months between each meeting. I mean, we have ad hoc committees, but there's a lack of energy that happens when the meetings are spread out so far. And one of the callers referred to International Women's Day event that we had. The commission partnered with the Armenian Bar Association. We had a judge who used to be a commission member. Former council member Devine was there with another person who'd been on the commission early on. I was a moderator, and we had a deputy district attorney, we had a psychologist. So the point is, there were a lot of things done early on in the commission, not just luncheons, but human trafficking events, going and asking the community to take pledges against domestic violence, that sort of thing. More hands-on stuff that we really don't have the capacity to do right now.
Okay, so I think one of the things that I would be looking for when it comes to the powers or the scope of work, that specifically programming as it relates to issues that are identified both in the Status of Women report as well as our internal HR report when it comes to, because I see our work of our commission as twofold. One is the external facing the community and all that we're doing, but also how we're functioning as an institution and looking at, I think one of the things we talked about is just structural barriers, whether it was like looking at some of our fire stations and what upgrades they were, were needed and so forth. So I think for me, it's, bringing it back to, you can bring it back to 12 and cancel meetings because, we even as a, council do that.
Right.
I know that some commissions don't meet. I remember like during parks, we wouldn't meet, during the summer and whatnot, but it was generally like known that you have monthly meetings and some of the meetings were canceled. I think, at least where I'm at is having it back to 12 meetings, having it be something where in the code itself, it identifies that, the commission itself is required to do programming and partnerships that address those 2 reports, including but not limited to,
right,
is kind of what I'm looking for here. And then anything that gives them the opportunity to fundraise and, apply for grants and so forth. Are there other things that would be required for a change if we wanted to expand the powers?
Mayor Satrian, so the code language as it pertains to the powers and duties of the Commission on the Status of Women has not changed since 2003 when it was adopted. Those additional activities like programming, fundraising were, as noted, sort of taken on as time went on. Certainly, if the council wants to specifically call that out in the code, as it relates to programs and partnerships related to the strategic plan and whatnot, we would take that direction and make changes to the code and bring them back to you for your consideration.
And then what change would be needed for them to revert back to having a monthly calendar?
That would be another change to that particular section of the code pertaining to the Commission on the Status of Women, would change it from 4 to whatever is the council's desire. So, you can make that as part of one motion, and we'd bring that ordinance back together, presumably at the time of the other items.
Okay, and how long would that take?
We could probably bring it back pretty quickly, 6 weeks or a month.
Okay.
Anything else?
Mr. Galani?
No, I have a sidebar.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, having listened to the discussions, it's obvious that the council's unanimous in wanting to expand the functions of the commission. What I was going to recommend in order to move this forward as far as staffing is concerned, we currently have, as you know, there's an admin analyst position, albeit dedicated 50% of the time to the commission. But based on the comments that let's approach this in a phased plan, as well as input from the commissioner, give me an opportunity to work with the city clerk's office to see if council's direction is to have a full-time dedicated staff member to the commission, then we can work something out that may not have a financial impact to our budget, and perhaps we can redistribute some of the other duties of this position.
Okay, but I also don't want, that's separate then from
Right, so,
while he's drafting the...
right, this is separate. And while we go through those duties and functions, and as this person is dedicating 100% of her time to the commission, then they can generate these programs that may require additional funding that we could wrap it into the budget requests.
And, because I think one of the things that I had, that kept coming up was the, fundraising capabilities were taken away.
As was noted, due to the sort of the budget challenges that we were facing circa 2014-15, the activity with the loss of staff, both the fundraising and programming was just no longer performed by staff, and the commission took on the duty of being more of an advisory body. So nothing was in the code that was removed. It was just sort of taken away through the loss of staff availability to perform those duties for the commission.
So what I would like is for the language to include that programming, fundraising, all of these things are part of the duties of the Commission on the Status of Women, because I would also like to make sure that as, the years go by and, we have new commissioners that come in, they also recognize what is also part of their clear duties on serving on the commission and the responsibilities that come with that.
Madam Mayor, are you asking for specific programs to be memorialized?
No,
Okay.
just saying programming, fundraising, and then obviously the change. And I do want the two reports to be reflected within that.
Lost. Are we giving direction to bring a new ordinance back?
Well,
Because
we would have to,
I thought
in order for us to expand the powers, Councilmember Garpetian, we would need to
No, I
use,
understand that, but I thought the city manager and the city
That-
clerk's office they're going to work together, bring a report back, and based on that, we can
There's two
direct.
parts to this. That's the financial. They're gonna work on the financial. The expansion part is separate. So they can work out the financial part, and he can, at the same time, work on the expansion language.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there any other direction you need, Councilman Gargatian?
I would just like, as part of a motion, so that we make sure it's clear so the motion would be, I guess, essentially directing, at least one motion would be directing our office to prepare an ordinance revising the code as it pertains to the Commission on the Status of Women to address meeting frequency. And just so you know, what the code says is that the commission shall meet at least once quarterly. So one option is to just leave it at that, and then the commission can just meet more regularly. Or you can provide us direction to actually put it in the code for some specific amount of time. And then also to change or include within its duties the authority to, or the role of engaging in programming and partnerships, and then also to have the authority to engage in fundraising. And we'll obviously, we'll have to wordsmith that and provide some
The one
definition
thing
to those
that's
terms.
missing is both the external and internal. And
You mean-
programming being based off of, programming and recommendations must be based off of both the status of women in Glendale report as well as the internal HR report. So you're addressing both external and internal.
I
as
don't
a
know what that
commission.
means.
Which internal report?
So the status of women on the Commission on the Status of Women puts out a report that is on the status of women in Glendale externally. So our, poverty rate, whatever it may be, right?
Why don't you just leave it broad, Madam Mayor? Do you think that it won't get done if it's broad like that? I mean, broad, rather than referring to the internal and the external, why don't we just say to develop programs for the benefit, health, financial success?
So I'm hoping that maybe even 3 years from now, right? Perhaps some of us are not here, and there isn't a guessing on what the intention was when we were expanding, that it's clearly identified that we're both looking at external and internal
Once you're on
ways.
the internet, you're on forever.
I
I don't
know.
have an objection. It's hard to wordsmith it, though. That's
I
the
mean,
only thing.
you can,
We will certainly put that together and look at some
Okay.
other code language as well.
Okay. And then, in the meantime, I think it would be worthwhile for us to, and for the commissioners to also be engaged in exactly what it is you would need in staff support to make this worthwhile, because we can have all the words on paper, but if we don't have investment made and the right staffing, none of it is going to get done anyway.
So that's a motion. You have the language for that?
With that last
Do
part
you want to
in there,
make
too.
it, Madam Mayor? Give the gavel to someone. You
No,
make
no,
the
no,
motion. No, you have to.
No, go ahead, please.
No, I insist.
Go ahead, please. Please.
Make the
I'll
motion.
make the motion
All right.
that was previously stated regarding the duties, meeting times, and programming of the commission as stated by the city attorney earlier, as well as directing the city manager and city clerk to collaborate and determine a funding path to make, what did we say? What were we going to direct you to?
To assign a staff person, 100% full-time to the commission.
To begin
100%.
implementation, plans for the implementation of such an act.
Programs, right?
And I can second that, but I want to clarify one thing. Where did we land on the number of meetings?
I don't think we got specific direction. I was going to bring it back and the council would decide, but you want to do 12 a year?
I
or you
don't want to
do-
keep doing back and forth, Mr. Garcia, so
No, I
let's
would- I
just
would-
get clear directions.
I was going to bring back, sure, I was just going to bring
Okay.
back the code and you could make that decision, but certainly,
We're now at least 4 a year, so we can we say
I
at
would-
least 9 a year? And then, because they're holidays and stuff, you're never going to have 12, so at least 9 a year?
Can we, so the other commissions state that they have monthly meetings, correct? So Arts and Culture, Parks and Rec, so they have what they call them monthly meetings, and then what they do is cancel some of those meetings.
That's fine.
So let's just,
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
And then let's
so let's
just,
do 12.
You seconded.
Yeah, I seconded that.
Roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. All right, next item?
Can we please move the public hearing up, Madam Mayor?
The next item will be really short, actually. We anticipate it will be short.
Okay.
All right.
Next is action item A, community development regarding Verdugo Wash Master Plan, RFP consultant section. One, motion authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute a professional services agreement with Michael Van Valkenbra Associates, Inc. in the amount of $5,762,370 using grant funds for the preparation of the Verdugo Wash Master Plan.
Madam Mayor, I need to recuse myself due to an interest in real estate adjacent to the Verdugo Wash.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have to recuse myself as well due to my house being this much difference. If I were a little bit further away, I didn't have to recuse myself, but we tried, didn't work out, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are you taking, who's taking this up?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So can I ask a question? Do my colleagues need a report on this item?
Yes.
You do, okay, all right.
Yes, the report will be presented by Teresa Santilena, our principal planner in charge of long-term planning.
Thank you, Mr. Golani, and good evening, Mayor Satrian. Good evening, council members. Next, we have the consultant selection for the Verdugo Wash Master Plan. In 2022, the City Council directed staff to issue an RFP for the master plan, which would study the 9.4-mile Verdugo Wash to evaluate the feasibility of developing linear park space and active transportation corridors in future phases. Sorry, I can't advance the slides. Thank you. Okay. Should the council approve the consultant selection this evening, the contract would authorize the preparation of a master plan, an EIR, and background engineering studies. It would be fully funded by state grant funds that have already been accepted into the city's budget. The technical studies will ensure that the wash continues to provide essential flood control protection and will examine the physical, financial, and environmental viability of a linear park. All of this work will be grounded and guided by continuing extensive public outreach. It's important to note that if the consultant selection is approved tonight, it would not approve construction in any part of the wash. And because it's fully funded by grant funds, it would not authorize future expenditure of city general fund money. The master plan will ensure that any build out that is approved in the future will be done in a well thought out, coordinated, and safe manner. The master plan's objectives are to conduct significant community outreach, study opportunities for increased connectivity for multiple modes of travel, improve environmental sustainability, and identify ecological improvements, examine financial feasibility, outline preliminary operations and maintenance plans for a variety of scenarios, develop a cohesive Verdugo Wash brand identity for graphics and wayfinding, create a public art program that engages and educates community members, and establish potential partnership opportunities. The city conducted a transparent RFP process, which drew 9 proposals from renowned firms. City staff from Public Works, Community Services and Parks, and the Community Development Departments formed a selection committee. Each member of the committee independently reviewed and scored the proposals based on the consultant's understanding of the project, their creativity, experience in dealing with multiple stakeholders and governmental agencies, project management ability, expertise of the team, and a value based on a breakdown of fees. The top 5 proposing teams were invited to interview with the committee. The interviews were scored based on each consultant team's presentation, methodology and decision-making process, organization and clarity, their communication skills and consensus building ability, technical understanding of the project, and their response to follow-up questions. After the interviews, the scores were tallied, and Michael Van Valkenburg Associates was the highest-ranking team. MVVA has worked across North America planning, designing, and constructing projects that help communities build new relationships between natural systems and urban infrastructure. MVVA and their subconsultants have extensive experience in Southern California with specialists in community engagement, master planning and design, ecological and wildlife planning, engineering, and environmental review. MVVA's expertise lies in planning and implementing multi-benefit projects on challenging existing infrastructure sites. Their approach to the WASH integrates flood control, ecology, mobility, and history and culture. They presented several creative designs and demonstrated how neighborhood contexts along the WASH would guide their planning strategies. MVVA has a local Los Angeles-based office that's staffed by specialists in landscape-led design and community engagement. MVVA's impressive portfolio has direct relevance to the WASH. This includes local team experience, finding solutions to complex flood control problems, repurposing of existing infrastructure to create active transportation corridors, creative linear park planning and construction, enhancement of ecology and sustainable hydrological solutions, building creative connections to recreational open spaces, and development of cultural resources. MVVA's multifaceted approach to community engagement includes the use of physical models, sketches, and photos that allow stakeholders to envision possible designs and provide thoughtful feedback. Given this combination of skills, the selection committee did rank MVVA the highest score overall. Should the council approve the consultant selection, the next steps would be to finalize the contract so that initial data collection could get underway. Stakeholder and community engagement will begin early in the process. The master plan is anticipated to take approximately 3 years to complete, which includes the time needed for the environmental analysis. In addition to multiple outreach events and activities, there will be regular check-ins with the City Council throughout the development of the master plan. With that, staff is recommending that the council approve the motion to enter into a professional services agreement with MVVA in the amount of $5,762,370 for development of the Verdugo Wash master plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Mayor, I have a couple of questions. One is, if I may. So on this expenditure, do we have anything in the contract that we're signing with the consultant, MVVA, that they would have to report back to us and specifically give us an accounting of how the grant funds were spent? Because I will be honest with you, without that, it'll be very hard for me to support this. I think the study is important, but transparency is required for this program to be, for the public to understand what it is that we're trying to do. There's a lot of misinformation. I personally have questions about the feasibility of this project, and $5.7 million is a lot of funds, even if it's coming from the state as a grant, and we've already accepted it. So what I'd like to know is what can we do with a vote that would bring staff back along with the consultant explaining step by step where they've spent the funds?
Yes, we can build into the contract that project milestones and check-ins with the City Council would include a budgeting of where we are in the process and line it up to those proposals within their cost estimate.
And how would we do that? How can we ensure that that happens this evening?
Well, the City Attorney's Office would enter into final contract negotiations with MVVA should the council approve this consultant selection, and that would be part of the finalization of the contract before it's signed by either party.
Councilman Kosaki, I would just suggest is if at the time council's ready to move forward on this item tonight, you can make as a part of the motion a condition that milestones be built into the contract with reporting back to the council as you suggested.
Well, the total amount is for 5.7 million
Yes, and some change.
and some change. So whatever that sum change is divided by 4, I would like at least at every quarter of that funds expended for there to be a report back to council as to how those funds were spent.
Okay with that.
Okay. Have questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I have a few comments, but not much.
All right, we have cards.
Yeah.
How many cards do we have?
While we're looking for the cards to come up, one last question. If at any point we are unsatisfied with the work that the consultant or their subcontractors are doing, what is the city's recourse to be able to hit pause, perhaps shift gears, go with a different?
I mean, this is our traditional PSA. It would be a termination for convenience with 30 days. We'd only have to, at that point, pay them for whatever work they've performed to date.
Okay.
Okay. How many calls and cards?
Madam Mayor, we have 12 cards and 4 callers at the moment, and some of the cards are for individuals who are outside of the chamber, so we need a little bit of time to call them in.
Okay, so I'm going to give everyone 1 minute. I'm reducing the time given that we have a very large crowd in the audience and outside, and I want to make sure that we get through tonight. So if you can please call 3 names at a time. Dr. Bajan?
The first public comment is by Patrick Murphy. Following Patrick Murphy is Paul Rabinov and Jackie Yish. You have 1 minute.
All 3 of you have said in public and individually that you would stop this project at Brand. Mayor and Councilmember Brotman, the 2 of you said it at the Ross Moyne HOA in the spring of 2022. Councilman Kasaki, and you've told me and others on a number of occasions that you would end it at Brand. So why would you continue studies north of Brand? The parameter document with the state can be adjusted. Councilmember Brotman, during that same Ross Moyne candidate forum, you said that people up north in the Whiting Woods area didn't want it and that you were not going to shove it down anyone's throats. Will you live up to that commitment that you made prior to your election in March of 22? The scope should be limited to public outreach and a cost-benefit analysis. The firm is from Massachusetts and New York. They have no business that they've done, no projects in California. When we called them, their phone number, which is local as a sublease,
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
went to a
Thank you, Mr.
Massachusetts
Murphy.
office. You're quite welcome, Mayor.
you.
1 minute? Are you kidding me?
Next is Paul Rabinov. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Council. I had a lot of things that I would read as well, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying I am here in support not only of the motion that's before you, but also of completing the study in a way that's clear, transparent, and includes all voices so that those neighbors of mine that are in opposition to this have an opportunity to have their concerns expressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Jackie Gish. Following Dr. Jackie Gish is Mike Mohill and Ramela Inagi.
I too am in favor of this project. It's going to be fun to see what the various parts of the wash could be. I know that doesn't commit us to doing any of it, but the vision is really important to see what the total could be. Lots of cities that I've been to have great public parks that stretch for miles and miles, and it would be lovely to see a concept and then go ahead only later on with whatever makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mike Mohill. Following Mike Mohill is Ramela Inagi and Glendale Yimby.
Council members, my name is Mike Mohill. You know, the experts told us that the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire would never happen. Remember that? The experts are telling you the wash is okay for recreational use. The Verdugo Wash was made for one reason and only one reason: flood control. If there is a massive flood here in the city of Glendale, and please get washed out, who's going to take the responsibility for it? Send that $6 million back to the state of California, because they don't have the money, because they want taxes for all the illegals and their benefits. Thank you.
Next is Ramela Iragi. Following Ramela is Glendale Yimby and Melissa King. Ramela?
Can we have Glendale Yimby?
Glendale Yimby.
And then if Miss Ramela comes in, we can give her the opportunity.
Hello, City Council. The Verdugo Wash is amazing. I love this project. We should totally do this study tonight for this project. We should get more information so we can make this a really amazing project. I would love to live in a nice apartment right next to this project when it gets built. And I know it's going to get built because you're an amazing city in an amazing city council. And I respect all of you, and you're going to do the right thing and fund this because it's going to be amazing. It's going to make our city look so beautiful and awesome. And thank you for all the work you do. 37 more seconds. We have to make sure that once we build this amazing, beautiful, fantastic green space, we also upzone the areas right next to it, because everybody's going to want to live in this amazing wash once it gets built. We should make sure we upzone areas next to it to build some apartments to accommodate all the demand from the people wanting to live next to it. So just keep that in mind when you are building the project, but you should totally approve this study right now so that we can get more information, so that we can make this an amazing Riverside wash project. And I cannot wait to live adjacent to it. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next is Melissa King. Following Melissa is
I
Rick
believe Miss
Stern.
Ramela Irani. Please come on. Thank you.
Okay, following Ramela is Melissa King and Rick Stern and Cole Bazemore.
So just 1 minute? Okay, so I just ran.
Can you stop her time for 1 second?
No, it's okay. Oh, it's already 40. Okay, actually, I'd like to have this project. I'd like to have a walk alongside this, of this wash, but it's very expensive. So maybe, this. Actually, I would like to, but maybe you have to hold this project for now. Maybe, for the future. I don't know when, where, but right now we don't have this budget for this project. But I pause now, for now, with this project. But I'd like to see it carried out in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melissa King. Following Melissa is Rick Stern and Cole Bazemore. You have a minute.
Hi, I'm here today because I approve of this project and I want City Council to accept the grant funds and to approve the staff's consultant choice. It would be such a privilege to have a path like this in our city one day. Glendale has very few natural urban areas, and something like this would not only provide that, but it would also do it in a way that brings different parts of the community together. I know I would use it all the time, and I have a lot of friends who would use it too. Also, approving these funds won't cost Glendale anything today, so I see no downside to starting to do the research so we can get more details about what the scope of the project is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rick Stern. Following Rick is Cole Bazemore and Emily Tetry.
Good evening, Mayor Asatrian, Councilman Broutman, Councilman Kasakian. My name is Rick Stern. I would love to see a greenway in Glendale through which our people can walk, run, and bike. Somewhere where one can exercise or just sit and relax in an attractive, cool area away from the dangers of traffic. I urge you to vote yes to use grant funds to prepare the Verdugo Wash Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Cole Bazemore. Following Cole is Emily Tetry, Joanna Pringle, and Alec Batrosov.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for bringing this item back. Excited to be here tonight to urge you to support this project. I really highly encourage you to proceed take advantage of these funds from the state. I think this is an enormous opportunity to take advantage of what's available, been made available to us. I myself live up in North Glendale, would love to be able to take advantage of something like this to get down to South Glendale. I think it would really help connect the city, and it would add to the green space that we are already somewhat in a deficit here in Glendale. I think it would be an enormous benefit, so please encourage you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Emily Tetri. Following Emily is Joanna Pringle and Alec Badrosov.
Hi, I'm a resident of Ross Moines, and I wanted to urge you to vote yes for the taking the funds as well. I'm so excited about the potential for this project. It's the kind of project that can have just transformatively beneficial effects on our everyday lives and health. It would run by about a block from my house, and the potential of being able to bike to work and stop off at like we're pouring on the way home and meet friends and keep biking, or walk my dog, ride up to Montrose. Just the potential is so exciting, and it's something I would love to see us have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joanna Pringle.
Hi, I'm Joanna Pringle. I live in Verdugo Woodlands, and I think all the council members know that the last thing I like doing is coming to speak before you, but I'm so excited about this project, and this doesn't make a dent in the city budget, so I really urge you to go ahead and study whether it's possible. It could be such a huge benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alec Badrosov.
Good evening. I also support the study. I also support Councilmember Kasakian's suggestion that we audit quarterly. I think also to Mr. Kasakian's point, there is a lot of misinformation about this project. There's also an absence of information. And with this study, we'll be able to make an informed decision, not only as a council, but as a community, to determine what this project is, what it looks like, its cost, where it's going. We need a lot of information before we can make an informed decision, so I support the study. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of callers. The first caller is Judy Shalel. Judy, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening, Council. Judy Schlegel, 48-year resident of the city of Glendale. I don't agree on hiring an out-of-state contractor to make a decision for our city. Again, the City Council has not been transparent on the cost of the staff in association with the project over the next 34 months. The members have initially told everybody that the study and buildup was to be up until Brand Boulevard. We would like confirmation of that. Also, please don't mess with the flood control channel whatsoever that was built for the safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Judy Wolfson. Judy, you're on air. You have a minute.
Hi, this is Susan Wolfson, native Angelino and resident of Glendale for almost 18 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for a minute. I'm calling to plead with you to vote no on this agenda item. My reason is very simple. The people who live in close proximity to the project are opposed to it. This is not philosophical, or it's not based on any other allegiance. I'm pleading for a no vote on any project opposed by stakeholders who live closest to it. In light of that, why waste everyone's time and the state's money for a project that should not be implemented? My only concern is for the safety, well-being, and happiness of Glendale residents, and I hope and pray that is your concern as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Nancy Waters. Nancy, you're on air. You have a minute.
Okay, I'm Nancy Waters. I'm a resident of Glendale. I've lived in Glendale for almost 17 years now. I live on Ethel Street. The wash is located directly behind my house. I'm strongly opposed to the project. I'm worried about the ability of law enforcement to police the project. I have been to parks in Glendale with my 3 young children, ages 12, 10, and 7. And I have seen drug needles in the park. In fact, 2 years ago, one of my children picked up a drug needle at Shoal Canyon. I am concerned about the ability of law enforcement to police the wash, to keep it safe. My biggest concern is keeping my children safe, my family safe, and my home safe for years to come. I love this city, but I am strongly opposed to the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Karen Betzel. Karen, you're on air. You have a minute.
Dear Mayor and members of the Glendale City Council, I'm concerned Glendale resident of 23 years. I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed Verdugo Wash study, particularly the decision to hire an out-of-state contractor. This contractor has no prior experience working on projects like this in California, which raises serious concerns about their understanding of our region's unique environmental, infrastructure, and community needs. The proposed study is intended to evaluate environmental impact of adding a bike path to a Verdugo Wash, a channel that is designed for flood control. Many residents, including myself, are deeply concerned that such a project would compromise our safety and the functionality of this critical infrastructure. On multiple occasions, several council members have stated that they would only study up until Brand Boulevard. Glendale residents expect you to honor that commitment. Moving forward with the study beyond Brand Boulevard would go against your trust that you've built with constituents. Furthermore, it's unclear what exactly is being studied. There is no clear plan. And
Thank you, Karen. Your time is up. Our final caller, Julie Akobe, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening, City Council. I live next to the wash, and so many of my neighbors are so excited about this project and the transformative improvements it can bring to our city. A linear park in the Verdugo Wash would connect my neighborhood to Sycamore Woods to schools, parks, businesses, and greater Glendale in a way that's welcoming, beautiful, and safe for all ages. I am confident that we can build a park in a way that benefits our city as a whole and those who live close by. I'm looking forward to the additional outreach and detailing that will occur with moving forward with this study. This is an opportunity to possibly build something amazing to be enjoyed for generations. I urge the council to vote yes to use the state grant to fund the Verdugo Wash master plan for the entire length of the wash. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is all.
All right. I recognize that some of you are whispering, but there's a lot of you. And when you whisper, it's still very hard for us to hear other individuals that are speaking. So if you're in the chambers, please, if you need to speak, step out there. Thank you. All right. Questions, comments?
Maybe why don't you go?
No, the one comment I have is that a lot has been said about an out-of-state consultant. The person that's been recommended by staff, who went through a process, who was vetted, is headquartered out of state, but along with that person, they have submitted a team of different consultants, 13 in total, that are going to take on various aspects of this, including geological studies. 9 out of the 13 are all Los Angeles based, either in Los Angeles, a few of them I think in Glendale. So to say that this, sure, the primary consultant being awarded this project, which apparently according to staff has done similar in other projects in other states, notwithstanding the fact that they are headquartered in New York, they have experience in something like this, to at least give us an informed report. They are out of state, but at least 9 of the 13 are local. Just want to set that record straight. So folks I understand folks' concerns. Thank you for having those concerns, but let's operate on facts.
The only thing that I would say is I am for this study, and I do agree with Councilmember Kasakian's recommendation in making sure that we receive a report and hold those that are doing the work accountable for the money that is being spent here.
And ditto on that suggestion that we have periodic check-ins. I think that's a good idea. I want to address a few things that were stated by some of the speakers and the callers. I, for one, have never advocated stopping at Brand. I don't know where that comes from, but it's absolutely false. I have always said that we should study the entire length of the wash up to Crescenta Valley Park. What we end up building, we don't know. We'll see. It's going to be a couple years, 3, I think we hear, until we really are at the end of this process. So we'll see what we can do, and different areas of the wash will probably be treated differently. I have probably said that I believe that you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck by starting at the confluence of the LA River and working up, because that's where the wash is the widest, that's where we have the closest adjacency to dense populations. We could do the most there, but that's the most I've said. I've never said we would stop at Brand. We've had a couple comments about flood control. Just keep in mind that we are going to have to pass muster with the LA County Flood Control District and the Army Corps of Engineers, whose life work is to make sure these flood control channels function as they're supposed to. Believe me, they are not going to approve anything that is going to put the flood control function of the wash at risk. We heard from Ms. Aragi, we don't have the budget for this project. We do. It's state grants. What we eventually build down the road when this is all said and done, hey, that's going to be something that I'm sure a future council is going to have to look at state and federal funding. The important thing is when you have the designs, you have what's called a shovel-ready project, and the next time there's a financial stimulus that comes down the pike and there's money for shovel-ready projects, we're going to have something that's ready and we can go out and get those grants. But who knows? We'll see what the future holds for that. I want to be a city that thinks, I want to be part of a city that thinks big, that is ambitious, and looks for transformations that are going to support not just Glendale residents of today, but Glendale residents of 20 and 30 years from now. And that's what this is. This would be absolutely transformative in a positive way. It would bring so many benefits. Enhance property values along the wash, for sure, for all the people that are worried about it. All the evidence, if you look at the literature from all these kinds of projects, they always enhance property values for residents along these types of projects. Huge economic stimulus, improved health, better climate resiliency, especially with water infiltration that we can enable here. Supporting biodiversity, we're going to build in wildlife crossing, and we're working with the Arroyo and Foothills Conservancy on that. And an active transportation spine running up and down, connecting North and South Glendale, as well as park expansion. We're always looking for park space. It's very hard to acquire. Here we have an opportunity to create park space out of vacant land. So I get there are a lot of fears. I get there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot we all need to learn. That's why we're doing this. We're going to learn, and we're going to see what is possible. Thank you. And I'll move the item. With the consideration that Councilmember Kasakian suggested that we have check-ins, maybe you want to elaborate on exactly how you wanted to structure that?
Every $1.425 million spent. That's dividing it into 4 chunks.
I see.
Okay, I was just going to read into, I don't know, do you have a comment?
Mayor Satrian, council members, there are 3 scheduled check-ins with City Council based on the existing contract. What we could do, and since they are required to provide monthly invoices detailing what they have done and the money that was spent, we could provide those invoices to you or something to that effect in terms of a summary.
I think it would be better to combine those, aggregate them every, whatever it may be, 4 months, and have every 4 months a report. It can be an afternoon session. I just want to make sure that we have that information on record and the public knows what the money is being spent on.
That Councilmember Kasakian, these would be reports then that staff would give to you as just as an update, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
thank you.
So would you want it to just be at 25% expenditure?
25% spent. I actually would like a public presentation on it.
Okay.
We'll
We
include
can do that. Thank you.
So the timing may change. Sometimes it may be 3 months, sometimes maybe 6 months, but based on the amount of dollars spent is a better approach.
Yes. And I personally think that this project is best suited for the downtown. I've said this on the record numerous times. I'm saying it again for anyone who's questioning that. I think that we do need a connector in the downtown, and I think that there's an opportunity, especially when we see that the wash has been covered and a park has been built on it. If you just go to what used to be the Red Line or the Hilton, the area right outside of it is a green space built right over the wash. So great things are possible if we think outside the box, but The cost of this project will be determined with the feasibility of it. The ongoing costs of it will be determined by this study. So for that reason, I support it, and I second the motion.
Roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian, Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. All right, next item?
Next are hearings. A, community development regarding appeal of Planning Commission's approval of use variance case number PVAR-0018880-2023, located at 444 Lowell Avenue. One,
We can
motion
vote
to
during the
sustain
public-
the Planning Commission's decision of May 15, 2024, to approve the project with conditions. Two, motion to continue the matter directing the city attorney to draft findings reversing the Planning Commission's decision and denying the project.
All right.
Can we just got to find Councilman Garpetian, sorry.
Oh, I thought he was in the back.
Oh, he's he's coming in? Okay.
Oh, did he just?
No, but he came back that way.
Did.
He did. I handed him his phone.
Talking about you guys.
I'm opening the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, while we do that, can we, I don't know how we can determine this. I know there's a number of kids who are here, probably have homework and other things they need to get to. Is it possible to figure out how to give priority to any kids who are wishing to speak
I
at
would
some
love to
point?
do that, sure.
I don't know how we can.
An excuse not to go to school tomorrow.
There's also that, sure. But perhaps if their parents are here and if they want to indicate who they are, and maybe those kids can speak before anyone else. Thanks.
It might also be good practice for them.
Yeah.
For future council meetings.
Madam Mayor, we have 7 cards for kids.
From kids?
From kids, yeah.
Are we sure it's just 7?
That's
No
what
child
I
left
see
behind?
here. There could be more, but I see specifically 7 cards
Okay,
that are.
all right. That's,
There's more.
Mr. Garcia, legally, can I take the kids first?
You may.
All right, let's do that. We'll take the children first, and then we'll hear them. 1 minute each. What is it? No, hold, we're gonna do the children first, and then we'll do the presentation, and then we'll go back to the, okay. 1 minute.
All right, the first person is Leah Stepanyan. Following Leah is Sofia Grigorian and Aram Pilikian. You have a minute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leah Stepanyan, and I'm absolutely thrilled to stand before you today as a proud 8th grader of Shamlian Armenian School, graduating class of 2025. I'm deeply grateful for Shamlian's unwavering support, which has inspired me to pursue my passions and strive for excellence. The opportunities that Shamlian has offered me to participate in various competitions and contests have been truly pivotal in helping me shine, including mock trials and science fairs, reaching all the way to county and state level competitions. On top of this, I won the first place in the AF oratorical competition in the middle school Armenian category, an achievement that means so much to me. And none of this would have been possible without the support and encouragement I've received from Shamlian. Thanks to the nurturing environment and dedicated teachers, I've been able to discover my strengths and push myself to new heights. The lessons have also shaped me into the confident and capable individual I am today. For 8 years, my peaceful morning walk to school has been a cherished, positive start to my day. My family has been part of this neighborhood long before I started attending our school.
Thank you.
Traffic has never been an
Your
issue.
time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for doing the Pledge of Allegiance earlier.
Thank you.
Kids are going first.
Can I start?
Next is Sofia Grigorian.
City Council members, my name is Sophia Gregorians and I am proud to be a student at Shamlian Armenian School. I'm excited to be here tonight to share why Shamlian means so much to me, especially the sense of community and comfort it provides. What makes Shamlian so special is the connection we have with each other. I've been with the same classmates since I was 3 years old, growing up alongside them. We share similar stories, experiences, and that creates a deep bond to make Shamlian feel more like home. Walking through the school gates every morning brings me so much joy and comfort because I know I'm surrounded by the people who I truly care about. Another big part of my life is sports. I play club sports, and Chaumleon's ideal location allows me to balance my academics and athletic commitments. More importantly, the school allows me to support me as an athlete and a student, encouraging me to grow and push myself both on and off the court. Chaumleon isn't just a school. It's a place where I feel supported, connected, and inspired. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Aram Pilikian.
Can we fix that?
Hello, members of Glendale City Council. My name is Adam Pelikan, and I am a proud third grader at Chaumleon Armenian School. Chaumleon is the reason I'm here today. Once upon a time, long before I was born, two young students walked the halls of Chaumleon. They studied there, they grew there, and most importantly, they met there. Those students are my parents, both proud Chaumleon alumni. Since I started attending Chaumleon, my world has expanded in ways I never thought possible. It's not just a place where I learn math and science, it's where I've learned to be curious and compassionate. Chaumleon has given me endless opportunities to grow, not just as a student, but as a human being. So here I am, a little student with a big request. We hope the council members can say no to the appeal and agree with the Planning Commission's choice to give Chaumleon a forever conditional use permit. Why? Because every child deserves the chance to have their own Chaumleon story, a story of
Thank you. Next is Alexander Safiani. Following Alexander is Garo Hatspanyan and Andrew Weller.
Good evening, members of the Glendale City Council. My name is Alexander Sofiani, and I am a student. I'm a fifth grade student at our school, Chaumleon. I'm also honored to be the first place winner of our annual school-wide spelling bee. That accomplishment was not just about being an amazing speller. It was about countless hours of education, hard work, and the support that my teachers and peers encouraged me with. Chaumleon is more than just a school. It's a second home. Every morning walking through the gates, I feel a sense of belonging and pride. It's where I've made lifelong friends, where my teachers enlighten a path to success, and where I've learned respect, discipline, kindness, self-management, and other crucial life skills. Our school is not just about academics. It's about building a strong community. We learn to care for each other and make a positive impact, whether it's through fundraisers, field trips, school projects, or simply being good neighbors. And that's why this decision matters. Granting Chaumleon a perpetual conditional use permit means investing in a place that shapes the future of our Armenian community. Chaumleon continues to and will students like myself can keep growing, learning, and giving back. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Garo Hatsmanyan. Following Garo is Andrew Weller and Lana Lazarian.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Garo Hatspanyan, a 7th grader at Chaumleon Armenian School. Having lived just a couple of blocks away from Chaumleon on Altura Avenue my whole life, I see myself not just as a student, but also as a neighbor and a proud member of this community. One of the things I value most is being able to say that I attend Chaumleon. This isn't just about a sense of pride in my school's achievements. It's about the community, connections, and the positive impact our school continues to have on our neighborhood. Chaumleon's presence enriches our community, and in turn our community's support enriches the school. Walking to Chaumleon each day is one of my joys. It connects me deeper to my neighborhood and brings me closer to a place where I've learned so much more than just academics. Chaumleon teaches us the value of community, leadership, and the pursuit of excellence. We kindly ask the council members to reject the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Supporting us means investing in our community's future and
Thank you. Next is Andrew Weller. Following Andrew is Lana Lazarian.
City Council members, My name is Andrew Weller, and I'm a proud student at Chamelon Armenian School. I'm excited to be here tonight to share how much my school means to me, especially when it comes to the positive, supportive environment that makes Chamelon feel like home. What makes Chamelon special isn't just the academics, it's the way we treat each other. Every day, I am surrounded by classmates and teachers who encourage me to do my best and lift each other up. It's a place where everyone feels welcome and supported. I've also had the opportunity to participate in advanced courses, which exposed me to things I've never thought of trying and have challenged me in the best way possible. Chamelon is a place where learning is about more than just the subjects. It's about pushing ourselves and growing together. Granting Chamelon this perpetual conditional use permit will allow our school to continue building this positive and enriching environment. Your support means investing in a place where students feel happy, supported, and inspired to reach their full potential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Lana Azarian.
Good evening. My name is Lana Ghazarian, and I am a proud 7th grade student at Chamelon Armenian School. Chamelon is more than just a school. It has been shaping students into hardworking individuals for decades, with academic, athletic, and co-curricular programs that strengthen Glendale as a city. Every morning, I'm excited to learn at a place that truly feels like a second home. Through activities I have participated in, like the theater arts program, science fairs, spelling bees, and math leagues, I've learned to push my limits and build confidence in areas I never thought I could. These opportunities have led to incredible outcomes, from achieving personal goals to forming lasting friendships with students who share similar passions. Chamelon's impact goes beyond the classroom. It unites the community through cultural events that strengthen our identity. Chamelon inspires me to dream big, grow stronger, and become the best version of myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Nain Abulyan. Following Nain is Talia Bogosian and Rafi Garabedian.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nairia Bulyan, and I am a proud 4th grader at Chamelon Armenian School. Every morning when I put on my school uniform, I feel really proud and excited because I know that I am going to my happy place. It reminds me of my amazing teachers who greet me with big smiles and make me feel special every day. But it's not just the uniform. It's the whole Chamelon community that makes me feel that way. Our teachers don't just teach us, they care about us. They help us learn, grow, and try our best. I always feel safe at Chamelon because I know my teachers and friends are there to support me. And it's not just in the classroom. Our whole school works together to make things better, whether it's through fundraisers or new projects to improve our campus. When we make these improvements, it's not just good for our school, it helps make the city of Glendale better too. Every new project or upgrade helps build a stronger and brighter community.
Thank you. Next is Talia Bogosian.
Honorable Mayor Asatarian and City Council members, good evening. My name is Talia Bogosian, and I'm a proud graduate and former Student Council President of Chamelon Armenian School, class of 2024. Today, I stand before you as a 9th grade student at Rose and Alex Pilibos Armenian School, but no matter where I go, Chamelon will always be my second home. Chamelon is more than just a school. It is a community that nurtures and shapes its students into strong, capable, and proud individuals. The education I received there was extraordinary, guided by teachers who dedicate their lives to seeing us succeed. They give us every resource imaginable: college classes in middle school, mock trial, leadership clubs, and educational field trips that bring learning to life. Every experience, every lesson, every moment spent on that beautiful campus shaped who I am today. But above all, Chamelon instilled in me a deep love for my Armenian identity, so much that I never even questioned continuing my education in an Armenian high school. This school gave me purpose, confidence, and a family. I cannot imagine my life without it. Let's protect the place that has given so much.
Thank you. Next is Rafi Garabedian. Following Rafi is Ella Ghazarian.
Good evening, Mayor Asatarian and council members. My name is Rafi Garabedian, and I am a proud Chamelon graduate, class of 2024. As a second-generation graduate, Chamelon's legacy runs deep in my family. Growing up, my parents shared stories at the dinner table about their time at Chamelon. As a student, I felt like I was reliving their memories, experiencing the same traditions, values, and sense of community that shaped them. Throughout my years at Chamelon, I gained skills for academic excellence and was inspired to become a contributing citizen. But more importantly, I developed a deep connection to my Armenian culture and faith. Chamelon was my second home, a place where friendships became family and where I created lifelong memories. I hope future generations have the same opportunity to walk through Chamelon's doors and experience what I was so fortunate to have. There is no doubt that my own children will one day follow in my footsteps, continuing this family tradition. I respectfully urge the council to reject this appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our final student public commenter is Ella Hazarian.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ella Ghazarian, and I'm a high school student at Flintridge Prep and a proud Armenian resident of Glendale and a proud Chamelon alumna, class of 2021. Standing here today, I can confidently say that Chamelon prepared me both academically and socially for my time at Flintridge Prep. The strong foundation I built there allowed me to thrive in a rigorous academic environment while also pursuing my passions. Because of Chamelon, I was able to challenge myself with the demanding curriculum at Prep, excelling in numerous honors and AP courses. Beyond academics, I pushed myself in speech and debate, theater, track, and as a student ambassador. Each of these experiences shaped my ability to think critically, perform under pressure, and lead with confidence, all traits that were nurtured at Chamelon. Socially, Chamelon gave me something even more valuable, the ability to connect with others through culture and heritage. Growing up in such a diverse and culturally rich environment taught me to appreciate different backgrounds and perspectives. Many of my peers feel the same way, and we want to protect all that Chamelon had to offer us. I'm here Thank you.
Is that it?
That is all for the student.
Before we move forward, because I don't know how long they're going to be here, but I know the beginning of the meeting was tough, but I think I smiled so much in the last few minutes that my face is hurting from the smile. So I just want to say thank you to the students for coming and advocating for what you believe in. And I want to say thank you to the parents who actually brought their children to not only witness democracy in action, but also participate in it. So thank you. Incredible speakers, by the way. Also, I'm going to take this opportunity to note that we have student commission appointment seats for both students that are below college, so middle school, high school, and then for college students. So if anyone is interested in having their students serve on these commissions, please take a look at our city clerk's website and have them apply. Thanks. All right, now to the report. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, all. Good evening, Mayor Satrian and the members of the City Council. The hearing before you this evening is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a use variance to allow the continued operation of Chamelon School located at 4444 Lowell Avenue. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the project. The previous use variance for the school was approved in 2014. It expired last year. The current use variance seeks to continue the operation of the school with no changes to the operation or to the enrollment, so no increases in the enrollment. Private schools are not a permitted use in the R1 zone, which is the zoning of the subject site, thus the need for approval of a use variance. The site is located on the east side of Lowell Avenue between Foothill Boulevard and Abella Street. The site is roughly 4.5 acres in size and has approximately 330 feet of frontage on Lowell and then some cul-de-sac frontage on 2nd Avenue. The Chamelon campus itself has administrative and multi-purpose buildings, a dining hall, gym, classrooms, and surface parking. Just quickly, the site is outlined, the school campus is outlined in red on the location map. Foothill Boulevard is immediately north of the outlined school. This is kind of a site plan overhead view of the campus. Lowell Avenue is on the left portion of the slide. You can see the sort of circular driveway where you enter the school right next to Lowell. And then on the upper right-hand portion, you can see a little bit of the 2nd Avenue cul-de-sac. Real quick street view. This is on Lowell Avenue, looking southeast. You can see the on-site circular driveway as well as some of the school buildings in the background. So the Planning Commission meeting at which the use variance was discussed took place on May 15th of last year, where 4 of the 5 commission members were in attendance. There were significant public comment both for and against the project. Staff received about 60 emails prior to the public hearing. There were 40 speakers at the hearing and 15 callers. Ultimately, the Planning Commission affirmatively made the findings for the use variance and approved the project with conditions. So there are 4 required findings to approve a use variance, and I'm just going to go over them briefly and those arguments with the Planning Commission made to support the variance. So the first finding is that strict application of the provisions of the ordinance would result in practical difficulties or unnecessary hardship inconsistent with the purposes and intent of the ordinance. The Planning Commission found this finding in the affirmative, citing that the subject site is zoned R1, where private schools are not a permitted use, and thus necessitating the use variance request. The second finding is that there are exceptional circumstances or conditions applicable to the property involved or the intended use or development of the property that do not generally apply to other properties in the same zone or neighborhood. The commission noted that the subject site is unique, it's large, it's zoned single family R1, where there really were no similar uses in the surrounding area, and concluding that these facts met this variance finding. The third finding is that granting of the variance would not be materially detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the property improvements in the zone or neighborhood. The Planning Commission made this finding in the affirmative, citing that the site has been a school for over 60 years. Shamlian has occupied the location for over 40. The school employs school guards and security personnel to enhance the safety and security of the school, both drop-off and pickup, as well as the surrounding area. And then the final finding is that the granting of the variance will not be contrary to the objectives of the ordinance. The Planning Commission found that the project was unique and had particular challenges, and that not granting the variance would pose additional challenges. Just to recap the summary of the meeting, the Commission highlighted some of the proposed conditions of approval, including the enrollment cap, limitations on grades taught, and limitations on the type and timing of school events. Also mentioned was the school's suggestion of a tiered carpool system, and that a point person be provided by the school as a neighborhood contact. The commission discussed potential amended and new conditions and concluded that this tiered carpool system be adopted, that either a shuttle service or bus service be required, but not both, and that the use variance approval be made indefinite. A mid-block crossing, which would cross Lowell Avenue, was not formally required, but the school would need to work with the city and its various departments to determine whether this mid-block crossing would be feasible, would be suitable for this area.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
As we're going, may I ask questions? Are you?
Yes, I'm pro tem now. Go
What's the
ahead.
difference between a shuttle service and a bus?
Yeah, the bus service, I believe, is what the school runs from St. Mary's,
yeah.
in South Glendale to the school, and then back to St. Mary's in the afternoon. The shuttle service, I believe, is a more private sort of facility that area or students that live in Pasadena are dropped off at a certain point in Pasadena, and it shuttles them to the school and back. And I don't believe that the school, Chomley in itself, is really associated with that, whereas the bus, they are. So that's kind of the difference.
But what was added? It says it was added.
What was changed was there was a condition that used both bus and shuttle, and the Planning Commission felt that in either or was fine. The school didn't need to do both. The school needed to have some flexibility in terms of how students got to the school while still complying with the mitigation measure that requires them to limit overall trips to and from
well,
the
when the
school.
applicant comes up, I think I'll ask, because I have some questions on that.
Right.
I understand the Pasadena thing actually no longer exists, and so I'll ask them when the time comes.
All right. I was actually going to pause right here. The rest of my staff report, or the rest of my presentation is really a brief summary on the appellant's arguments and then staff's response to them. It's all contained in the staff report. I can continue, or I can just end there with questions, however you all want to do it.
Mr. Garbettian, do you have any questions now, or should we ask him to continue?
Just a quick question. The appellant's appeal is, they're appealing the use variance, or they're appealing the use variance to be permanent?
They're appealing the use variance.
Oh, they're appealing the use variance, not the timing of it.
Well, one of the
I'm just asking.
Yeah, one of the conditions is, or the absence of a condition is, it does not have an expiration date. So it's kind of folded in.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I have another.
Yes, this is question.
Yeah, just
midterm questions.
Yeah, this is just a question. This is probably more for staff. That's why I'll ask you first. I see this discussion of a mid-block crossing, and so I've come to learn that there is a place to cross just south of the campus, and this idea here is that we would move that. There would be a safe place to cross the street, kind of more level with the campus. It's kind of, my question is like, what is the purpose of this? Because we don't have drop-off on the southbound side. So why do we want a crossing? If you could just kind of get into a little bit, what was the thinking behind this?
Well, I think the thinking was, I mean, there are a number of kids that get dropped off on the west side of Lowell, or that use the various parking lots on the west side of Lowell to, the mid-block crossing was to sort of ease their crossing between the west and the east side of the street to get to school. It was also, I think, to, currently most of the lineup is coming from south of the school on Lowell. If you have a mid-block crossing, it may sort of encourage more people to drop off on the north side or drop off on the west side so that there's a safe crossing, like adjacent to the school, to sort of even out the parking.
Okay, and this is just something that we're saying we're going to discuss with them. We're going to look into the feasibility of this. Is that the idea here?
Yeah, actually, this The idea was brought up at the Planning Commission meeting as a potential to alleviate some traffic issues. The Planning Commission did not outright require that one be implemented, but they did require the school to work with the Public Works Department, to work with Building and Safety, to work with the various departments to see whether such mid-block crossing is feasible, is suitable, would maybe alleviate some concerns. So
Okay.
that's what was required.
Okay. So, I mean, for what it's worth, because I know we have the Director of Public Works here, I mean, it seems to make sense to me that we do this, but if we do this, we should also maybe stripe that southbound lane so that we can have an area for cars to stop there safely, let people off to cross, and perhaps just put parking. I don't know why there's no parking on that southbound lane. I think if there's room for it and you stripe it, you can have an area that's dedicated for drop-off for certain hours of the day. You can only stay there for, 5 minutes or whatever it is, what we do at other schools, right? But that other times, there's an opportunity to park on that side of the street, would provide a lot more parking to the neighborhood. It would also be a nice street traffic calming measure to put in that stripe and kind of create a like little visual narrowing of the southbound lane. You'd probably reduce speeding on that at all times of the day. So I would just like to put that out to the Director of Public Works as something to consider, because I think it might make sense.
Of course, Councilmember Brotman, I will say that staff has met with their consulting traffic engineer and have discussed some design concept, but that nothing formally has been submitted. But obviously, we'll take your comments under consideration.
That's now you're back. So.
Do you have more?
Would you like me to continue?
Do you have more? You have
I
more.
do.
You have more, yes. Go ahead.
All right. Oops. Let's. Oh. No, the slide isn't. It is not. There we go. Thank you. Oh, it went 2 slides. That's okay. So that's great. Thank you. So an appeal was filed to the Planning Commission's approval of the variance. The appellant believes that the commission violated specific provisions of the law and that findings regarding not being detrimental to the public welfare cannot be made. The appellant also contends that the commission refused to hear or consider certain facts before rendering their decision. And these facts included that the school is private with different traffic-related impacts, that it violated certain conditions of the 2014 approval, and also noise concerns. The appellant states that they have new evidence that will change the approval decision. And this new information includes Shamlin's association with the church property across Lowell Avenue and comparable enrollment of nearby public schools. And then finally, the appellant provided additional information related to the appeal, including the desire to study the cumulative effects of current and future conditions in the surrounding area. Can you do this slide? Thanks. So this is a very brief summary of staff's responses. The staff report really does include a much more complete discussion. So with regard to staff's responses to the appellant's arguments, as I mentioned previously, a school has operated on that site for 60 years. Shamlin has operated at 4444 Lowell for just over 40. A significant amount of time and resources of money have been invested in the school. The present variance application is really for a renewal. The previous use variance expired last year. The current use variance is not proposing to change anything. Enrollment is still 700 or less. There's no operational changes in the school proposed. The school proposes, or the school employs, a number of guards and security personnel to assist with pickup and drop-off operations. And again, this was cited by the Planning Commission as one reason why the school is not detrimental to the surrounding community. In the staff report and in the appeal application, there were flooding issues mentioned. It staff's thought that this issue has been resolved. The school has done work on the storm drainage and the burning system. Ongoing maintenance of these two facilities will be needed, and this is a condition of approval. So flooding issues for those houses on Abella should not occur. Got it, thanks. So the Western Prelacy of the Armenian Apostolic Church of America owns both the subject site, the school site at 4444 Lowell, Shamlin School, as well as the site on the western side of Lowell Avenue mentioned in the appeal application. The ownership of the property really is not pertinent to the present use variance. As mentioned in the staff report, the portion of the site on the west side of Lowell Avenue is zoned R1, and preschools are not a permitted use in this zone, and neither are new use variances permitted in the R1 zone. No application for development has been submitted to the city regarding preschool on this site. And then also mentioned in the staff report, part of the parcel is actually in the city of LA, and the city of Glendale has not received any correspondence from Los Angeles regarding proposals to develop that part of the site in Los Angeles. Let me go back. Okay. Conditional use permit findings mentioned in the appeal application are not pertinent to the present application. The continued operation of Shamlin School requires just a use variance application and not a conditional use permit application. So that's why the report reviews variance findings, and it doesn't mention conditional use permit findings. Staff spoke with representatives of various public schools in the area, in basically the La Crescenta area, to determine enrollment and transportation characteristics of those schools. While these schools did not formally track how kids came and went to school, anecdotally, the school personnel I spoke with noted that the majority of students arrive to and depart from the school via car, unless they are very, very close to the campus. So, given that information, and it is anecdotal, it appears that public schools largely mimic the traffic impacts of Shamlin, although, as was noted in the staff report, the public schools surveyed, aside from one, had smaller enrollment figures. There was one public school that was slightly larger than enrollment at Shamlin. The Planning Commission was aware that the school was in violation of several of the conditions of the 2014 variance. This was stated in their staff report. These conditions included offering transitional kindergarten, reduced carpool incentives, variations in school start and end times, and then providing fee-based shuttle service. Conditions of approval were amended in the current one that you're looking at now, use variance to allow transitional kindergarten to be taught at Shamlin, bolster financial or carpool financial incentives, permit the school flexibility in start and end times, and the maintenance of either a shuttle or a bus service. The appellant cited noise complaints from residents related to the school's afternoon pickup. The pickup procedures use a speaker to call the students' names when their parents arrive at the circular driveway, and that's sort of the normal way the school has handled pickup for a number of years. The appellant statement really, in the appeal application, was pretty general, and it didn't document, or substantiate the concerns other than the speaker system is loud. So over the years, staff has fielded occasional complaints from residents regarding quality of life issues. So a new condition in the present use variance, the 2024 use variance, requires the school to designate an employee point person for residents to contact when there are concerns arise. And to disseminate this information, the school is required to send a letter to property owners and occupants within 500 feet of the school, letting them know the contact person and how to contact that person. The appellant requested that cumulative effects of current and future conditions on Lowell Avenue be reviewed. Aside from the intersection of this street with Foothill Boulevard, Lowell Avenue is zoned for single-family use, R1. At the intersection of Foothill and Lowell, approximately, at 3950 Foothill Boulevard, a density bonus project was approved in 2020 and is currently in plan check. So there'll be some commercial, there'll be some higher density uses sort of at that intersection of Foothill and Lowell. But aside from that, the rest of the area is zoned single family. I will say that north of Foothill Boulevard on the west side of Lowell, that area is in the city of Los Angeles, so we don't have control over that. But given the predominant current zoning of the properties in the area adjacent to Lowell, it's really not anticipated that significant development will occur, aside from that intersection. So that pretty much concludes my presentation. Staff's recommendation is City Council sustain the Planning Commission's approval of the use variance with the conditions.
I have a question for staff.
Sure.
What are some processes that the school has to go through every time they're going through this process of applying for a new one?
Okay. The process before you tonight was required because 10 years ago, the use variance that they requested had an expiration date of 10 years.
Okay, so is it every 10 years?
Well, the current proposal, as the Planning Commission approved.
I know what the proposal's in front of me. I'm asking if this didn't go through.
If what didn't go through?
If we didn't give them a permanent use variance, how often would they have to come back?
Well, that would depend on the condition of approval. As proposed to the Planning Commission, it was 10 years. And Planning Commission said no.
Okay. And what I'm asking is, what does that process include? When every 5 years, or if it was going to be every 10 years, I'm trying to understand the burdens that are placed on the school, on the community. Can you walk me through that process?
Sure. a use variance would need to be approved every 10 years by the school. It would require use variances at this point get approved by the planning commission. So an application is submitted to the planning department. It requires a number of, different material.
What kind of material?
Site planning, public noticing requirements, findings to be made in terms of the applicant provides their sort of draft findings of why their requested use variance should be approved. Standard forms in terms of campaign finance, conflict of interest, those sorts of forms. Once that application is deemed complete, meaning the information is there, it looks accurate, et cetera, staff writes a staff report. Prior to the staff report, we get input from Public Works, Building and Safety, other divisions that may have concerns or no concerns regarding what they're requesting to do. Once that staff report is written, our public hearing requirements require us to notice property owners and occupants within 500 feet of the property. Those notices go out, notifying them of the planning commission meeting. The planning commission meeting occurs. I make a presentation. The planning commission discusses the application and then makes a determination. There is a 15-day appeal period.
How long does that process usually take?
Depends. It can take a while.
It's not an answer. What's the range?
I would say a minimum of 4 months.
Up to
a year.
Okay. All right.
Copy?
Do my colleagues have any questions for staff, or do we want to?
I have one question. I'm just curious. So this campus was built in 1960, I'm assuming by the school district. Was it Glendale Unified School District at the time?
GUSD.
Okay. And the reason for it transitioning to the private school was what? Do we know?
I think it was enrollment down, and they closed the campus.
Got it. And any idea what a former public school campus could be utilized for, or what the other purpose uses are? And the only other campus I know of is the one across the old Pacific Edison campus, which is still used for school administrative offices. But do you know of any, in your professional experience as a planning person?
I mean, the site is zoned R1. R1 is pretty restrictive in terms of what you can do. I would say the only other thing that could be done fairly easily is subdivide the land and develop single-family houses.
But that would include raising all of the structures to the ground and starting from scratch? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Question?
Yeah, I have maybe a couple. So, so I understand the conditions for this variance, apart from the issue that it's in perpetuity, but the conditions are only those four that, maybe it's, oh, sorry, I'm reaching over here. I just want to clarify what has changed. So it's only, let me go back to where that page was. Maybe you could pull it up.
Let's see.
Oh, okay. It's 8, number 8.
Okay.
So the only changes from 2014 are the tiered carpool system, which is actually adding to the incentive that was provided in the past. Is that right?
Basically, it's increasing the financial
Increasing the
incentive
financial incentive.
for Shamlian students who carpool.
Right. And so we've set that at a number.
We have.
Okay.
Two students, it was 75, three students, 100.
Just curious why we do that. I mean, 20 years from now, that number's, there's such a thing as inflation, right? What?
That's very true.
We just set a number?
No, I think the Planning Commission, this was something that was discussed back and forth. The school may have made a suggestion. I think previously it was set at $50.
Okay.
But,
I mean, it's
yeah.
good. I'm okay with it. It just seems weird to me that you would set a fixed number for something that's in perpetuity. But okay, we'll set that aside for a
Right,
second.
well, at the time, actually, it wasn't in
Okay, yeah,
perpetuity.
Yeah. And then there's this thing about it can be a shuttle service or a bus, okay. And then the mid-block crossing is just not really a condition. It's just like, we're going to discuss it.
It's a consideration.
Correct. It requires them to discuss it.
So really nothing else. Now, I know that in the 2014 variance, and I don't know if this was a condition or if this was a mitigation measure, there was this whole thing about, you're going to go from 500, 700 students, but you're going to not have more car trips, right? So now, is that here? Where is that? Is that still?
It is in the mitigation monitoring program, which the school needs to comply with.
Okay, the school needs to comply. So it's not specifically a condition, but it is a condition, because it's basically the condition is they need to comply.
Right.
With that. Okay, so I'll probably bring that up later on something else, but, okay, I get that. The other question I have is this comment that, about some of the conditions, some violations of the 2014 variance conditions. Can you go in, like, what were the violations?
Sure.
And is there a plan to, and maybe that's already in here, but what is the plan to address those?
Well, I think that part of the question is probably better directed to the school and the
Okay, well, maybe you could tell us from
but
your
I
point
can-
of view
Yeah.
what violations you're aware of.
Yeah. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. The 2014 staff report limited grades taught at Shamlian from kindergarten to 8th grade.
I'm sorry, say that again.
One of the conditions of the 2014 staff report limited grades taught at Shamlian from kindergarten to 8th grade.
Okay.
They have since incorporated transitional kindergarten, which is kind of a new thing that really wasn't around in 2014. As a staff person, I'm not concerned about that, as long as the cap, the number of students isn't
Right. Okay.
increasing. So
Well, we're taking care of that now because we're saying TK is all right,
Correct.
as long as you stay within the 700.
Correct, but
Okay.
that was one thing that they were
Okay,
violating.
Okay.
They were offering carpool incentives for $40 instead of $50.
Okay.
Previously, in the 2014 variance, the start and end times of various grades were very prescriptive. Like kindergarten through second needed to start at 8:05.
Right.
And they needed to end at 2:25, and I'm just pulling numbers out. Those numbers over the years, or those start and end times over the years, sort of deviated.
Okay.
And
But
again,
we're fixing that too, because we're just.
correct.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
just being more flexible while
Okay.
still saying, you must start a half an hour.
Okay.
And then finally, the shuttle/bus services were supposed to be included in tuition. They were supposed to be free, and there is an additional fee for that.
But not anymore. Well, I can ask when they come up. My understanding is there is no fee, but let's.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
And those were the four that I found. There is some concern that Second Avenue access, they're not complying with that. I didn't find that in going out to the site, but,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so.
But
all
those
right.
are the 4 things I identified.
That helps a lot. And then, one thing on variances, so, we're talking about a variance that's 10 years or a variance that's indefinite. But with a variance, what are our rights to revoke it, to require additional conditions? Can you talk about that?
Sure. There's a revocation process, which, ultimately, when the Planning Commission discussed this, they weighed in that the city has this revocation process. We don't need the school to have a time limit on this variance. If the school is behaving badly, if the school is not complying with the conditions, then we can start the revocation process. And then additionally, I should mention as a little nuance, say for instance, Chamelin wants to expand to 1,000 students, let's say. That is really not within the confines of this use variance, and so that would require another use variance. Sure. But if the school continues operating as it presently is operating, with under 700 or with 700 or under enrollment, complying with the conditions, they can operate forever without having to come back.
Okay. So, okay, I get that. And my last question, sorry, I'm getting into the weeds here, but this whole thing with the bus and the bus being free, the bus being included in tuition, okay. Is there flexibility, or could we build in flexibility that, maybe they can charge a nominal amount for that in order to be able to fund an expansion of it? Like they have a bus service, right? I understand they carry around 70 students, around 10% of their population use the bus, right? I think we would all be happy if that were 20%, right? It would be good for everybody, right? If there are fewer cars showing up. I don't think on either side anybody would say that's a bad thing. But we have now put them in a position where we're requiring that it's in tuition. And so we're saying if you want to add bus service, well, it's going to cost you a number that probably they can't absorb. So it seems like it would be in our interest to give some flexibility to say, hey, if you can expand the bus service, perhaps, and you charge a little bit, that might be like an okay thing. To me, that seems like an okay thing. Really ultimately what I think we want is more people taking the bus. I don't want to be rigid with, it's got to be part of tuition. So I don't know if that's something we can tweak, but I do want flexibility there, because ultimately I think what we want to do is we want to get more kids riding the bus. Somehow. I don't know what that way is. So
Sure.
Anyway, those are things I would like us to consider as we get closer to like wrapping this up like that. And then this whole thing about the carpool thing, I think like every 5 years there should be some inflation adjustment. I don't want it formulaic on like the CPI number, so it's like they're getting, it's like $75.21. Like, let's round it, let's not be dumb. But there should be some like.
So that the carpool incentive is meaningful.
It's meaningful, yeah.
Okay.
That's it, sorry.
All right. Any other questions for staff? All right.
So I know both the appellant as well as the applicant have presentations, PowerPoint presentations.
We're taking the appellant first, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who is the appellant?
Hello, and am I limited to a certain amount of time?
How much do you need?
Is it going to be equal for both sides?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so how much time is the school wanting for their presentation?
No, that's not how this works, sir.
Well, then, so if I say 8, they get 8?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll do 8 minutes. How about that? And we'll start with
I'll
the
give you 8 minutes,
slideshow.
sir.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm the one that.
Yeah.
decides. Yeah, you
Perfect.
don't take.
Thank you
okay.
so much, Madam
All
Mayor.
right.
And first, I think we all wanted to applaud the children who presented, because that was fantastic. The kids were wonderful. Yeah, so I think they deserve a round of applause. And to be clear, we don't want the school to go away. That is not what our appeal is about. We want the school to stay. We would like to reach a compromise with the school on how we can build a wonderful community together. And so far, we as community members have felt shunned and blocked out of any sort of community build. So I'm going to show you a few slides here that exhibit the traffic and safety issues that we've met. So this is a map, and I've pointed out, just highlighted the two kind of pinpoints. There's the Shamlian School, and just across is the preschool that this entity has purchased that owns both properties. And we live on Community Avenue, just south of them. All right, next slide. Thank you. So this is on our street. This was in between, this was right around the time of the 2024 use variance. This was the traffic that we were experiencing on our street. And you can tell the street is fairly narrow. There's not a lot of room for any oncoming traffic, let alone 2 lanes, which was a safety concern. We have elderly neighbors, some of whom had strokes and needed fire trucks, ambulances, and it's a miracle that it didn't happen during school pickup or drop-off time. All right, next one. So this is down at the corner of Lowell and Community. You can tell it's bedlam. It's absolute bedlam. All right, next slide. This is some property damage that was done to a neighbor's car from some of the pickup cars from the Shamlian line. This is near the corner, and the corner is very strange because it goes Community on the left-hand side to 4th on the right-hand side toward Boston. North is Abella, south is Altura. But that's the intersection that we are in. You can tell there are cars parked almost all the way through that intersection, blocking traffic, going up Abella. All right, next slide. Technical difficulties. All right, so these are blocked driveways that happen consistently. This is on Abella, but you can talk to the neighbors on Lowell and now on Boston. It is pervasive and every day. All right, and this is, cars parked in the red zone, that's fine. This is on Lowell, so this is during school pickup time. You can tell that and it might not be clear because this is a photo, but there's a black SUV that is double parked on the northbound side of Lowell and forcing cars to go into the southbound lane to pass them. The traffic line on Lowell now stretches all the way down onto the 210 on-ramp and onto the 210. I believe this is a short video that illustrates some of the traffic issues. And if it doesn't play, we can go to the next one.
Doesn't look like a video. Oh, yeah, there we go.
But these are all cars that are parked, waiting to pick up their kids. There's very little room for oncoming or two-way traffic. And then one of the parents gets sick of waiting in line and decides to try to jump the line. And then you'll see they pull up closer to the intersection and then they stop and can't get back in the line and now have blocked traffic down at that far end of the street. All right, that's it. Next video.
Sir,
Yeah.
as you continue your presentation, I'm going to ask you to not make assumptions about what someone was thinking when they were doing something, just to speak to the facts.
Sure. Well, you saw the car pull out of the
I recognize
line.
that, but you can't assume
Okay.
that someone got sick of something and.
Sure, fair enough.
Please, thank you.
All right, I think this is the same video. All right, now this is some dash cam footage. So play this. This is now currently what is experienced on Boston. The school has made some changes, which has been great for Community Avenue, but they have now pushed all of the traffic onto Lowell and onto Boston on the opposite side, which leads to this potential violation of the 2nd Avenue gate.
Great timing.
So, and this is a pretty tame as far as the traffic on Boston goes, but you can tell it's pretty bad. Arguably very unsafe. All right, I think that's it for that video. So this is evidence that both properties on either side of Lowell are owned by the same entity, which Shamlian denied at the Planning Commission hearing in 2024. And then you can go to the next slide. This is from the Armenian Church advertising that Shamlian is now expanding with the purchase of this property across Lowell, and that they plan to implement a preschool, which I understand currently has a very extensive waiting list. All right, next slide. And this is from the Shamlian School's website, advertising this very same preschool that is now across the street. Our concern as a community is that there is no enforcement when the school violates the variances, the conditions of the variance. And we're concerned and are appealing the variance in perpetuity. There was an article published in 1991 that outlined, at that time, non-compliance with some of the variance conditions at that time. So we're worried that with an in perpetuity variance, they will operate as they wish, which will be at the detriment of our community. We would like busing. Busing was a big problem. They did not bus what was required, which was 200 students. They do not bus now the requisite 200 students. So what is our recourse? And I think as a community, we would like for 100% busing. It seems the only way to truly enforce that busing happens at Shamlian.
Thank you. I know you all are whispering, but please don't. Thank you.
Was that
That's
everything
it.
you needed?
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Do my colleagues have any questions for him? Or you want me to take the school first? Okay. Who is representing the school?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, the City Council, and City staff. My name is Rodney Kahn, and my offices are located here in the city of Glendale. The Shamlian Armenian School is an excellent educational institution in our city. It is a place for our children to receive a quality private education, and you've already met some of our students, great students.
This is very distracting. We're trying to get I know, but just, can you stop his clock and until... We're good? All right. Mr. Khan?
Yep, perfect. So I'll continue. I was just speaking about the great students that you've already met. Our request is to allow the Planning Commission's approval to stand. These are your appointed commissioners. They specialize in land use issues. They heard testimony, both in support and in opposition, and they came to the conclusion unanimously that they supported the variance and the school can continue as is. This is a renewal. We are not asking for any additional items. It's the same number of children, the same hours of operation, the same buildings on the campus as it has been for the past 10 years since our last approval. I think it's important to acknowledge that it is difficult to live near a school, public or private school. At pickup and drop-off times, it does get challenging, whether it's a public school or a private school. You could have majority of the parents that follow the rules, the instructions, the directions, 99% of them. The 1% that causes the difficulties. And at Shamlian, they are spoken to. Is there room for improvement? Yes. There is always room for improvement. We will illustrate how extensive going above and beyond Shamlian School does and will do to continue to improve. I'm going to be real brief, but I also want to acknowledge that there are a number of parents, children, and community members, many here with us and about 150 downstairs. And what I would ask them, and we've asked them to limit their speech and many of them not to speak, but I at least want them to at least stand up, show your support for Shamlian. If you could do that now, that way you can see that they've come out to support the school and deny the appeal. You can sit down. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to our principal to continue the presentation.
Honorable Mayor Asadrian, esteemed members of the Glendale City Council, respected neighbors, and dedicated Shalmian community, my name is Talin Kargadorian, and I'm the honored to serve as the head of school at Shalmian. But beyond that, I'm a proud product of Glendale, born and raised in this city, educated here, and now raising the next generation of students. Glendale is my home. It is a city where I walked to school as a child, where my family built a life, and where I've dedicated my career to shaping young minds. I attended Shamlian as a child, and it was more than just a school to me. It was my second home. My childhood home was on Lowell, just a couple of blocks away at the intersection of Altura. I have vivid memories of my sister and I walking to school every day. I like to share a quick story. I'll never forget one particular morning when the 1987 earthquake struck, when we were home alone. Without hesitation, we immediately went to the safest place we knew, Shamlian. I remember sitting in the big yard on the floor as we practiced during our emergency drills. The adults were busy dealing with the situation, but I remember feeling safe and comforted. For nearly 50 years, Shamlian has been a safe haven for children, a place where families know their children are nurtured, protected, and educated with the highest standards. Our school was founded to preserve heritage, instill values, and provide an exceptional education, and today we remain committed to these principles. At the heart of our mission is the belief that excellence must be reflected in every aspect of our institution, and that includes our relationship with our neighbors. We take our responsibility as good neighbors seriously, working diligently to minimize traffic, ensure safety, and foster a harmonious community. The safety of our students and families and neighbors is our top priority, and that is why we have made significant investments to ensure that our operations are as safe and efficient as possible. We spend $50,000 a month on traffic management, employing 7 security and crossing guard. In addition to that, we have 19 faculty, staff, and administrators and parent volunteers who actively facilitate drop-off and pickup every single day. We also provide a free school bus program operating at full capacity with 2 stops to encourage greater participation. So that's $500,000, $500,000 for safety and traffic mitigation. We go above and beyond our variance requirements, investing in these guards, in faculty participation, and infrastructure to support both traffic control and, more importantly, safety and expediency, all funded by the school. And we go above that as well, and the additional list of initiatives that we carry out to support our drop-off and pickup. Our entire staff, including me, we stand at the gate, we call names, we all take shifts, we are part of the process. We've invested $20,000 to install campus-wide speakers inside and outside of the classrooms so we can minimize noise and make it a smoother process. We've limited on-campus events to reduce neighborhood congestion. We've introduced a carpool incentive program as decided during the Planning Commission. We've actively followed up with parents who do not adhere to school traffic policies and enforce those consequences, which may include loss of enrollment. We've added parent volunteers to our team to further engage the parents to make them part of the process. And as we discussed, we listen to our neighbors. We have the email address neighbors@shalmian.org with 2 staff members who are required to reply to those emails with a quick turnaround. All these initiatives require our time and resources to be great neighbors while upholding the safety of our students. We love Glendale, we respect Glendale, and we want to be great neighbors. And our ask is simple. The Planning Commission's decision was fair, just, and reasonable, and I respectfully ask you to uphold their decision. And I also want to take a moment to express my gratitude and respect to all of the members of the City Council. Thank you very much. Yeah, 42.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, I have 41 seconds, but unfortunately, we didn't prepare to have a very short presentation. I think a lot of the questions relate to traffic. If you can allow me to spend time, I will be happy to do that because I think it will address some of the issues that have been brought up.
Mr. Garcia, am I allowed to?
You'd have to give the, obviously, the appellant additional time based on whatever additional time you give the applicant.
How long do you need?
I was planning for about 5 minutes, if that's okay.
I'll give you 3.
Okay.
You can have additional 3.
Roger, you help me? Yeah, just do. Okay, I think the location of the school is very obvious. This is very important to show that, as was mentioned, the school has dedicated 7 professional security staff. These are professionals, they all went west, and they're located in front of the school. They're located at the Bella as a crossing guard. They're also located at the 2nd Street. So one of the issues you have with Chaminade, with any other public school, is that you have limited access. All the schools in Glendale have one driveway, one side of the street that everybody has to come in, drop off their kids, and pick up and they're all in residential neighborhood. Next slide, please. So the school has a circular driveway, 2 lanes come in. They have security staff standing there, guiding traffic during the morning drop-off. Next. This is the exit. As they exit, they make a right turn. They go up north to Foothill Boulevard. There's a designated bus stop area. The bus stop was discussed. There's about 70 passengers that are using the bus. In the morning, they go to Armenian Church on Central. They get picked up. They stop another church at Mountain, and then gets dropped off at the school. Next, please. I would say if you can skip a couple of these slides. These are only just showing, yes, it's true. There's only way to get to the school is to line up on Lowell, going northbound, and line up on Lowell. Yes, occasionally you're blocking the driveway of a residence. If there's a residence coming out, 90% of the time there are no residents there that are being blocked. But if a residence is pulling out, parents are conscientious and they stop and allow the car to leave. Next, please. And this is, continue please through the slide so I can save some time. There is drop-offs on both sides of the street. And I think if you can go faster to the slide, which is, this is the drop-off. Parents, teachers are standing there helping the students to get in the car or get off the car quickly so they can leave, so that you can move that queue. It's about 45 minutes in the morning, about an hour in the afternoon where all this activity is happening. If you can go up to the mid-block location, because that was brought up. Okay, this is the Bella crossing where city spent some funds in order to put in a mid-block crosswalk, and there is a crossing guard at this location. Please, next one. This is the bus route. I think it was already explained, pretty self-explanatory. I can expand on it if you wish. Essentially, I've worked in the city of Glendale for more than 25 years. This school provides the best transportation in terms of a combination of professional security people, staff. They do the majority of drop-off and pickup. Or sorry. Okay, sorry. This is this potential, we've talked with Public Works Traffic Engineering staff, in order to have a mid-block crosswalk. Think about it this way. A lot of the parents who live north of Foothill Boulevard, right now, they have to go southbound at Altura and some of the other streets. City had to restrict all U-turns because you're making a three-point turn in the middle of Lowell, there's traffic there. So by putting in a crosswalk on the middle and allowing about 12 to 14 parking spaces could be on the west side, the lane is wide enough, same time where you have on the east side of Lowell going northbound, you can park a car and there's cars can go by. Right now it's happening today. This receptor is 20 feet on the northbound side, 20 feet on the southbound side. You can still create a drop-off zone or a parking area where parents can drop off their kids and then they can cross in the middle. City staff said if we're going to do that and the crossing guard moves to the middle, we will probably remove the other crosswalk which is there. As you mentioned, Councilman Broadman, it is also somewhat of a traffic calming because once you have parking on both sides, the street narrows down, traffic is going to be slowing down. This helps from parents, instead of going on to Boston, going on to Abella, going to community, if they're north of the freeway, north of Foothill Boulevard, they can come in, they can drop off the kids on that side, they can walk the kids across, or in the afternoon when they're actually going to pick up their kids, they can go inside, pick up the kids, and cross in the middle. It's a safer operation than what it is today. Right now, parents do that, parking in a no parking zone, which we're recommending that be removed and mid-block crosswalk be installed. Also, you have parents that park at the Albertson to the north in the market, but they do cross at the intersection of Foothill and Lowell. It's signalized. It does provide a safer crossing, but they have the choice of either crossing at the Foothill Lowell if they're parked at Albertson, or they can walk down to the mid-block crosswalk at this location. Again, this is a concept. It has to be engineered with Public Works Department, staff engineer, but it is a recommendation, a consideration that you can make. Last thing I wanted to make sure, Lowell Avenue carries about 13,600 cars a day. The school, if you add up all the pickup and drop on a daily basis, it only generates 6% of that. That's about 900 cars a day. So that's the order of magnitude you're looking at. 13,600 cars a day that go up and down Lowell from Foothill Boulevard to the 210 freeway. It's all residential, commercial to the north and the south, whereas the school is only creating 6% of that traffic. From 2014 to 2024, over 10 years, on an annual basis, they added 28 trips a day.
Thank you.
I'll be happy to answer any further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So we just for clarity, we're going to give the applicant at the end, 6
Yes.
minutes at the end? Okay.
One second. How many cards and callers?
We have 60 cards and 10 callers at the moment.
All right. So this is your city hall. More than welcome to speak. If by chance you're willing to stand behind somebody and pull your card out and hold your card, that would be worthwhile. And so if you can do that and you're willing to do that, just approach the city clerk and, have her pull your card out and you can stand with somebody else. In the meantime, I want to give the appellants the opportunity to speak and respond because you now have more time.
All right, thanks. I guess the only thing I want to say before I turn over the rest of my time to one of the other appellants is why not save all of that money on a bus system that would totally alleviate the traffic, and safety concerns. That seems pretty simple to me. All right, and then I'll turn the rest of the time over to Tatevik.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, thank you. Sorry you guys are here so late. I know it's hectic. But as a neighborhood, well, one, I really hate doing this as an Armenian. I love my culture, I love my ethnicity, I love everything about it. So it's not great for me to be up here as an Armenian opposing something that an Armenian school is doing. So I love the education Shamlian gives. I have a lot of people and friends who went there. I have cousins who went there, and it's been great. This is not something that we have against the school. The school is great. We're not trying to close the school down. We're not trying to revoke their variance permanently or anything of the sort. What we want is accountability. As a person who lives on Lowell, it is hectic. It is to the point where I don't want to go home anymore. It is more than an hour of traffic. It is more than 45 minutes of traffic in the morning. It's to the point where it takes me from Honolulu, which is where the 210 freeway exits, all the way to my house, which is around where that side crossing is. It takes me over 30 minutes to get to my house, less than half a mile. It is insane. I have photos. I don't know if I can share them or how it works, but I didn't know to send them in advance. But it is to the point where we are not respected as neighbors, and one of their conditions was letting us know when there's a point person who we can contact, and that they were supposed to send us a letter. That's already one thing they violated. Not a single neighbor has received that contact. We didn't even know that existed. So repetitively, they have shown that they are breaking the conditions that were set forth to them. What we see that they're saying they've been around for 40 years. I am all for it. Great. Education is important. But the main issue started 10 years ago when they were allowed to increase the student enrollment, and nothing was done to alleviate the traffic. I know for a fact that I've heard from students who are on those busing systems that there's only 20 students in a bus. That is not okay. That is not okay. The misinformation given here is not okay with the neighborhood. We don't want to shut the school down. It's great, it's a school. My sister has seen herself, and I have seen myself, that up on Albertsons where they're proposing the new crosswalk, the guards, security guards or traffic guards, they literally stop traffic where there isn't a crosswalk to help the students cross, causing more traffic. That is not okay either. It's a constant issue where parents come into my driveway, turn their cars in my driveway, and when I go out and say, you need to move, they'll say, oh, I'm waiting, give me a minute. No, that's not okay. This is my property. This is where I live. It's not okay for my newborn niece not to be able to nap during the day because the sound is too loud. It's not okay for my grandmother who's recovering from a stroke not to be able to rest during the day because the noise is too loud. It's not okay for my father to go up to the school and tell the principal, you guys need to get the noise down, and for her to yell at my dad and tell him to call the police if he wants to. I did call the police. The police can't do anything because it's a noise complaint. By the time they come out, it's gone. The school has absolutely no respect for the neighborhood. That is our issue. There's no accountability from the school towards the neighborhood. And it is not about the kids. I want them to have a good education, and it's great that they're up here and speaking. This is not about the education or what the school represents. It's about the administration and how the school is handling the issues that are set forth to us. There's multiple violations throughout since 1991 till now, and every single time the variance is brought forth and the commission hears it out, it is ignored. They keep coming with excuses or keep coming with reasons why it's okay that it happened, or we'll meet you halfway, so on and so forth. All we want is a healthy compromise where we have a healthy neighborhood and the school can continue to thrive. That's not happening because there's no compromise from the school's part. They just expect it to happen where the neighborhood does not matter at all. We have multiple neighbors here who probably won't speak because it's already getting really late, but what's happening is not okay for us. What's happening is that when we walked into the Planning Commission meeting a year ago, we walked in already knowing that the commission was going to rule for the school because they weren't even going to bother listening to what we're saying. We had to come together as a neighborhood and file an appeal, which is not something that happens often. So you have to take into account that as a neighborhood, we feel that our voice is not heard. We were told by staff that yes, there is a process to revoke the variance if the school doesn't follow the terms set forth, or if the school acts in a bad way or a naughty way. Okay, but that has happened continuously, multiple times for the last 20 years, and nothing happened. The issues arose when the student count was increased by 200 students. So 200 additional cars per day are going in and out, and it is not a healthy way to live. It affects us on a mental state, on a physical state, and it is to the point where we can't even have guests come to our house because there's no parking. They have events all the time, and I understand they should, but there needs to be a way to compromise with the neighborhood. That's why we're asking for this.
Thank you. All right. No, that was your entire time you had. And she spoke. Yeah, you can, but if you submitted a card, you'll be able to speak. Okay? Oh, no, of course, yeah. So the option to speak is going to close as the first person is almost finished with their comments. So if you'd like to speak on this item, whether you're submitting a card or calling in, now's the moment to do it, because we're going to close it after the first speaker. Ready? Okay. If I can ask the two of you to move over, and we keep these two seats. As Dr. Bajian is reading your names, please come to the front if you're the following speaker, so we can just save time on people approaching the podium. Thank you so much. Yes. 1 minute.
We have many cards. The first public speaker is Susan Boland. Following Susan is Rodney Khan and Taline Kadogyan, I guess. Oh, you did, okay.
Ready? Hi, my name is Susan Boland, and I'm here representing the Crescenta Valley Community Association. And I want to give a thumbs up to all the student speakers tonight. That was great. But that is not why we're here. We're here to, let me back up. There's no doubt that Chamelyan provides an excellent educational opportunity for students. It seems well proven, very beloved school by the people who are attending here. But the process of the checks and balances in the city, when you're looking at projects, has been disrupted. And it's been disrupted because, the use variance has come up every 10 years. That's an opportunity for not only city planning to look at the school, but the community in general to have a voice and voice their opinion about how they feel about a particular project. That was it? Oh my gosh, that went really fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Taline Keshishian. Following Taline is Chris Balarian.
Good evening. My name is Taline Keshishian Aravelian. I'm a citizen of this community, a proud alumni of Chamelyan, and a parent of 2 current students. Professionally, I'm the chief of psychiatry at LA General Medical Center, commonly known as County General USC, the largest safety net hospital system in the state and the second largest in the country, overseeing the underserved population. I would not be where I am today without Chamelyan and the foundation I was given there. Further, I'm a forensic psychiatrist and the only Armenian-speaking forensic psychiatrist on the LA County Superior Court's panel of experts. I'm able to fill that role because of my language and cultural education at Chamelyan. Daily, I deal with the mental health crisis and substance abuse crisis that is running rampant in our community. And I can tell you firsthand that a strong, supportive, and stable environment in childhood dramatically reduces the likelihood of such outcomes. In short, for the sake of their mental health and development, I hope my children and all of Chalmeon's children can continue to experience this environment. Please continue this variance, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Chris Balaranian and Shant Shekherdemian.
Good evening, Mayor Asatarian and City Council members and staff. My name is Christopher Balasanian, and I'm honored to stand before you today as a proud Chalmeon alumnus, husband to a current Chalmeon teacher, parent of a Chalmeon student, a Glendale resident, and a proud member of the Glendale workforce. Chalmeon is more than just a school, it's a cornerstone of this community, shaping generations of students, including myself and now my own child. The Planning Commission's ruling last year was not just a haphazard vote. It was a recognition of Chalmeon's excellence, responsibility, and commitment to the city. The school has not only met every requirement, but has gone above and beyond. Whether or not the appeal is granted, Chalmeon has and will continue to work with its neighbors and comply with all conditions set forth. That being said, granting the appeal creates an unnecessary burden for the school and ultimately for the families who send their children there. It forces a well-established compliant institution into a cycle of uncertainty, diverting focus and resources away from education and into financially punitive administrative hurdles. Glendale is a city that values education, community fairness. Let's not go backwards, let's move forward together.
Thank you. Next is Alex Cosmo. Following Alex is Ellen Andrisian and Dr. Garina Aburian.
Don't want to waste any time.
It's okay.
It's okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Honorable mayors and esteemed members of the City Council, my name is Dr. Alan Andriasian. I'm a Glendale resident, Vice President of Student Services at Glendale Community College, and a proud Chalmeon parent. I often hear that my children are extremely respectful. While much of that stems from the values my wife and I instill at home, I recognize that Chalmeon plays a crucial role in reinforcing those principles. For our children to receive the education they deserve, we must ensure the Chalmeon team has the resources and support necessary to welcome and nurture them. The school has taken significant steps in minimizing traffic concerns by implementing crossing guards, restructuring drop-off lanes, and holding parents accountable for responsible community behavior. Fine-tuning a plan to reduce congestion in a high traffic area is no easy task, yet the administration continues to address challenges effectively and proactively. While I understand the traffic concerns may impact local homeowners, I firmly believe this is a small price to pay for the benefit of raising
Thank you. Next is Alex Cosmo.
Good evening, members of the councilors and residents of the neighbor. I stand before you today. Security guard has been a privilege to serve the school over 7 years on the behalf of the school. I would like to explain a deep gratitude allowing the part of the wonderful community. We have 7 security guards, includes myself, and the safety of the school to make sure that the school, make sure the residents, no parking in there, dropping off the kids and picking up the kids. Kind of nervous. So, you know, to make sure the flow of Low Avenue is clear. That's it. I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
Okay, next is Dr. Garina
We
Aburian.
can't continue this, right? So, please.
Garina left, okay. Next is Sose Ohan Junyan. Alina Abovian. Rafi Hamparian.
Good evening, Rafi Amparian, proud Chalmeon parent. 4 kids have gone to Chalmeon, one of the great blessings of our lives. 2 thoughts. Number one, a sincere thanks to all the city council members. Thank you for your public service in fair weather and foul. And then the second is just to simply associate myself with the remarks. I characterize them as cerebral, thoughtful, sincere, and genuine the remarks made by the Chamelyan students. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Dina Karayan.
Esteemed Mayor Asturian and esteemed City Council members, my name is Dina Yadagarian Karayan. I am a born and raised Glendale member. I am a California State Bar member, a full-time working mom, and most importantly, a very proud Chamelyan mom. I am here today to urge you to deny the appeal of our use variance, which the Glendale Planning Commission unanimously approved. I think it's very important to note that this commission is in place and that it unanimously approved it. Chamelyan has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to efficiency, safety, and respect not only of its parents and its students, but the community as a whole. Traffic around any school is unavoidable, but Chamelyan truly does go above and beyond to minimize the effects. To penalize a school that is continuously trying to improve these measures is completely unjust. Schools and communities thrive together, and Chamelyan is a pillar of this fantastic city. I asked you to reject the appeal, and we've also done a quick video. Two of my people, if it's okay, Madam Mayor, have yielded their time to show the video, which will give a great idea of what the actual process is.
Do you have those two cards?
I do. It's Nanor Garipian and Paulina Yeza.
Can you please stand? Thanks. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, this is it. Is this it? No.
A thorough study shows that traffic on Lowell.
Which one is it? Yeah, go back. No.
Let's call some names in the meantime, please.
All right, the next person is Sarin Ghazarian. It's not working.
Good evening. My name is Sarina Ghazarian, and I'm an executive board member of the Chamelyan Parent Support Committee. I stand here tonight with several other dedicated moms representing over 150 members who pour their hearts into our school. But we're not alone. We also have a dedicated Dads Club, a parent athletic committee, a nutrition committee, and many other parent-led groups working together to support our children. As part of the executive board, we represent a large group of individuals who give their time, energy, and passion to make our school the best it can be. The Planning Commission carefully reviewed the facts and made the right decision. Now we ask you kindly to reject the appeal and uphold the decision so we can keep our focus where it belongs, on our children and their future. Thank you for your time.
Alex Megertichian, followed by Armen Grigorian, followed by Arpa Bogosian.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for this platform. I'm Alex Megertichian, owner and founder of Megertichian Law, born and raised in Glendale. My law firm also operates as well. One thing I want to notate for you guys to consider, my kids go to Chamelyan, obviously. This school is more than just a school. You've already heard from great students that have spoken. The reality is that this variance is not a want. It's not a need. It's a necessity. It's a necessity built on the purview that it remains concrete and final forever. And you already have your revocation rights. The reality is that even in and out drives more traffic than what Chamelyan does. If you look at the primal factors that are considered when it comes to not only just traffic, but the factors of having individuals come and going through, we are held to a higher accountability, and every parent upholds that accountability. Because Lord knows you don't want to be called by Dr. K to be told that you.
Thank you. Armen Grigorian, followed by Arpa Bogosian.
Good evening, and thank you for your time this evening. My name is Armin Gregorian. I am the board chair at Tufenkian Preschool and Kindergarten, which is the main feeder school to Chamelyan in central Glendale. My wife and I are also Chamelyan parents, and we are regular participants at the school and their events. As a board chair, I know the fiscal responsibility that comes with running a school, keeping tuition affordable, and strategically allocating resources and fundraising to meet the needs of our students. This appeal places a burden on Chamelyan, diverting valuable resources away from its core mission of providing a high-quality education. Our schools play a critical role in serving the educational needs of our community, all while operating within the financial constraints of a nonprofit institution. I respectfully urge the City Council to uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous decision and reject this appeal. Doing so will affirm your commitment to education, responsible governance, and the long-term success of schools like Chamelyan. Thank you for your time.
Papaghosian, followed by Dr. Lori Santikian, followed by Antoine Kizirian.
Good evening, Mayor Asadarian and Glendale City Council members. My name is Arpa Bogosian, and I'm proud to serve as the Director of Student Affairs at Chamelyan, and even prouder to be an alum. My role is created to enhance strategic planning and ensure safe, efficient operations for our staff and students. A key part of my job is overseeing our drop-off and pickup procedures to keep everything running smoothly and safely. We have 19 administrators, teachers, staff, and volunteer parents working together, along with 7 dedicated security officers managing traffic flow. Our goal is simple: to keep traffic moving steadily, on time, and most importantly, safely for our most precious students. What sets Chamelyan apart is the personal touch we bring to this process. Every member of our school community, from the head of school to our supervision assistants, actively participates in supervision and gate duty. This creates meaningful connections, allowing staff to know each student by name, along with their parents, grandparents, and even their cars. The moment a car pulls into the driveway, we're already calling the student's name. Thank you.
Dr. Lori Santikian.
Hello. Hi, my name is Lori Santikian. I am a professor of finance and strategy at UCLA Anderson School of Management and the faculty director of the UCLA Fink Center for Finance. I am also a very proud alum of the Chamelyan class of 1994. I stood here down the hall somewhere last year and shared how Chamelyan, specifically my teachers and principal, set me on a path to study math and economics at UC Berkeley and then get my PhD in economics at Harvard University. And 1 year later, my perspective has changed to that of a parent. Our kids started kindergarten in Chamelyan this fall, and it's made me realize just how much more essential Chamelyan is now to this generation. I've been teaching MBA students at UCLA for 15 years, before that undergrads at USC, and what I've seen is that kids who are resilient and successful often share one thing in common, which is a backbone of moral support. And that is the kind of atmosphere that Chamelyan provides. So thank you for your time.
Following Antoine Kizirian is Mari Choboyan, followed by Sado Shirinian.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. It was inspiring to hear from our students. That's the future, our youth. So I'm really glad that they had a chance to address the body today. When I was listening to all their comments, I couldn't help but think we're in the Jewel City, talking about a school that is a jewel to many of the families here. And I really wanted to underscore that point. And also hearing from some of the staff, I know the security just from personal experience, dropping off my own children. They do a heck of a job organizing, enforcing, talking to the parents, the administration as well. They really take it very seriously. I've seen it on many occasions personally myself. The one thing I would encourage is some compassion and sympathy from the neighbors who have elected to live in that neighborhood. There's a balance that has to come into play with a school, and the school has a lot to offer to society. We have conscientious contributors to society who are graduates, so I would encourage compassion. Thank you.
Mari Choboyan, followed by Sado Shirinian.
Good evening. My name is Mari Choboyan, and I'm a proud parent at Chamelyan Armenian School.
We're residents of Pasadena, but due to the recent fires have been displaced from our home. We've had to relocate numerous times since, a couple of those residences being near or next to public schools in Glendale. When I pass these schools in the mornings and afternoons, I can't help but notice the stark difference in security measures at Chamlian. It's evident that Chamlian's efforts to mitigate traffic flow, utilizing security guards, staff, and parent volunteers is unparalleled. It's becoming increasingly hard to believe that an unfair and unattainable expectation isn't being set for our school by the local community. In the years that my kids have attended Chamlian, I've been asked many times why I chose to commute from Pasadena to Glendale to take my kids to school when there are many closer options. My answer has always remained the same. It's Chamlian's commitment to excellence and community. Chamlian has become their home away from home.
Following Sado is R.P. Daberian, Rafi Kasabian, and Marie Choboyan. Okay. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sado Shirinyan. I am a 15-year employee of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, a lifelong resident of the city of Glendale, a Chamlian Armenian School alumni, and a proud parent of a second grader. Since I was 7 years old, Chamlian has played a vital part of my life, first as a foundation for my education, then as a resource for our community, and now a second home for my daughter. Watching her smile every morning, excited to go to school, fills me with pride. As a parent, there's nothing more reassuring than knowing your child is learning, playing, and growing in a safe, supportive environment. Chamlian not only provides one of the best educational curriculums in our community, but is also encourages hands-on learning, builds confidence, and engages parents in their child's education. I would also like to commend the school administration and staff for their commitment to safety, especially during drop-off and pickup times. I witnessed firsthand the many security personnel on duty ensuring the safety of everyone and minimizing disruptions to the surrounding neighbors. For all these reasons, I ask the Glendale City Council to uphold last year's planning commission and reject the appeal. Thank you.
Rafi Kasabian, Marie Choboyan.
Good evening. My name is R.P. Dabarian, and I have been a proud resident of Glendale since 1987. As a dedicated member of the Chamlian family, I have had the privilege to teaching Armenian language, history, and culture to our younger generation for many years. I also serve as a director of Chamlian's after-school Armenian Drama Club. We all understand the importance of preserving culture, language, and history for future generations. At Chamlian, we provide a high-quality education in a positive and safe environment, instilling values of kindness, respect, and integrity. For 50 years, our school has prepared students to become engaged citizens who contribute to the city of Glendale and beyond. I urge you today to appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision, ensuring that Chamlian can continue its mission for generations to come. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
I'm an Armenian teacher. I was surprised how should I read in English.
Okay, thank you.
My student.
All right. Rafi Kasabian, it seems like some folks, I think, have filled out multiple cards. So, okay, I'm just going to read them off, but if you've spoken, then, okay. Welcome.
Council members, thank you for your patience and time. I know it's been a very long evening. My name is Rafi Kasabian. I'm a parent at Chamlian. I'm also a Pasadena resident and an attorney in Pasadena who represents hundreds of fire victims, including Sahag Mesrov Armenian Christian School, which unfortunately burned down about 8 weeks ago. Before you was a very narrow issue, and the issue is, are you going to grant the appeal or are you going to deny the appeal? It's a very narrow issue, and as I think one neighbor earlier said, it's rare and an extraordinary form of relief that you're being asked to decide on. It really requires some sort of exceptional circumstance, and God bless the neighbors that we have around this, but I have yet to hear any new facts or new circumstances or new evidence that was presented today that wasn't presented at last year's Planning Commission meeting, which again unanimously upheld the permit. So without that new facts or circumstances presented before you today, I think it's a very simple decision, which is to uphold Chaminion's use permit. So thank you very much.
I'm assuming there was only one Saro Shirinyan and one Mari Choboyan, Ella Ghazarian, RP Daberian, I think just spoke, Pati Laposhan, I think it's Sanan Adesian. Sarin, okay.
My name is Pati Laposyan, and I represent the Western Prelacy Board of Regents, the governing body of Armenian Prelacy schools. I am also a parent and an alumni. Two numbers struck me as significant today. 6%, the impact of Chamelyan-driven traffic in the area. Lowell's congestion is not due to Chamelyan, but rather because Lowell is a main artery that leads to and from the 210 freeway. Second, $500,000, the amount Chamelyan incurs as a cost annually as a good neighbor and safe facility for all. Unfortunately, we find ourselves defending our position once again after the Planning Commission's unanimous decision. This takes up great time, resources, and energy, which can be used to continue our efforts to maintain Chamelyan's commitment to excellence. I urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. 50 years and many more 50 years to go. Thank you.
Sari Nadasyan, Sari Garminian, Dr. Ani Nahapetian.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarina Desyan, and I stand here today as a proud Chamelyan teacher, as a graduate of Chamelyan, and as a Chamelyan mom. I first walked through the Chamelyan doors as a young student, and decades later, I returned to begin my career in education alongside the very same educators who had taught me. And now, as a parent, I have the privilege of seeing my own children experience that same warmth, the same excellence, and that same commitment to shaping our youth. Our city is filled with some incredible educational institutions, but when it came time to begin my career or decide where our children would begin their schooling, there was no doubt whatsoever that Chamelyan was the place to be. And the reason for that is year after year, I've watched our graduates thrive academically as leaders, professionals, and individuals that give back to our community. Chamelyan is more than a school. It is a foundation for our community's future. It's shaped generations of students. And as a teacher and a parent, I can say that Chamelyan's continued success
Thank
is
you.
vital to our community.
Thank you. Sari Garminian, followed by Dr. Ani Nahapetian.
Good evening. My name is Sadi Garmenyan. I am not originally from Southern California, as many of you might know. I grew up in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia. And when my husband and I decided to start our family, we decided to leave our careers in Washington, D.C., where I had served in 3 branches of the federal government, and we decided to move near Chamelyan Armenian School with the specific intent to send our kids to Chamelyan. And I want to say 2 things to you tonight. First, Lowell Avenue is not some bucolic country road. It is not some quiet residential street. The signs for Lowell Avenue are all along the 210. Why? Because it is a major artery connecting several communities. Let's not pretend about what's happening here. Let's not hold Chamelyan to a higher standard than it shouldn't be more than prudence. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ani Nahapetian, followed by Aline Bogosian.
Hello, my name is Ani Nahapetian, and my children attend Chamelyan Armenian School. I am a university professor of computer science and have been for over 20 years. As the director of CSUN's honors program, I also manage its 1,600 undergraduate honors students. I attended Chamelyan's sister school, Farayan, Go Armens, before joining UCLA to earn my BS, MS, and PhD. As an educator and parent, I appreciate strong academics, a supportive community, and a commitment to excellence. As was demonstrated by the Chamelyan students who spoke today, Their confidence, their preparedness shows how Chamelyan shapes these students for success. The school is also deeply committed to safety, not just on campus, but throughout the neighborhood. The security guards, one of who spoke, are stationed in front of the school and beyond, patrolling the blocks. They ensure a safe environment for the students and beyond, and more. Thank you.
Thank you. Aline Bogosian, followed by Vache Garabedian.
Honorable Mayor Asatryan and City Council members, good evening. My name is Aline Bogosian, a proud mother of 3, 2 of whom are alumni of Chamelyan and 1 third grade who is still attending. And I wish at this age I could have a 4th child to attend Chamelyan, but I'm thinking of adopting one. Chamelyan is not just a school. It's a foundation for excellence, a place where children are nurtured to become future leaders. The school provides a safe, organized, and inspiring environment. Our incredible principal, Dr. Kargudorian, stands outside every morning, rain or shine, greeting families with warmth and dedication. That kind of leadership creates strong community. She knows, and all her staff knows, every single name of every student, which makes us not just a number. We are with our names and last names. Chamelyan goes above and beyond with security structure and support for our children. Instead of negativity and complaints, let's
Thank you.
recognize the value of our school.
Vacek,
Let's choose unity. Let's live with love, patience, and respect.
Ma'am,
Together we build.
ma'am, your time, I'm sorry, thank you.
sorry, I appreciate
Thank you, sorry. Vache Garabedian, twice, doesn't count. Talim Boyamian,
So I have a video that I'd like to play.
okay, let's take Talin while she prepares the video, if you don't mind. Talin? Bayamian? Jack Hajinian?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Jack Hajinian, and I'm here along with my colleague Ara Shabanian. We serve on the Executive Council of the Western Prelacy. We effectively represent the ownership of the property, and I'm just here to encourage you all to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission. It's evident they made a determination that the property's use is in line or in aligns with the city's plan, and therefore there's no reason to entertain the appeal. Second, there is the conditional use permit has set conditions, so there is an accountability component to this permit. And with no further ado, I just want to say that as a former mayor of the city of Montebello, I'm very familiar with this process, and I'm very familiar with the arguments on both sides. Let's do this for the kids. Thank you so much.
Okay, do we have the video? Okay, or PowerPoint?
Yeah. All right. So my name is Vache Garabedian. We've prepared a video that presents a visual traffic study demonstrating that Lowell Avenue is the only major corridor connecting Tonga, La Crescenta, Glendale, Sunland, and Sun Valley. Traffic congestion is primarily caused by commuters, not just Chamelyan School. Heavy traffic persists throughout the day, even outside of school hours. Please take a look. A thorough study shows that traffic on Lowell is not just due to Chamelyan School, but because it is the only major route connecting Tonga, La Crescenta, Glendale, Sunland, and Sun Valley. This corridor serves thousands of commuters daily, creating unavoidable congestion, especially during peak hours. Visual evidence from multiple vantage points shows that Lowell Avenue experiences heavy traffic throughout the day, not just during school drop-off and pickup times. The volume is driven by commuters using it as a primary connection between multiple cities, contributing significantly to the congestion. Additional video recording from various times throughout the day reveal.
Okay, go ahead.
A thorough study shows that traffic on Lowell is not just significantly to the congestion.
Nope.
Additional video recording from various times throughout the day reveal consistently heavy traffic volume, particularly during non-school hours, further prove that congestion on Lowell Avenue is driven by commuter traffic rather than Chamelyan School. When comparing Crescenta Valley School to Chamelyan School, the difference is clear. CV struggles with disorganized and unsafe conditions, blocked streets, jaywalking, and illegal maneuvers, creating hazardous situations for both residents and commuters. Unlike other schools, Chamelyan maintains an orderly and structured traffic system, with security personnel, staff, and volunteers directing vehicles drop-off and pick-up are managed efficiently, minimizing disruption to surrounding neighborhood. The data proves that Lowell Avenue's congestion is a regional traffic issue, not a school-related.
Okay. Can you, the other two videos that were submitted, can you please take a look at the time for those videos and make sure that it's 1 minute each? Oshin Bagram.
Good evening, Mayor Asadarian and esteemed members of the City Council. For 50 years, Chamelyan has been an exceptional school with high academic standards and a place where children learn respect, love, and the importance of family. Chamelyan alumni are thriving and making positive impacts in all walks of life. Some alumni are currently enrolled at prestigious institutions like Harvard and Columbia Law, carrying forward the values they learned at Chamelyan and inspiring future generations to follow in their footsteps. I have firsthand experience with the significant improvements the school has made to ensure safe and efficient drop-off and pickup procedures. These adjustments have made the process seamless and safe. Chamelyan has consistently demonstrated its dedication to the safety of families, neighbors, and the local community. I am proud to be part of a school that proactively and swiftly implements changes to enhance safety. Allowing this appeal to succeed would jeopardize the stability granted by the Planning Commission. I respectfully ask you to stand with us by rejecting this appeal and providing a safe place for all our students, including the young women, young girls you mentioned earlier.
Armen Petrosyan, followed by Nairi Tabakian.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Armen Petrosyan. I'm one of the co-founders of Disco, a venture-backed Glendale-based tech company that some of you know well. But more importantly, I'm a proud alumnus of Chamelyan Armenian School, a lifelong member of this community, and a parent of a current and upcoming students. Let's be honest, no school in any neighborhood is without its traffic challenges. I lived near one for 13 years. But Chamelyan has done more than any other school in the area to ensure efficiency, safety, and respect for its neighbors. A representative from the Glendale Police Department conducted an independent first-hand review, even as a plainclothes citizen, and confirmed that Chamelyan's drop-off and pickup process is smoother and more organized than any other school in his jurisdiction. The notion that this school's presence is causing a disproportionate disruption compared to other schools simply does not hold up against the facts.
Thank you. Nairi Tabakian, and then Siran Marcelian.
Good evening. My name is Nairi Tabakian, and I'm a proud Chamelyan parent with 3 children who have graduated from the school. Chamelyan is a place of education, inspiration, and opportunity. It has shaped creators, visionaries, and leaders who go on to make a difference in the world. It lays the foundation for future scholars. It all comes back to this academic institution in an alumni's life, because where the initial seed is planted, growth begins and shapes the trajectory. Though I'm no longer a current parent, I wholeheartedly believe in Chamelyan's unwavering mission, innovative environment, and commitment to academic excellence. The way to do great work is to love what you do. Chamelyan's principal, Dr. K, not only loves what she does, but she's the driving force and the very heartbeat of this institution, ensuring student safety and fostering a strong relationship with the neighborhood. She's often seen at the school gates, personally directing traffic and reinforcing safety protocols. The school consistently reminds parents to follow rules, respect neighbors, and adhere to all guidelines.
Thank you. Siran Marcelian, Maral Fejalian.
My name is Siran Marcelian, and I have had the privilege of serving as a Director of Finance and Operations at Chamelyan Armenian School for the past 20 years. I also manage neighbors at chamelyan.org, an email dedicated to open communication with our neighbors, which I have so many of them as a proof. Our school has worked diligently to comply with all regulations, engage with the community, and ensure that our plans serve both our students and the broader neighborhood. We take every request and concern from our neighbors seriously and actively work to address any issue. Denying this appeal is in the best interest of our students, families, and the long-term success of our mission. It will show the city's commitment to education, responsible development, and a fair, balanced approach to community concern. I respectfully urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous decision and allow us to move forward as
Thank you.
planned. Thank you.
Maral Khajelian, and then Valentina Stepanyan.
I have some slides, actually, that I would need to present.
Maral?
Yes.
Do you mind if Valentina Stepanyan comes up into your... Oh, is it ready? Okay, let's go.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As a proud Chamelyan parent, I've taken the time to see how other schools in Glendale handle their traffic flow. The reality is, every school has similar challenges, but none have taken the extra steps that Chamelyan has. I brought some photos to show you from Monte Vista, another school in Glendale. You can see driveways completely blocked and long lines of cars stretching in front of homes. Monte Vista is in a residential neighborhood with narrow streets, just like many other local schools. Chamelyan, on the other hand, is on a much wider, busier road, designed to handle more traffic. Unlike Monte Vista, which sits on a small residential street, Chamelyan's location naturally allows for better traffic flow with less impact on neighbors. Chamelyan has done more than what's been asked of us, and we will continue to do so, because that's the kind of school we are. But we shouldn't have to keep proving ourselves repeatedly. I kindly ask that you see the fairness in the situation and uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous decision. Thank you.
Valentina Stepanyan. Talin Movsesian. Followed by Dr. Teni Hortunian.
Sorry, that was my married name. I almost didn't recognize it. So good evening. My name is Talin Hartunian Mosesian. I'm an attorney and a proud parent to 3 Chamelyan students, 7th grade, 5th, and 1st grade. My 7th grader just moved on to the Nationals for the Great History Challenge competition, and we're waiting to hear from our county science fair submission, all of which are a testament to the academic excellence of Chamelyan. I'm here today to ask that you please support the Planning Commission's prior decision. We are all here taking up your valuable time and utilizing Chamelyan's hard-to-come-by resources, fighting a battle that was already won. Last year, the Planning Committee granted our use variance with guidelines and demands, all of which Chamelyan has implemented and met. This appeal places an undue burden on our school. Every minute spent on this issue by Chamelyan's administration is a minute taken away from planning for student growth and development, and every dollar spent on this fight is a dollar that will not be spent on our children's education. Therefore, I urge you to please uphold the prior decision. Let's not waste any more time or money. Thank you.
Dr. Teni Hartunian, and then Tamar Babujan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dr. Teni Hartunian. I'm an urgent care physician. I'm a Glendale resident, and I'm also a proud parent of 2 Chamelyan alumni. My son is in 10th grade. My daughter is a college student. She was here in support of Chamelyan last year, and she would have been here today had it not been for a conflict in her school. Today, I urge you to reject the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's prior decision. Chamelyan Armenian School is more than just an institution. It is a pillar of our community. It provides an exceptional education. It is in a safe and in a nurturing environment. And as a physician and a parent, this is something that I value very much. And I value the school's commitment to the well-being of the students and the neighborhood. Glendale thrives because of strong, close-knit communities like ours. Chamelyan instills excellence, integrity, a sense of responsibility, a sense of community in its students. And these are values that benefit our city.
Seth Lawrence is going to be.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Tamar Babujan. I serve as the Director of Communications at Chamelyan. Tonight, I stand before you not just to reiterate what's been said here tonight, but to remind you what's truly at stake. For over 50 years, Chamoyan's been here more than a school. It's been a pillar of education, culture, community. It has shaped generations of students into leaders, innovators, and engaged citizens. You've heard from alumni, parents, and faculty, all sharing one truth: Chamoyan transforms lives. Chamoyan is a school that does everything right. It upholds the highest standards of academic excellence, student safety, and community respect. Its leadership ensures that every detail is thoughtfully managed: traffic, security, and most importantly, the well-being of every child. This isn't just about a school, it's about a legacy. It's about generations who have walked through the halls and generations who will follow. The Planning Commission unanimously recognized Chamoyan's efforts and granted its request. I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Seth Lawrence? Ah, okay. Thank you. Mark Ewaldson? Ewaldson.
I have a PhD in biochemistry, that's why I go by Dr. E. I'm a former high school teacher at La Cañada High School. I've had several students from the school, and they were excellent students. That's not the question. The question is driving and parking. I've had multiple incidents where I live on Abella Street, and I've had multiple times that walking my dog, I've almost been hit by parents. I've seen parents walking without recognizing where their students are, completely unaware, and the kids running down the center of the street. I've seen an accident on Lowell, coming down Lowell. When I've been at the YMCA at the bottom of the street, I've seen cars coming in off the 210, head to tail, next to each other, lined up, trying to go up Lowell. Now, true, it may be busy throughout the day, but during pickup and drop-off, it is very busy, not just on Lowell, but also on Abella Street.
Thank you. Dr. Tatevik Tonapetian?
That's me again.
All right.
Hello, me again. So just quickly to state some of the things
Hold on.
The speaker already spoke as part of the appellant team, so.
So that doesn't, she's not
I
allowed
don't
to?
think she had another opportunity to speak.
Even though she used up their time?
Sure,
I
but
used the appellant's time, not my own.
Sure, so, I mean, it's up to you, but.
Is it
I
up to
mean,
me?
Sure, but my recommendation is,
No, is it up to me or is it not up to me?
well, it is up to you ultimately, because you're the chair, you're the presiding officer.
Okay, legally I'm allowed to.
My recommendation is, she already spoke.
Legally, am I allowed to?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, sorry, I don't want to take anyone's
That's fine.
extra time. I just want to address some of the things. I do understand that this is not an issue about how important Chamoyan is to the community. I don't want us to be enamored by the fact that they're doing a great job. It's about the fact that they have continuously proven to not follow the conditions set forth, and there were no consequences. Now, granting them a variance that is without an end date doesn't give us any recourse at all. We were told we could appeal because this is the issue that's happening. What we're asking for is put conditions in place and some sort of consequence, and also make sure that they come back every 10 years or so to prove that they're doing what they're supposed to. That's all. And we always see the disrespect from the parents, even downstairs now. As I was speaking 10 minutes ago, my mom texted me that they're saying rude things for people, anyone.
All right. Glenn Gurniak? Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I get an extra 2 minutes?
No.
Can I get
Just
an extra
one.
minute because I'm
Just
representing my parents?
Just
I'm
one.
an actual resident, you guys, and I'm asking for help.
Just one.
I live on the corner of Boston and 2nd, 4437 Boston, and they've opened the back gate to the Boston, and there's students there, 100 students, 8 foot from my door. He played the footage of the traffic in front of my house. My parents are too old to be here. They've worked their entire lives to get this house, and they retired there, and they can't rest. They're getting woken up by the dogs at 8 a.m. for drop-offs now. 12 noon, they're doing pickups and drop-offs, and 3 p.m., I got 100 kids in front of my house, less than 10 feet from my door, and I live 3 blocks from the school. I have no problem with the school. That's one of my things that my dad wanted to emphasize, but we want our property, we want our peace restored. And I ask every one of you guys on the board to please approve the appeal and look into what's going on with school. They got 2 entrances and exits. Please.
Thank you. Caroline Groff? Lawrence Slice? Yes,
Hello. My name is Lorian Stice Lawrence. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the City Council for hearing us. I think it's pretty clear that it's an amazing school that's giving a great education to children. I am not against education. I have 4 children, and I have had my children at 4 different schools in La Crescenta, both private and public. And I understand that traffic can be an issue for any school. This school is not addressing it. So there are a lot of benefits to the school. We want to talk about the costs and how they can be mitigated. I know the school is spending lots of money right now on the traffic guards, and it's not helping. It hasn't resolved the problem. So we request as a community that they be required to do busing for their students to significantly alleviate this problem. This is significant, or this is similar to what has been implemented at Clark Magnet, where they have all busing for out of town students, and also for Sacred Heart in La Cañada that also faced similar complaints from the neighborhood. Thank you so much for listening to all of us.
Glendale Yemby? Mr. Mike Mohill? Mike Martinez? Followed by Ronnie Gharibian.
How are you all tonight? That's all. No doubt that the school is a great school, and it's a testament from the kids that spoke. But I have a question. Was there an environmental impact associated with the conditional use permit? Because of the cars idling on waiting to come in? And I also have a problem with the length of the conditional use permit and the variance. I think 10 years is too long. It should be more like maybe a couple of years, so they can, so the school can answer any questions that come up, especially with them adding the preschool across the street that wasn't a part of the original.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. See Glendale Yemby? Go ahead. Or doesn't matter. Just one of you come up.
Mayor Al-Sadiri, council member and staff, good evening. You heard about all the defense that Shamlian is doing. I'm going to go on the offensive side. Facts. You heard about the planning department, all the facts, what the school has been doing. We've been following rules. We haven't done anything different than what the rules and regulations are. We are within our ordinance, what necessary ordinance is supposed to be. We're within our limits. We haven't done anything wrong. I don't see anything but this appeal. The appeal is baseless. There's nothing based on new findings. We don't see any new findings. So there's really no base for the appeal. We would like to continue, have this permanently done. As you know, you can pull the permit anytime. If we do fall outside our guidelines and outside our ordinance limits, we can revoke it any time. So there's no reason to spend the money every 10 years, come back, go through this every 10 years. Thank you so much.
Hello, City Council. I support the right of Shamlian to exist. Please respect property rights by rejecting the petty appeal and by energetically affirming the decision of the Planning Commission to issue a variance to Shamlian School. In fact, I think you should permanently amend the zoning code to allow for private schools on the Shamlian lot. Then we don't need to do this every couple of years. I'm usually calm, but I think threatening children's right to an education makes my blood boil. I think we should ignore the NIMBYs who filed this frivolous and mean-spirited appeal. I don't think we should allow random pearl-clutching busybodies in our community to threaten important community institutions like schools. I think people in Glendale need to mind their own business and let people manage their property as they see fit. The people at Shamlian, they're not hurting anybody, they're just teaching children. We should let them do that. I think it's also hypocritical to complain about traffic, but then intentionally choose to live near a school. Maybe don't live next to a school if you're going to then complain about all the traffic at that school. It just seems hypocritical to me. But approve the permit, let them have a school. Thank you.
You guys, all right. I'm not sure if this card was called, so I'm gonna just call it Sarine Ghazarian. Oh, you did, okay. That's it for the cards?
We have the video.
You do have the video?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Is this it? Okay.
Okay. Dr. Abajan?
Hang on. Let's try this. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry,
We apologize. It's not working.
okay, all right, we're gonna skip it. How many calls?
We have 11 calls.
Take it away.
The first caller is Patrick Begian. Patrick, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Began, and I'm a lifelong Glendale resident, a proud alumnus of Shamlian Armenian School, and now a third-year law student at UCLA School of Law, who can confidently say that Shamlian laid the foundation for my academic and personal success. Shamlian is more than just a school. It is a vital institution for the Armenian diaspora. For generations, Shamlian has helped preserve our language, culture, and traditions, ensuring that our heritage survives and thrives far from our ancestral homeland. In a diverse society like ours, schools like Shamlian provide young Armenians with a sense of identity and belonging while teaching them to embrace and contribute to the broader community. A smaller school would mean fewer opportunities for children to learn their history, celebrate their traditions, and build lifelong relationships like the ones that have supported me through every milestone and challenge in my life. This school enriches not just its students, but the entire city by producing engaged, compassionate citizens who are proud of their roots and eager to make a difference. I urge you to reject this appeal and allow Shamlian to continue its critical mission of preserving culture, fostering community, and preparing future.
Your time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Next is Shant. Shant, you're on air. You have a minute.
Members of Glendale City Council, my name is Shantan Mahuni Olmesekyan, and I urge that the appeal be rejected. I attended Shamlian from 1st to 8th grade, which was a great deal of the formative years of my life and shaped the person I am today. I don't think I would have been able to graduate summa cum laude from UCLA and then attend and graduate Columbia Law School with honors if it hadn't been for the early years of mentorship and the values of hard work, community service, cultural involvement, and compassion that Shamlian taught me. I'm sympathetic to the concerns of the residents, but they need to be weighed against the economic and social impact the denial of the variance will have on the Armenian community, and as a result, the diversity of Los Angeles as a whole. In essence, we're trading convenience for a few individuals in exchange for future generations of educated and culturally developed leaders that Shamlian produces. It's more than evident from Shamlian's presentation that the concerns of their neighbors have been and continue to be addressed. I urge that the May 15 decision of the Planning Commission should be upheld, and the appeal denied.
Thank you. Our next caller is Van Habedian. Van, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good afternoon, council members and Mayor Asatarian. My name is Van Habedian, and I'm currently a junior at Stanford University. I have the privilege of working for Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, and I am incredibly proud to be a graduate of Shamlian Armenian School. Shamlian's tight-knit community of educators from all across the world provided me with the critical global knowledge and confidence necessary to pursue a career in national security, working under some of our nation's greatest diplomats. This institution is more than just a school. It is a cornerstone of the rich international education that young Americans need to help keep this country safe and prosperous for generations to come. With that in mind, I speak before you today to urge this council to reject this appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Nara Rostamian. Nara, you're on air. You have a minute. Nara Rostamian. I will put you on hold momentarily. Next is Isabella Kadikian. Isabella, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening, council members. My name is Isabella Kadikian, and I am calling today in support of Shamlian Armenian School, and I urge you to deny the appeal and approve the commissioner's recommendation for the requested variances of Shamlian. This school is such a special part of Glendale, and it truly enhances the name and reputation of our jewel city. I graduated from Chamelon in 2019, and based on the solid educational and social foundation I received, I continued to higher education and am currently in my second year at Caltech, majoring in biochemistry and minoring in neurobiology on the pre-med track. I owe much thanks to Chamelon in encouraging me to pursue my fascination with science. I believe Chamelon is becoming a feeder school to amazing universities, and its stature in academics is rising, and it's beginning to receive the recognition it rightfully deserves as a premier elementary and middle school in Glendale. I'm certain Chamelon will continue to make Glendale proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Narek Simitian. Narek, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening, Glendale City Council members. My name is Narek Simitian, and I'm a proud graduate of Chamelon Armenian School from the class of 2019 and a current student at UC Berkeley. I'm calling to urge the council to uphold their decision and disregard this appeal. I believe this appeal is an attempt to limit Chamelon's capabilities, and the concerns raised are completely unfounded. We can call it whatever we want, but at its core, this appeal restricts the educational access for hundreds of Armenian students in our community. As a result, we are not just hindering the school, we are limiting the future leaders of our community in Glendale, in the state, and our nation as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Ani Ghazarian. Ani, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening. My name is Ani Ghazarian. I graduated from Chamelon in 2015, and I am currently a second-year student at Columbia Law School. Chamelon has played a pivotal role in shaping not only my academic career, but also the incredible community of support and lifelong friends I have until this day. In fact, we actually have our 10-year reunion this Thursday. The foundation that Chamelon provided me has been invaluable, and we heard how many others share similar sentiments. I urge the council to reject the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Doing so will ensure that Chamelon remains a thriving, supportive environment for all its students, just as it was for me and countless others. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Nairi Artunians. Nairi, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nairi Artunian. I'm a proud Chamelon graduate, class of 2015, and a recent UCLA graduate. For me, Chamelon is where I fell in love with Armenian culture. Chamelon went beyond just academics that helped me thrive at UCLA. The tight-knit community showed me our culture in action. It gave me the dedicated teachers and the friends that I got to learn and share experiences with every single day, experiences that still fill me with joy and pride. Chamelon gave me a home. It also gave me the knowledge and confidence to go further, sparked my passion for Armenian art, and my knowledge from Chamelon is the lens through which I have worked at museums across Los Angeles as an educator. So I ask you to say no to this appeal. Every Armenian student deserves the opportunities and core cultural moments that I have been lucky to experience at Chamelon, and because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Oshin Manukian. Oshin, you're on air. You have a minute.
Hi, my name is Oshin Manukian. I was a student at Chamelon almost 11 years ago now. I graduated back in 2014, and I went on to study at the Juilliard School in New York City. I wanted to call in today to express how important the school was in my life. My mother and father were immigrants to this country, and since I was born in America, maintaining a connection to my roots was always a huge challenge. But it was at Chamelon where I learned how to read and write in my mother tongue. And now, thankfully, that's something I can pass on to my children. And it's for this reason that Chamelon is not only a school, but a cultural institution which is essential to the community here. I hope the City Council will support Chamelon so that it can continue to provide the sense of belonging that so many of us have been fortunate to experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Shant Kutunian. Shant, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening. My name is Shant Kutnuyan. I'm a member of Chamelon's graduating class of 2019, and I'm now a sophomore at Stanford studying economics. I'd like to begin by reiterating a few key points others have made. First, Chamelon's curriculum prepared me exceptionally well, a fact further reflected by the 5 Chamelon alumni currently studying at Stanford. Second, the dedication of my teachers and administrators to my personal development, as well as that of my peers, undoubtedly fostered my engagement and deepened my desire to learn. Third, Chamelon continually emphasized the importance of being an upstanding and productive member of the community. Shawmlian's positive impact on the community scales exponentially with enrollment size, as the larger student population grants access to a broader range of resources, allowing the school to compete with the top private institutions in the area. Ultimately, maintaining the current student count would not only enable Shawmlian to impact more students, but also enable it to continue to uphold and enhance its high standard of education. Inherently, the success of Shawmlian's alumni creates a positive feedback loop that
Thank you,
improves the
Shant.
quality
You're out of time.
status of the community.
Next is Alina Simonian. Alina, you're on air. You have a minute.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alina Simonian, and I'm a parent of a 5th and 7th grader at Shawmlian. I've been dropping off and picking up my kids.
Hello?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alina Simonian.
We'll reset
and
your
I'm-
time. 1 sec.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alina Simonian, and I'm a parent of a 5th and 7th grader at Shawmlian. I have been dropping off and picking up my kids from school every day, twice a day since 2017, so I know this traffic situation very well. I am calling in today to thank Shawmlian for providing a free bus service, which both my kids, along with their friends, take to and from school every day. So the bus is definitely being implemented, taken by about 70 kids. This has reduced my commute time and need to drive and park at school. My kids have also attended Fremont Public School in Glendale, Palmcrest in La Cañada, Learning Castle, a private school, and none of these schools have had the security service, seven security guards, and pickup and drop-off service Shawmlian has provided. I'm here to say that Shawmlian is upholding the bus service, and we are happy to be using the services.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our final caller is Nara Rostamian. Nara, you're on air. You have a minute. That is it.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you have affordable childcare at home. You had questions?
I have one question, and I can go into my comments. They won't be very long. So what are the ways the school is ensuring compliance and that the rules set out are enforced? I know that there was this thing about the website or communicating with neighbors, but what happens if there's a person who's chronically violating it or thumbing the nose at whatever rules are set forth? Is there someone who can answer that?
Councilmember Kasakian, there is a method to that where if a person is violating, whether it be for traffic reasons or noise reasons, that is reported. The school does call that parent. The parent gets spoken to. It gets documented. If it was repeated and if it was extreme, that parent could cause their child to be removed from the school. So there is that method that's available.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that because I think it is necessary. You need to have consequences for individuals who aren't following the rules now. And I will say that I've visited the campus. I've seen both. Well, I've seen it during pickup. I haven't yet been able to make it up to see drop off. So I've seen some of the issues, and I've met with one neighbor who asked me to come up and view it. I've also met with principal and I've met with parents. So I want to put that out there in terms of full disclosure that I have experienced and seen it and met with individuals on both sides. Now, I'll just say that the enrollment right now, from what I understand, is just under 700. Is that correct? And it can go up to 700? Okay. Well, you know, in looking at other schools, and I asked earlier during the presentation what that campus could be other than a school, because it started off as a public school. And I'm speaking from my own experience as a parent whose child was most recently at a public school. Now he's at a parish school. But enrollment in our public schools is, I'm going to read off some of the school names and tell you what the enrollment is. Benjamin Franklin Elementary School is 605. Balboa is 826. We have here Horace Mann, 673. John Muir, 809. Mark Keppel, 963. Monte Vista, 732. R.D. White, my alma mater, 959. And it goes on and on. The point being that if this was not a private school, there would not be this discussion even happening now. And anyone who goes to schools around the city around the time of drop-off, it's not fun. It's not fun for the parents who are stressed to get their kids to school on time. It's not fun for the neighbors who have to deal with the impact. And I understand the neighbors are frustrated, but the proposal that you're suggesting should not be to dangle this sword of Damocles over the children's heads and the parents who all they're doing is trying to get their kids to a safe place where they can be educated and becoming contributing members of society. The expectation is that there's going to be no issues during a drop-off at schools. That expectation is, as the kids would say nowadays, delulu. It's just a phrase. Delulu means delusional.
Sir, are you going into comments?
I did, yes, I said I would. Now, I'll wrap up just by saying that I used to be a person that used to see a baby come on an airplane if I was on a flight, and I used to get very, I like most people, I'd kind of cringe and hope that baby is not going to cry during the flight. And then when we tried to start a family, we went through incredible difficulties, and having a child successfully showed me what a blessing it is to have a child in a family, in a community. And now when I hear a child crying, it actually makes me smile. It makes me smile for that family. It makes me smile for humanity. It is a sign of hope. And the fact that we have schools in this community that are the envy of all of the cities around us, that we have an institution like the one here, and we saw the kids speaking before us, should be a blessing, not something that we are complaining and griping about. There are two kinds of people in this world: ones who hear a baby cry and they cringe, and ones who hear a baby cry and they smile. Again, living near a school may not be fun, but it is a privilege that we have schools, and we have kids who go to those schools and they feel safe in those schools. And I should say, as an aside, I am married to an educator. I am the son of an educator. I'm a product of our public schools, and I think our schools are one of the greatest assets we have in this community, be it our public schools or be it a wonderful school like Chamelyan that started off as a public school campus and was fortunate enough to have the Armenian community come in and pick it up and make it into an Armenian schools. Now, there also seems to be this incorrect assumption that this school has infinite resources, perhaps because it has the name private school in it, perhaps because people have seen some of the members of the community and have heard how accomplished that they are, that somehow there's infinite resources for them to magically wave a wand and have buses and whatever else modes of transportation. And I will tell you that there are a lot of families who stretch every single dollar to be able to send their kids to the school, because for them, the preservation of the Armenian language and the culture is a priority, especially when we look at what this nation and this community has endured. For them, it is absolutely essential to do whatever it takes to make sure that their kids get an education that reinforces their culture and their heritage in a time when it is under active threat of erasure. And lastly, I'll say that Chamelyan can't be held to an unrealistic perfection standard. It can and must be held to a prudency standard, and it is doing everything prudent and reasonable, as far as I can tell, to mitigate and reduce impacts to neighborhoods. It is doing that and much more, and that must be the standard to consider. So I think it's pretty clear where I stand on this, and I will side with the children. I will in the schools every single time, wherever in our city they may be it in Chamelyan or any of our other schools. They are an asset, and they should be treated as such. Thank you.
Remember the thumbs up and down? All right. I recognize that I have questions as well, so please.
Okay, yes, I have questions. The hearing hasn't been closed yet, so I'll hold my comments until the hearing is closed.
The hearing is closed.
You closed the hearing?
Well, if you have questions for the applicant, appellant, or
Yeah, I did.
staff.
Did you close the
Oh,
hearing?
no, okay.
I didn't hear you
Please.
close
I
the
thought
hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had it for staff. Go ahead.
No, I have
No, okay, I'm not,
questions
no, it's open, it's open, it's open. Go ahead.
The Chamelyan representatives. Maybe Ms. K? Dr. K, sorry, my mistake. Can I think you're the right person to, so, and I'll disclose, that I did visit the school, and we had a conversation, we walked all around, we talked about the busing program, and I already shared with Dr. K kind of what probably my top issue is, and as anybody who knows me knows, I'm all about, reducing car trips, unnecessary car trips. So we did talk about that. And so I guess I have a few very specific questions. One is, I know there's this baseline trip number from 2014. I know you recently did a traffic study and you know what your current pickup and drop-off numbers are. Can you just tell me what those numbers are?
I think Jean could answer that question.
Okay.
Because they're the ones who conducted
Okay.
it.
The school is currently about 50, 60 trips a day in the morning and in the afternoon.
How many did you say?
Let me just check correctly. Give me 1 second, I apologize. About 60 trips in the morning and 60 trips in the afternoon. The numbers I was giving you earlier, that the 200 students, basically the 200 students in it that are over the 500, if you average that based on 1.44 passengers per vehicle, comes out to about 140 trips in the morning, 140 trips in the afternoon. That's 280. That's that percentage I quoted you earlier.
You're losing me.
Okay. So you want to know
You want total trips.
I want just total, let's just take total per day.
Total vehicle trips.
The
What?
total trips is
Total vehicle
about,
trips per day.
okay, in 2014, the total trips per day was 651. Now it's 802, approximately. So the difference about 150 additional trips daily. That's both the drop-off and the pickup in the afternoon. So that divided over a period of 10 years is about 15 trips a year. That was increased.
Okay, but about 100, on a daily basis, about 150.
About 150 total trips, right? That also includes, again, we haven't done we haven't done a survey lately because there was an increase in the bus passengers, that the number of students are taking the buses, averaging about 70 that they're doing on a daily basis, 70 pickups and drop-offs from the churches. So the numbers that I gave you, about 150 trips a day, morning and afternoon total, is what is above the 214 data year.
Right, and you're saying that's from recent, you did that recently, or you
We've
didn't?
we've done just a random trip counts, not a complete trip counts, but as a random trip counts that we did to see how many students are arriving and departing. One thing we also did, we also counted the students that are being dropped off and picked up on Boston Street, and the students that were picked up and dropped off from Albertson. In 2014, those numbers were not counted in 2014. In other words, that number in 2014 is technically low compared to what was happening with 500 students.
Okay.
But if you just look at it exactly comparing to what it was then to now, it's about 150 student trips that
Car
are
trips,
above.
car trips,
Car
not
trips,
student-
right.
car trips,
Car
right?
trips, right,
Right, okay.
right.
And then I heard something about the bus capacity. I think you might have said it. The bus capacity is 75 to 80?
70
No, I heard 70 you're riding it, but I heard you or somebody said the bus capacity is
Well, if you have
75 to
some
80 students?
Typically, all these school buses have about a capacity of 70 students.
Okay, I know I heard 75 to 80. I don't know
But
where I
if
heard that.
there are some teachers on board, if there are some standing, typically they carry more.
Okay.
But in general, by the number of seats, you're probably about 70 students.
Okay. Is there a waiting list for the bus? Are there parents that want to get their kids on the bus and there's just no room
That I
on it?
cannot answer, Councilman Brotman, if there is a waiting list. I know whoever is signed up, is able to
Right.
get on the bus, so.
You would have to come to the mic, yeah.
Once the bus was at capacity, we closed the bus list because we couldn't take any more students on the bus. We had done a survey if we offered a second bus at a subsidized amount, and people were not interested, and so we couldn't get another full bus on a subsidized amount.
Okay, you couldn't get a full bus?
No, it was only about, I think it was like 5 to 8 students who were interested once we said we would subsidize this. People were only interested if it's a free bus.
Okay.
Yeah.
People like free
You know,
things.
parents really value the time with their children. They're sending their children to a private school, and they want that time with their children during drop-off and pick-up time. So they value that time in the car with their children. There's a lot of research that shows that in the morning and afternoon, when you spend time with your children in the car, that's when you really have deep conversations and build relationships with your children. So a lot of our parents value that. Also, post-COVID, we had a really difficult time convincing parents to use the bus. People felt uncomfortable having their children in contain large groups of people. So it took us time to get back to a full bus this academic year.
Right. Okay, I mean, we do have that, that condition, what do we call it? The mitigation measure, right? The mitigation measure, which is still out there, there's still a goal, right? We're not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, I'm sure it's not, but it's still a goal. So what are your thoughts around how we start chipping away at that and getting closer and closer to that number, right? Because I think it's something we want, right? We don't want all these cars idling. We don't want all these
Sure.
cars on the road. Certainly I don't, and I don't think you do either when we talk. So what do we do to try to move that needle?
We can continue to brainstorm different ideas, have meetings with our parents, continue to offer more busing options where we can subsidize possibly. We can't offer any more free buses, but possibly subsidize the buses. We can talk to our parents to possibly increase carpooling throughout the school. And we are giving priority to parents who already have children enrolled in our school. So continue to provide priority for returning families. That will also decrease the number of cars that are coming to the school. And we can just meet as a group, as a school, with our board, with our school community, and continue to think of different ways that we can support less cars on the street.
Right, okay. And I appreciate that, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way because
no, I don't,
my impression from talking to you and talking to Glendale Unified School District is that you take this a lot more seriously. I mean, I can't, I don't want to make enemies over there, but I don't see them making half the effort that you're making. So I want that to be clear.
Thank you, I appreciate
But I still think we have a goal, and we have an opportunity to try to figure out how we keep moving the needle and getting more and more students coming not the
we
solo
also
car trip.
we definitely take it seriously, and it will continue to be a goal of our schools to find new ways to decrease traffic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions? Okay, I have questions. So, is our police chief here? Chief Sick, can I have you come up? If I called you 20 minutes later, it'd be good morning, but.
We're pretty close.
I know you and I had a conversation. I called you, I think it was over the weekend, to ask. Can you share in the PD's experience in dealing with Chamelyan School? Good partners, great partners. I heard it, but I think it's important for my colleagues and for everybody else, including the neighbors, to hear what it's been like to work with them.
Sure. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I think it kind of will go on the back of the comments that Councilmember Brotman was making. They're really good partners, and the efforts that they have consistently made in collaboration with PD, other city staff, has been very consistent, and I would say outstanding. Now, that is not to diminish that there are traffic challenges, but as has also been highlighted tonight, those are not exclusive to this school. They're challenges that we face at a lot of our pickup and drop-off sites around the communities for various different reasons. Old schools, old traffic engineering, so on and so forth. But as far as the kind of partner that Chamelyan is with the police department in taking our feedback, working collaboratively with us, the resources that they've poured into dealing with the traffic challenges, quite frankly, in our city, they're second to none on that front.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, speaking of traffic, engineering, and some of the conditions that were placed, does any other school have point person with neighborhoods?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that
So
whole
one of the new conditions that was placed was to have a point person.
Oh, yes.
A point person.
Right.
So I'm not going to give the neighbors any ideas, but I'm just trying to gauge why there is a point person and how that came about, because that to me is a little, so let me rephrase this. The reason I'm asking is because I don't like putting standards on some that don't apply to others and setting a bar that a certain community has to meet when no one else is doing that. So is having a point person from a school to the entire neighborhood a common practice?
This is really the only private school that I've worked with. The 2014 use variance did not have that condition. Frankly, it was a condition that I thought about as I would periodically get, concerns from the neighborhood, and I talked to the neighborhood. And so I suggested it to the Planning Commission as part of their use variance discussion last year, and they accepted it. I also talked to the school about it as well I think it was before the meeting. So I can't say whether any other private school has that, because Chamelyan is the only school that I've worked with.
So for me, it's one thing to have, for the neighbors to know that there's a number to call, including the general number to the school, to say, hey, XYZ happened, I live on this block. It's another thing to mandate a point person who now the school has to additionally pay for to ensure that they're there. That has to send out notices, when we talk about like cutting bureaucratic red tape or adding red tape and adding resources, I do have an issue with I don't know what the conversation was like on the Planning Commission for that. But that really stood out for me as something that's very unfair. That's an additional burden that's placed on the school that I would like me and my colleagues to perhaps consider removing. And then the second part is the lot. The lot where the kids are coming out and going in from.
Are you talking
the second gate?
The Second Avenue gate?
Yeah, so why is that lot not being used?
The Second Avenue entrance to the school and the prohibition of the school using that sort of predates my involvement in the school. I suspect, although I cannot be for sure, the residents on Second Avenue were not in favor of the school utilizing that. And in one of the,
When I was 2? This is when the school was first being built, or like when I was 2 years old, or when I was like?
It predates my involvement, but in the staff report, I mean, the school has operated since 1983, and there have been, I'm going to say 12 to 15 approvals throughout the years. At some point, I suspect, although I can't be for sure, there was a prohibition on access from Second Avenue because the neighbors on Second Avenue didn't want that increase in traffic, either pedestrian or car. That's my suspicion, and that condition has carried through for at least, I would say, 10 to 15 years, because I've been involved with the school for about 15 years.
Okay, so as I see it, this is a moment in time when we are deciding potentially what's in front of us is, and what was in front of the Planning Commission was to give them the opportunity to have this and not have to come back 10 years, not come back after 5 years or whatever it may be. So why was not this opportunity not used to really thoroughly look at, if we're doing this, why aren't we looking at all the options? I mean, we're talking about traffic. I'm hearing that there's another lot that's not being used. The gates are closed. The kids are going in and out. I don't know what that lot looks like. I don't know the engineering and the traffic, how that would reduce the traffic on the other side if it's split, all of these things, right? And so can you shed some light on any of this?
Well, older students are accessing the back part of the school, the Second Avenue school. There was no request from the school in this variance, in this use variance, to allow them to utilize that gate other than what was allowed in the conditions. So if there had been an interest in the school and the school said, yes, we're wanting to do this, we would have evaluated that as part of the use variance. That wasn't on the table.
If I may.
Yes.
So again, as Mr. Kiesel noted, so the application was essentially to maintain the status quo for the school with some changes. And as I understood it, they didn't apply to relieve that restriction. If they had, it might have been something we would need to look at from the environmental perspective. That would require some additional analysis on that end. So that condition, and again, I think as was noted, that side of that back entrance, there are some, it's a small cul-de-sac, and so there would have been some analysis that would have needed to take place there in terms of a traffic accessibility standpoint. So that's why I think staff wouldn't have looked at that absent a request from the applicant to make that change.
Okay, so depending on where this goes today, and say we give them, or, deny the appeal, if in the future the school wanted to, is there an option for them to come and take a look at this? I don't want this conversation to drag out and then, push the decision we're making. That's not what I'm looking for.
Sure.
I'm just trying to find out what the options are moving forward.
Sure, there would be an opportunity for them to revisit that condition. I would suspect that would require the application and approval of a new use variance.
And would that request impact the decision that is made today?
I'm not sure.
So if we deny the appeal and we grant them the use variance,
Yeah.
you're suggesting that if that lot was discussed, it would be a whole new application, a new process all over again for them?
That's what I suspect, yeah, because it's a condition that they need to abide by now. And if they want to then
Okay.
not abide by it.
Okay, all right, got it. Okay. So, I think those are the only questions I have, but I do want to see if there's an appetite from my colleagues to remove that point person option from the menu of the new conditions.
Should we close the hearing and then
Oh.
deliberation?
I'll close the hearing. Do you have any other questions from?
No. But with
Okay.
regard to your
Yeah.
point,
Okay, so we're closing the hearing.
I don't see what's wrong with that. I mean, having one point of contact and communication, I think can only help both the school and the neighborhood.
It's not the point of, I don't have an issue with a point of contact. There were all these other things that were read off as requirements, right? So again, I said, I have no issue with having a point of contact that the neighborhood could go to. My larger issue is that they have to put out notices and then, I mean, there was a bunch of things that were read off. So I just want clarification on that. And
Sure. It wasn't the intent of staff or the planning commission to require the school to hire an employee just to be the point person, as that was their job in their entirety. It was the intent that they designate someone on staff to be the contact person. So if I live on Abella and, I have a concern, I can contact whoever it is the school has designated for me to discuss, here are my issues. But it wasn't the intent to hire someone new or, make it be overly bureaucratic. The intent of the notification was just, as a good neighbor, hey, listen, if you've got some concerns, here's the person that you can contact. And that's the end of the notification.
no written notices to the neighborhood, no, because I heard something about written notices to the neighborhood, did I not?
Yeah, a written notice to the neighborhood saying, listen, this is your contact person, but no other notices regarding that, unless and until that contact person changes.
Okay, I say this, Mr. Najarian, because I have seen cases in the last several years of individuals that don't like something, who will make 50, 60 calls a day, hang up and call again, just to record that there was something that they didn't like, so then that it can be part of a record. And I have time and again on other issues said, when you're bringing these back and we're getting community input, I want to know if those calls were from, were there 500 calls from one person, or was it, 500 people that called? And so what I'm trying to avoid here is I think having a point of contact is great, just as a general thing that the school could have. But again, I don't like putting additional burdens on the school when that particular resource could be going elsewhere. So, I mean, I'm not dying on this hill, I'm just putting it up for suggestion. Let's see if there's an appetite for it.
I think it would be great if every school in the city of Glendale had a point of contact for the neighbors personally.
Well, GUSD would have a huge staffing issue with.
But I think it's part of just, being a good neighbor.
All right, sure, go ahead and make comments. Who wants to go next? So was that a no?
Yeah, I think we should
Okay,
keep
all
a point
right,
of
okay.
I think we should keep a point of contact. So here are my comments. I am very disappointed in Shamian. Harvard, Stanford, UCLA, USC, Columbia, Caltech, Juilliard. What's wrong with Occidental College? What's wrong with Yale University? But in all seriousness, the academic success of the school really is not an issue. I personally was surprised and pleasantly surprised at the achievements of your alumni, both in education and in their professions, the different professions, doctors and economics and psychiatry. We probably need the psychiatrist to stay full-time here in our chambers. So I am going to reject the appeal, but I think that the work needs to continue between the school and the neighbors. I'm very hopeful that the mid-block crossing that Mr. Bagdanian talked about is going to create another opportunity for parents to drop children and with the crossing guard cross mid-block instead of going down to Abella to cross. I encourage the continued work on the bus. I know the when you had to pay for it, it wasn't well received, but I think if you keep giving that opportunity to the parents and get that critical mass going, I think that would be a big help to the entire situation for everybody. I wasn't very happy at what I saw on Community Drive. I mean, that if I lived there, I would be a little concerned. I'm not sure how Community Drive gets all that traffic. I guess they're avoiding the Lowell, the northern progression on Lowell, but I just am wondering if there's some way, either through continued education with the parents, don't block the driveways, don't try and sneak around because you end up, blocking more than one lane in that. Second Avenue, that's a third rail. I mean, that has come before this council many times, and it is very strongly opposed by the folks on Second Avenue, to the point that even Shamlian is not suggesting that we open up Second Avenue. So I would advise that we not encourage them to try that, because things could be very, very difficult. And we had these concerns and I was around when we had to vote on your gym, and the neighbors didn't want your gym. But we told them you were going to be responsible with it. You weren't going to be blasting music and having crazy events there, and I think you kept those promises to the neighborhood. When was that, 2012 or 2010? Somewhere around there. So I think there's a lot of good faith that you've exhibited. I'd like you to continue working on that. I spoke to the principal, Dr. Kay. She was very willing to continue trying to encourage alternative modes of transit to the school. You've got the staggered pickup times. You've got the very strict enforcement. You said you banned a parent because he or she didn't follow the rules on the drop-off and the pickup. I mean, that's pretty bold. I don't think you could do that at a public school. But it's good that you're doing that. I know you're taking it seriously. It's not for lack of trying. It's for, your success in attracting students with your academic success is what's making you so popular and bringing so many parents wanting to have your kids, have their kids there. All I have to say is keep it up. Continue to reach out to the community, Mr. Lawrence, or whoever the point is. Hopefully there's a point of contact on the neighborhood side where you could have occasional coffees and just sit down and talk about things and see if there's any sort of solution or modification or tweaking that could help at all. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep in contact with Mr. Bagdanian, who's a very good traffic engineer, and he may come up with certain ideas as he thinks a little bit more and sees how it's all working. And that's where I am, and I just wish continued success to the school, and I hope that the neighborhood does receive some respite with some of these new modifications that are being put in.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, I'll give my comments, and I'm glad I'm following Councilmember Najarian because he said exactly what was on my mind. So just to cut any potential suspense, I am also going to vote to reject the appeal. I also fully support what he said about hoping that the work continues, and that is the work between the school and the neighborhood. I love this idea of periodic check-ins. You can make that work. Obviously, we're not going to make any conditions around that, but I think it would just be good for the school and the community to find a way to have those coffees or whatever you want to call it. Maybe you can have little open houses and you can invite the neighbors. Maybe you already do that, but have something where you can make sure that the dialogue is open. And on trip generation, I mean, I know we all want to reduce the number of cars that are going there, and I made that point already. I think more can be done, and I hope that you can be a leader in kind of moving us away from this culture that we've come into now, which is very different from what I grew up with. I mean, I never had a parent drive me to school. I took public transportation. I walked, I biked, depending on where I lived and what the situation was, or I took a school bus. I never had a parent drive. Maybe if I was sick one day or I don't know what, but we need to start moving back in that direction. So I trust that the school administration is taking this seriously and will continue to work on this. And I just urge you, to do everything possible. Yeah, I also had concerns about community drive and the images that we saw and would like that, further evaluated and agree, don't open the Second Avenue mess, and let's not go back to that. To the community, I would just say I know it's no picnic living near a school, any school. It does come with the territory. And I think from what I've seen, it's worse in a lot of places. I mean, I just don't think we're seeing from our public schools the same attention to these community relationships as we see from Chamelyan. So, I just want to say that again. As far as just specifics as we go to make a motion and everything, I really would like to put some flexibility into this question of the bus being free, because I would like to find a way, if there is a model, to charge some small amount, but to be able to run another bus and get more people on board. I'd like that to be an option that the school can look at within the context of continually moving towards having more and more kids take the bus. If there's a way to do that, that's one thing. The other thing is this carpool incentive. I think there has to be some kind of inflation adjustment on that. I'm an economist, so I think of these things. There has to be an inflation adjustment. And then I really do support us taking a serious look at that mid-block crosswalk. And I really think it would be of benefit to the road, not just the school, but generally to that southbound Lowell Avenue. It would create a lot of calming to stripe that and put parking there. It seems like there's space, there's room to do that. And it would, I think, just calm that whole environment there. So that's where I am. And I think we can move on to the next speaker.
Go ahead, sir.
You don't see me sitting very patiently for 2 hours, 3 hours and not say a word, but tonight was the night. I want to thank you all for being here. It's great to have a huge support for our schools, and I'll also like to thank the neighbors who live around the school and they have issues with the traffic and the noise and everything else for being here and voicing their opinion. I believe Chameleon wants to be a school like any other school in Glendale. Just because it's a private school has all these conditions attached to it. If it was a public school, we wouldn't be here tonight. There won't be any conditions, it won't be a use variance. We have no jurisdictions on any other school in Glendale. The drop-off and pick-up is their responsibility to make it work for their parents. We won't have any of these conversations. Almost all of our schools are built in residential neighborhoods. We can't find a school on Brand Boulevard. They're all in residential neighborhoods, and rightfully so, because people used to walk to schools, as was mentioned. But now we move around, and we have to drive our kids to school because they're not close enough to walk to, or what have you. My kids went to Verdugo Woodlands, Wilson, and Glendale High. We had the same issues. Go to Verdugo Woodlands every morning from 7:30ish to 8 o'clock. The line goes up 2 blocks, 3 blocks north, and half of it wraps around on Wabasso Way, goes all the way to Cuniata. People are waiting. And we had a lot of complaints, and what I told parents most of the time is leave 5 minutes early, 10 minutes early. You don't have to, you won't get stuck in that traffic, and that's what we tried to do. We also volunteered at school at the drop-off time and pick-up time. We opened the door for the kids to get out quicker, and so the traffic will move. But it happens. That's the way it is with living closer to schools, and we live very close to Verdugo Woodlands, and we have that issue. In the morning, if you want to go on Wabasso and turn right go south on Verdugo, good luck to you. 3 to 4 or 5 traffic lights you have to wait. But that's what it is. Verdugo Woodlands at one point had 840 students, and it was the same issue. The school was built for 650, but we had 840 students because of the dual immersion programs. A lot of students came from outside Glendale, and it increased the volume. As far as the crosswalk, same issue on Verdugo Road. Because of the distance from one traffic light to another, parents were running across Verdugo Road, and it was very dangerous. So the city and Public Works, they installed a crosswalk with lights and everything, and I think it's a great idea to do the same thing over there. Most schools don't have the same circular driveway that Chameleon has for drop-off and pickup, and I don't know any schools that had 7 or 8 security guards to control the traffic. The school can do so much, any school, on how to control the traffic in neighboring streets. How am I going to go after 600-700 parents and tell them where to park, where not to park? They come out all at the same time. It happens. It's a natural thing that happens every day. You can't control 3, 4, 5 blocks, 6 blocks around any school. And every other school has the same issues, traffic issues. But they don't have use variances. They don't have conditions attached to them. They can build anything they want. Even the design of their projects on school sites or the college sites doesn't come to Glendale for approval to the city. There is separate jurisdiction, separate funding, separate set of rules that they follow, which we don't have any control over. For the neighbors to know and everyone else to know that these conditions are not going away. They are still attached to the school. and the school will follow it as they've done in last 30, 40 years. And I think if there's a deviation, the city can get involved and make corrections. And I don't think they want to deviate from it. They never have. Small things may happen because you're running a large operation, but things happen. And we're all neighbors. We have to live together and do the best that we can to make it easier for everyone. As far as the busing goes, our oldest one went to City High School, and we tried to put the culture in her and say, look, the bus is on the Wabasso and Cañada, take the bus. They do it once in a while, they do it sometimes. Hot days, cold days, windy days, rainy days, they don't want to do it. You can't force the kids to take the bus. Many of them want to do it because their friends are with them, and that's how we encourage them to take the bus. But that bus was half empty most of the time. I mean, asking the Chaminade to provide a bus system for 100%, of their student, it's unreal. And again, the conversations that you have, I completely agree. During drop-off and pick-up with your kids, it's short, but it's very effective. It's very, very impactful. What did you do at school today? If they're in a car, they tell you. If they're home, oh, it was great, and they walk away. So we all know how it is. So I'm going to deny the appeal as well, and my vote would be to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. And I believe that it's the only school in Glendale, I don't want to say private school, it's the only school because the members of the community use it that has all these conditions attached to it. So with that, that's where I stand.
So I'll start by saying thank you to the administration, as well as the parents, not just for being here today, but for making Glendale, and specifically that area, a really close-knit community, and what you provide to our children. While I may not have my own, I'm also the person that is not cringe on babies crying. I actually go pick them up from the parent in an airplane and walk the kid around because I recognize it takes a village. Some of the parents from time to time have had issues with it, but I was like, we're on a plane. I'm not going anywhere with your child. But I do think that there is something about putting yourself in the other person's shoes. And I think as I was kind of hearing the stories of not just what you've offered to this community, because I've seen that firsthand over the years, I think for me, it's also how much above and beyond you've gone over the years. And there's a part of me, I'm not going to pretend, that is kind of heartbroken over that, because it almost feels like there has been this thing that's been dangling over this community, which has forced you to do things, which has put you in positions that no other school has ever been placed in. And that is a very unfair system. So I would definitely say that while I appreciate how much you've done to meet the needs of the community, I also think it's important for you to own your space. I always talk about that in different areas, and that includes using your facility for the future generation as you see fit. And if that includes having community events in your gym and at your school site, just very similar to any of the other schools that we have, just similar to anybody that lives around GCC or on those hills, is GCC going and asking neighbors if they can have a football game and how long the lights can be up? They're not. And so I say this wholeheartedly because for me, when folks talk about Chaminade like it's a private school, I never refer to it as a private school. When I think of a private school, I think of schools that affluent community members take their children. Chaminade is an Armenian school. It's where the Armenian heritage and language is preserved. It is where culture is celebrated. and where community is built. And those two things are very different because you have parents and families in schools like Chamlayan that will take the bread off their table, but will make sure that their kids are going to that school. And that is a very special thing to have, especially at a time when we have over 120,000 Artsakhtsis that are displaced that have found home in Glendale, thousands of them in recent years, and what that means for the generations to come for this community. And so I embrace the work that you've done. I have also visited the school, not just recently, but over the years. But for me, denying it and allowing you to really grow as a school and provide truly the services, the events, the education, and the community for your students, your parents, and the community at large is going to be a great thing, I think, for all of us in Glendale, because the stronger our schools are, the more tight-knit the communities are, the more the parents are talking, and more people are interacting, the better we are as a community and as a city. And so I thank you all for being here. I recognize that it's been many, many hours. That also shows your commitment to your children, to your school, and to your community, which is also embraced here. And so to the neighbors, I recognize that, but as I was hearing, before I was on the council, I was on the Parks Commission, and I have to say this because I think it just plays to what I was picturing and what I was remembering. So we had meetings once a month, and every month there was a woman that would come to the council meeting who lived right next door to a park and would complain about the basketball court, the light, the sound. And at every meeting, the commission and staff would take measures to appease this one resident that would come and complain. And after a certain point, you know, I just looked and said, okay, well, are we just going to close down the park? And my response to the resident was, it's like going and living next to a school and then complaining that the bell rings on the hour every hour. The kids are going to play basketball in those courts. The lights are going to be on. There's a reason why we need these parks, and you have chosen to live next to that park. And so I empathize with anyone that's stuck in traffic around the school, but that is what I would expect, and that is what I see when I'm stopping by my sister's place, which is a block away from a public school. So I say that it takes a village, and I'm making it full circle, that as you're seeing that traffic, instead of being upset at the traffic, looking at it from a place that these are the future generations going to get an education, and an hour or two out of my day, it's literally happening an hour or 2 hours a day. It's not much. And I think for the most part, I would think that aside from the morning, in the afternoon, most people are not even home. So I'm obviously rejecting the appeal, and I wish Chamlayan, the parents, and all the students all the luck. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'll move 9A1, which is a motion to sustain the Planning Commission's decision. And before someone seconds it and votes on it, we have one last item on this agenda. I know that once after a big, long meeting like this ends, there's a big uproar and everyone's rushing to get out. I'd like to ask everyone if they could just hang on, then we can all go home together. We promise we'll make it quick.
It's going to be very quick.
Before we take a vote, I had raised a couple of points. Can we incorporate that into the motion?
What were they?
If I may, Councilmember Rotman, so one of the requested changes that you made with respect to the conditions had to do with condition 21, the mitigation measure that the bus service be free. And so as a mitigation measure, you can only substitute it or remove it if whatever you're substituting with will have the same purpose or effect as that measure. So you can certainly make a change to it. One idea might be that, because what the condition reads is that the school has to comply with all the mitigation measures in that MND from 2014. One of the exceptions will be that it can be either bus or shuttle. The other exception could be that the bus or shuttle service, the school may charge for it if they present a plan acceptable to the CD director, that the funds will be utilized to encourage or incentivize students to utilize the bus or shuttle service more than they're currently using it as of the date of this approval. I think that's kind of what you said. So if there's support for that, that amendment can be made to the motion. The other request that you had to do with the CPI adjustment on the fee, which is in condition number
6.
6. So yeah, carpool incentive, so that could be incentives shall be adjusted. I don't know if you want to do annually or whatever, but annually based on the CPI for the Los Angeles metropolitan region.
Every 5 years.
Every 5 years.
You know.
I'm
Are
fine
you
with
okay
the
with
second with the carpool. I don't know if making the bus free will have an adverse impact on the school. I think that
It's free now.
It's free now.
So it would just, the school could always maintain that status quo if they want, but if they wanted to come up with a plan that they could present to the city, they'd
Okay.
have the right to do so.
It gives more
That's fine.
flexibility.
Sure, I'll accept both of those.
So your, Councilmember Kasaki as the maker, you're
I'll
fine with both
modify,
of those?
yeah, I'll
Okay.
modify my motion.
Second.
All right, roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asadrian.
Yes. Thank you. All right. Next item?
Next item is discussion of council member future agenda requests. A, council member Najarian's request to agendize a resolution or letter addressed to the U.S. State Department, the executive branch, and other appropriate entities to protest the holding of prisoners, including Ruben Vardanyan, in Azerbaijan, the expulsion of the Red Cross, and the treatment and illegal proceedings against the detainees.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank everyone for staying. I think everyone in this room is well aware of the travesty and tragedy that is unfolding in Azerbaijan right now, involving the illegal holding of prisoners, the sham trial. If you would like an update on it, there's a great article in Asparez, authored by my colleague, Mr. Kasakian. I think it's hit the digital version already. But there are many before us who have written letters. ANC has worked on this, Armenian Assembly, others as well. But I think we owe it to ourselves and our community to prepare a letter to the executive branch, State Department, and maybe directly to Azerbaijan, indicating that what they're doing is illegal and any civilized nation should have no part of that.
Will you move that?
So can I address a couple of things, if I may? One is, I believe we had already done a letter, not that I'm not suggesting that we don't do another one. I just want to know, I think we had a resolution that Councilmember Kasakian, if I'm not mistaken, had introduced. I wasn't present at the time. This was a while back, because I know we've done various things at various points. So do we have?
Madam Mayor, on October 22nd of last year, you did, as council, adopt a resolution addressed to the U.S. State Department, the executive branch, and other appropriate entities to protest the holding of prisoners, including Ruben Vardanyan in Azerbaijan, the expulsion of the Red Cross, and the treatment and illegal proceedings against the detainees.
Well, the Red Cross wasn't expelled until just recently.
Until recently.
But that was the part of the resolution.
And I would just say that since the last time we did that to now, there's been at least change in the presidential administration, a number of changes. Who knows who is in charge of what desk now? I think it's prudent for us to renew our commitment, and so I would support Mr. Najarian's request.
Well, I think that comes from the entire council. I mean, I think we all share those sentiments.
So
just
Would like to
ask-
move on.
if I could just ask, because I think, some of these things just keep coming back. I think it is time sensitive. It doesn't need to come back to the council. Staff can prepare it. As you have done other letters and so forth, you can send it to all of us for input and agreement and then send it off.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
That was what I was going to say. I don't think it needs to come back as an agenda item. I think staff can probably
Circulate
get
And,
our concurrence and issue the letter.
yes. And it's time sensitive, so, thank you. Okay.
We need to vote?
Do we need to vote?
Vote anyway, just so it's
All right.
formal.
Roll call?
Well, we need a second. I'll second it.
All right,
There wasn't one.
all right.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian.
Yes.
Kasakian.
Yes.
Najarian.
Yes.
Mayor Asadarian.
Yes. All right.
Next is oral communication. We do not have any callers or cards.
What?
Okay.
Move
All
to
right.
adjourn?
Second.
All right.